My name is Ryan, like Ryanair, and it is my great pleasure to extend a very warm welcome on behalf of BSides Oslo, the volunteers and organizers, and all of our great sponsors. Thank you to the gold sponsors who have not only funded us to make this happen and also are downstairs participating. So shout out to Defendable and Mnemonic, returning sponsors, and Promon as well, joining us this year. So much appreciated. This event has been going on for a while now. BSides in general started in 2009 in Las Vegas. For those of you who don't know, it's a framework that's been expanded to help local communities organize grassroots events that are hopefully radically accessible and inclusive. So we try to keep the price low, keep it to 1 day, 1 track. We have a shared experience here, and we haven't changed much in 5 years in our Oslo event, and that is on purpose and in keeping with the feedback we've gotten from this great community. There's a tremendous amount of talent and focus, and a lot of great events in InfoSec and adjacent fields in Norway. But we're responding to the feedback that we've gotten to fill this niche, this small niche for a relatively small group, to say single track, shared experience, and keeping it fairly technical. So that's the gist. We've changed a few things in 5 years, so I just want to say thank you to Jens from Elvebakken for the new logo. I hope you ordered a shirt. If you didn't, you're probably regretting it now. There might be a few for sale left over after lunch. Also, the first time we printed the logo in color, because we didn't have color before. We have a volunteer forum now, so to further connect with the community and figure out how the event should evolve over time, we've formally put out a form on the website to ask for volunteers, not just on the day of the event today, but to help us year-round when most of the work is being done on everything from media to sponsor management and CFP, call for presenters, and so on. So if you would like to be more involved in this event from a planning execution perspective year-round, then we would love to talk to you about that. So check out the form. To kick us off today, we have a great speaker. I've had the privilege to hear him speak before, and I thought this would be great to kick us off in uncertain times, to show how what many people view as technical issues, let's say, can impact global supply chains, geopolitics, and national security. So with military police experience and security philosopher, please welcome Simen Bakke.
45, ikke sant? 45 minutter. Ryan, is it 45? 45 minutes? Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you for the introduction and the invitation to speak here today. It's a great honor to be here. I know there is a lot of technical people in this room. This will be a strategic briefs, so no technical indicators. Yeah, this brief is about the Chinese ecosystem for offensive cyber operations. And what do I mean with the Chinese ecosystem for offensive cyber operations? That is how China uses the civilian hackers and the IT industry inside their country to conduct operations on behalf of the government and the intelligence services. So this is a topic that interests me very much, and there is also a few persons globally which does a lot of research on this topic, which I'm building my presentation on. So thanks to those who deliver great insights on knowledge on this topic, I can do this presentation here in Norway as well. For those of you that doesn't know me, my name is Simen Bakke. I work with the police IT services in Norway. I do mainly strategic threat intelligence, but also work some with cloud services and with technical guys in our department as well. So I'm not the technical guy, but I have the strategic picture. So now you know where to place me. And as you have probably noticed, this presentation will be done in Norwegian, so both the English-speaking guys and the Norwegian can follow through the presentation. Okay. So what was the background for my interest in this topic? I was invited to write a chapter in this book here called Cyberpower, which was given out last year on Universitetsforlaget. There was from the defense industry and the defense high school here in Norway. There was a lot of contributors from that sector. But also I wrote a chapter where I looked into the operation, the exchange hack. Many of you probably remember where the operation where the parliament in Norway was breached through 0 days in Microsoft Exchange server. And also I looked into the operation on the supply chain attack against SolarWinds Orion platform. I'm not going to speak about the last one in this presentation. I'm going to speak about the exchange hack where the parliament in Norway was hacked by 2 APTs connected to the China's intelligence services. And those are named Hafnium and APT-31. And that got me interested in how these different groups in China cooperates with each other and also the Chinese intelligence services. Because there was not only one group exploiting these 0-day vulnerabilities, there was at least 4 Chinese APTs. I've seen some researchers also going up to almost 10 different Chinese groups exploiting the same vulnerabilities in that same time frame. And also there was not only the parliament in Norway that was breached, it was about 10,000 exchange servers worldwide. Some of them in Norway, a lot of them in the US, but also around the whole globe. And last year, we also got a lot of information from the US that American critical infrastructure and telecommunication was compromised by 2 different Chinese APTs. And those are named Volt and Salt Typhoon after Microsoft naming convention. And in the critical infrastructure part, where Volt Typhoon was behind, they compromised water supplies, energy facilities, transport, and logistics, which doesn't have a sensitive information. They don't store sensitive information inside those systems. They are critical infrastructures, and the only reason you want to pre-position yourself into that kind of systems is to conduct sabotage in a time when you really need that opportunity and capability. So the first attack was mainly driven by espionage and want to gather sensitive information. But the second operation here was about pre-positioning to get the opportunity to conduct sabotage, which annoyed the American security services quite a lot. But the Salt Typhoon hack, that was by compromising telecom infrastructure in the US. They have been inside at least 9 different providers of telecommunication systems, and also inside the systems that delivers secret intelligence to the FBI. So when the FBI surveils Chinese spies inside America to conduct counter-espionage, because of course the American government wants to know which spies do we have in their country. When the Chinese hackers are gaining access to those same systems, they can identify which spies from China are under surveillance by American authorities and which are not. And that makes, they can then make the decision if they want to get some of the spies out because they are under American surveillance, or they want to replace them with new personnel, for example. So this is a very strategic good operation by China. And that, of course, annoys the security industry and the government in the US. So this briefing are done in two parts. The first part is how does China's APTs, Advanced Persistent Threat Groups, continuously get information about new zero-day vulnerabilities to exploit. And the second part is who in China is conducting the operations and how are they connected to the intelligence services. And I'm going to use the operation against Stortinget, the parliament in Norway, as an example on how the part 2 works and how they are connected to the intelligence services. Okay, so this is a chart made by Eugenio Benincasa, a researcher at ETH Zurich, the university in Switzerland, where he have tried to draw a chart on how this ecosystem works. And it's quite good, actually. So I'm going to do an easy explanation on this one. First, you have the CTF teams, the hackers, and which, of course, goes into hacker competitions. Some of these teams are established from big universities in China, and they also team up with smaller or bigger IT companies in China. So these are the civilian hackers. They are competing in, for example, Tianfu Cup, which you can see on the middle here, under the vulnerability pipeline. And on Tianfu Cup especially, they are trying to hack Western products, Western IT products, with using their zero-day vulnerabilities, and of course the exploit code they write to exploit these vulnerabilities. And then this is the interesting part with China. Then they are forced to report the 0 days and the exploit code to the government through this process in this Tianfu Cup. And this makes the hacker competitions inside China quite different from what we are used to in the Western world, where we report this to the vendors, which can make security updates and patches to their products. But here in China, they are forced by legislation to report it directly to the government, and then the government can decide, do we want to keep this vulnerability for ourselves, or do we want to give it back to the hacker so he can report it to the vendor and the vendor can patch the product. So a lot of zero-day vulnerabilities are still reported from Chinese citizens to the vendors, but they first have to go through the government. And if the government wants the zero-day vulnerability, they are prohibited to report it. So they're not allowed, if they really want. If they see that this is a good vulnerability that we want to share for later exploitation. So this is the part 1. And in the part 2, you have the Ministry of State Security, which is the foreign intelligence service, which conduct operations through the whole world, and also here in Norway. They are distributing these zero-day vulnerabilities to the regional bureaus because they have a decentralized structure on the intelligence service in China. And these bureaus are contracting with private IT companies in China to conduct operations on their behalf. And sometimes they also have made front companies that only are doing hacking on behalf of the intelligence services, which are made only for that reason. Yeah. So this is the part 2 of the presentation. So now we are going to dig into the details here. So how does China's APTs continuously get information on new zero-day vulnerabilities? And of course, as all of you, I guess, know, zero-day vulnerabilities are probably the most, not always the most useful, but sometimes you need them to exploit the hardened systems, which are really secure. For example, we have a lot of operations in Norway that is conducted against businesses that use like a regular bad password or a already known exploit. But this is leveraging a little bit higher up in the threat scale because they have this opportunity as well. So in 2013, the president in China, Xi Jinping, came to power. And he stated that China is going to be a big power in the cyber domain, which they have already gotten in just over 10 years. So the Chinese teams in 2014 were competing in Pawn-to-Own, this white hat hacker contest in Canada. And in 2014, Keen Team China was the only team participating in this competition. And they exploit several 0 days in Apple Safari and Adobe Flash. In 2015, Hue 360, which is a big IT company in China, compromised Internet Security, Internet Explorer 11, and Google Chrome browsers. And the same team wins the title Lords of Pawn and wins $520 American dollars, 20,000 of course, American dollars in 2016. In 2017, Tencent, the big IT company or big technology company in China, wins $350,000 by exploiting 0 days in VMware, Microsoft, Adobe products, etc. So here you can see the chart. On the first year, Keen Team China was participating. They were only the only Chinese team. The second year, in 2015, there was 2 Chinese teams. 2016, there were 4. And in 2017, there were 7 Chinese teams. And they did very well. The first year, the one team took 13% of the total amount of payment in American dollars. The last year, the 7 Chinese teams took 79%. Teams from the rest of the world took 21%. So this just underlined that the Chinese hackers were doing very great in this competition. But from 2018, there were no Chinese teams participating in Pawn-to-Own anymore here in Canada. And there is a reason for that. Because there was this speech on the 5th China Internet Security Conference where the CEO in the big IT firm in China, Hue 360, his name was Su Hongyi, and he told that vulnerability is a weapon of cyber warfare and should be considered as a national strategic resource. So China should keep these vulnerabilities, not hand them over to producers and other governments. And then you get this legislation that forbids the Chinese hackers to compete abroad. There is it's not an absolute forbud, prohibition or something. So they have to apply to the government to go outside of their own country to compete. So still, the government has control over the hackers, which annoys the hackers as well, because they were making a lot of money in this international contest before. now they don't have the same opportunity, and the Chinese hacking competitions are not paying as good as the private vendors, which has their bug bounties program, for example. So the Chinese hackers now have to stay in China to compete. And this is a picture from a Tianfu Cup, which is one of the big hacking competitions. It's not the only one. You have, for example, Matrix Cup, and you also have 161 annually recurring events, like CTFs, inside China. But China is a big country, so it's nothing abnormal about that. Which is the abnormal part is that you also have the reporting of the vulnerabilities to the government. So this competition specifically, Tianfu Cup, Alibaba, Tencent, and Baidu, the big technology vendors in China, are behind this event. And also after 2021, the military, government, intelligence services, and the police are more present on this event. So they can, of course, look what's happening there, but also to recruit some of the nation's greatest hackers. And there are typically Western products like Apple iPhone, Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Office, Windows. When I got this, they had Windows 10 on the list. I guess they have 11 now. And also Exchange servers, which were hacked during the Exchange hack on the parliament in Norway. And VMware products, which are, as most of you know, very important to big enterprises as well. So the goal is here to gather these zero-day vulnerabilities and also recruit some of the nation's best hackers. And a few years later, we got this legislation from July 2021, which is named Regulation on the Management of Security Vulnerabilities in Network Products. And here it states that vulnerabilities must be reported to the government. MIIT is the government institution, maximum 48 hours after it identified. And if you do not oblige to this, you can get punished, which we have a few examples of. And there is also a prohibition on reporting these vulnerabilities to entities outside the Chinese government. For example, Western hardware and software manufacturers, unless they are allowed to do it. And that is a selection process inside the Chinese government to decide that. And we can also see the effect by this law in the National Vulnerability Database of China, which is named CNVD. And as you can see on the chart here, from 2018 to 2021, on the official database, the amount of 0 days reported is increasing every year. But in 2022, you can see on the chart that it's going down. And the researchers which have made this report are arguing that the vulnerabilities that is sent directly to the Ministry of State Security, which is the foreign intelligence service in China, does have their own, not official database, and the vulnerabilities reported into the government, and they want to store for further exploitation, is in the undisclosed database, the secret one. So that is one of the reasons for this drop in the amount of 0 days reported, which we normally would see as going upwards. And over 2,000 vulnerabilities have been reported directly to the Ministry of State Security, and over 141 of these was identified as critical severity, which has a high CVSS score. They are easier to exploit and also can have bigger consequences. And we can also see this on particularly the database when it comes to industrial control systems and vulnerabilities connected to operational technology, which, as I started this presentation with, Chinese hackers have compromised critical infrastructure in the US to conduct sabotage on a strategic time. For example, if the conflict over Taiwan escalates and the US are saying we are going to take Taiwan in defense, and China is using this capability to leverage pressure on the US, then it will be interesting to see how will the US respond. Will they have enough with their own internal problems, or will they respond and help Taiwan out? So that is this is of course nothing we know exactly, because the Chinese are not going officially out and saying, hey, we are doing this to, when you invade Taiwan, we will sabotage your critical infrastructure. But this is the most plausible theory we have today. And as you can see, you had about 10 to 100 ICS vulnerabilities reported each quarter. But from 2021, when this legislation went into effect, we can see there was very few. And the reason for that is probably that they see this as a strategic resource they really want to keep within their own hands, if they want to do sabotage on a later time. Yeah. So those vulnerabilities are reported directly into the Ministry of State Security. So some key events to summarize this up. You have the Chinese president in 2013 coming to power and states that China is going to be a superpower in the cyber domain. You have the Chinese teams winning pound to own. Then you have the speech from Su Hongyi saying that this vulnerabilities is a national strategic resource. The hackers are prohibited to compete abroad. Tianfu Cup is launched. The law on vulnerability reporting takes effect. And we can see that the vulnerabilities in the official database are falling. And then you have, these are just a few examples. We can, of course, do a lot of other examples, but you have, for example, the Norwegian parliament is getting hacked by 2 Chinese actors, and also the critical infrastructure in the US last year. Officially, they went out saying that they were compromised. But the operations had begun far earlier, about 21, 22. So these have been going on for quite a while. So this, in my mind, it makes a picture of how China are rigging their society to leverage all their resources, not necessarily all, but all of the resources that they want to use in cyber operations. And now there are these approach are taking effect, which makes the Chinese actors very capable. And that is probably something we're going to see a lot more from the years to come. Yes. So over to part 2. Who in China is conducting the operations, and how are they connected to the intelligence services? These are the second part. So this is a chart from the book I was writing on this topic, where I did a lot of open source investigation to make this timeline. I've not interviewed the parliament. They might have different opinions on what happened, but from public sources, this was the story that was available. And there was a lot of reason that I want to do this by public sources, because it's not everything they want necessarily to talk about, so it's easier if you can write something like this in public sources, then you don't have to take in mind that some information can be classified, etc. But in 2021, the government of Norway attributed the attacks in public to China. And the police security services went out in 2024 and said that it's likely that the first attack on the parliament was conducted by Hafnium. That was conducted on the 17th of February 2021 2 weeks before Microsoft went out and said, hey, there is a critical vulnerability in the change servers, you should patch immediately. So the Chinese threat actors were already inside the parliament systems. And just to note that Hafnium also gathered 4,000 emails from Michael Tetzschner, which was the second in command in the Foreign Committee on the Parliament. So he probably had a lot of interesting intelligence information in his Outlook box as well. And the police security services said that it's likely that the second attack was conducted by APT31, and that happened 5th of March 2021. So 3 days after Microsoft launched their security update and their patch. And also 2 days after the parliament themselves said that their Exchange servers was updated. And as probably many of you know and understand, if the threat actors gain access to the server and install web shells, they will have the availability to go back for the servers even though you have patched. So it doesn't necessarily help, the patch. And I have not got this confirmed by the parliament themselves, but there was 10,000 Exchange servers backdoored by these Chinese actors, which made the threat actor able to go back for these servers if they wanted to. So when Hafnium first get in, probably backdooring the server with web shells, then APT31 can go inside later. So there is some kind of information sharing between these groups. So both of them, and also more of them, can leverage the same zero-day vulnerabilities. So from 2024 and in 2025, the American Justice Department has gone out with indictment and charges against some of the hackers behind these two operations. And from the American official documents, we can read that in 2024, APT31 is linked to a front company named Wuhan XRZ, also named by Microsoft Convention Violet Typhoon, as one of the actors connected to APT31. And also in 2025, Hafnium is linked by the US government to APT27, which is now named Silk Typhoon after Microsoft naming convention. Hafnium was the old name. And iSoon, this private IT company in the US, many of you probably remember from the iSoon leaks for about 1.5 years ago. They sold data stolen from APT27 for between $10,000 and $75,000 per email account. So when Hafnium first is hacking the email servers of the parliament, exfiltrating 4,000 email to Michael Tetzschner, this data could possibly be sold inside China to different actors for this amount of money, as you can see here. I'm not saying that we know that this has happened, but there might be a possibility. And when we look at the charges from the official US institutions, we can see that Ying Kesheng and Su Shuai is two of the charged hacker behind the operation from the Ministry of State Security, the intelligence services side. And Su Shuai, Coldface, is one of the elite hackers from the beginning of the 2000 area, and how he now is one of like the big guys conducting this operation in China. But he was a civilian hacker way back in time, before the government was very interested in conducting offensive cyber operations. So those who have been civilian hackers, or some of them, later on becomes recruited by the government and now are in positions to for example, conduct this operation on behalf of them. And they did operations against US and Europe from 2013 to 2024. The parliament in Norway was compromised by this group in February 2021. They exfiltrated data and sold it to customers inside China. And also the data was sold by the hack-for-hire company iSoon. And then there was an interesting thing happening in this summer. Because from the same group, there was a Chinese citizen arrested on the 3rd July 2025 on the airport in Italy, in Milano. He was one of the guys connected to the Hafnium group, Su Sevai. So when the US are doing the investigation, they can make an arrest order for this guy. So when he travels to a country abroad, which has agreements with the US of extraditing people to get investigated, and they have to go there to get in court, and the whole judiciary process are ongoing. Then this guy lands at the airport in Milano, which is inside the Schengen area, which is a part of Europe. When he scans his passport, there will go an alarm inside the system, which says that this person has to be arrested for later on to get charged from the American government. So this is some part of the international cooperation. And this actually underscores that investigations can be effectful. And not only incident response, as many of you, I guess, are working with, but also when one of your companies are breached, by contacting the police and making a real investigation by the police, this can be the outcome in probably one of the best possible ways. I don't say it's usual to do arrest by cyber investigations, but we have a few cases. For example, also the Hydro case with the ransomware against the Norwegian company Hydro. There have also been a lot of arrests. So in some cases, we have this you can call it showcases. But he was charged for computer intrusions and theft from February 2020 to June 2021. He hacked American University after COVID research during the start of the pandemic. Of course, that is a very interesting intelligence objective. So when these guys are conducting operations, it's not only for fun. It's because the government has intelligence requirements. They want sensitive information, and that is often very specific information they want. And then they are using their operations against a target that has this particular information. Yeah, and he conducted operations on behalf of the Shanghai State Security Department. So let's have a look on iSoon, the hack-for-hire company, which 8 iSoon employees and 2 officers from the Ministry of Public Security, which is the internal security department in China, which was charged. So the primary clients for iSoon is the intelligence services, MPS and MSS. And iSoon worked with at least 43 MPS and MSS bureaus in China. The prices, as I mentioned before, was between $10,000 and $75,000 per email account exfiltrated. And they also sell software to conduct offensive operations and hacking, as you can see on the left side here. So if you want to make it easier for people inside a company or a government agency to conduct hacking, you will probably make a lot of fully automated, or not fully, but automated software that you can use to conduct the operations. easier and make more persons available to conduct offensive operations. Isun, the company, their main office is in Chengdu in the Sichuan province in China. So if you in your networks see an IP coming from the Sichuan province, from the city of Chengdu, this might be the company trying to access your internal servers. But there is a lot of other companies in Chengdu, IT companies in Chengdu as well. So this is not the only one. There's like a technology big city in China. And here you can see a picture of the entrance from their main office. So the last company from the US Department of Justice, which is charged, you can see that these 7 persons are connected to APT31. They operate from the Hubei State Security Department in the Hubei province in China. And this company was created in 2010 and named Wuhan XRZ. So that is the front company. And from 2010 to 2024, they conducted offensive operations. And in March 2021, the parliament was compromised by APT31. And APT31 has conducted operations towards the fylkesmennene, the statsforvaltere I dag, in Norway, Helse Sør-Øst, and Sykehuspartner, the health institution, and for example, Visma, the private IT company here in Norway. So Parliament in Norway are not the only group breached by this APT31 activity cluster. And that's important to say. I'm not saying that these 7 guys conducted the operation towards Stortinget, but these 7 guys are part of the activity cluster that we are calling APT31. There is probably a lot of more people connected to this APT31 activity cluster, but these are also a few of them that we know of. And these hackers, they are named because the US intelligence services and law enforcement has so good investigation capabilities, so they are actually able to attribute the operation down to specific persons. And that is a capability that is very rare, and often very high classified. So when they go out with this information, that's very good for us because we get to know a little bit more on what's ongoing. And for example, the hack towards both Stortinget and the ministries in 2033, the summer, against the ministries in Norway. I guess you remember the Ivanti vulnerabilities that was exploited. They have not been charged down to individual persons behind the attack. It has not even been attributed back to a country when it comes to the hacking for the ministries. So Norway, I guess maybe also we need some capabilities to be able sometime to go after these hackers on an individual level. Because the reason the Americans are going out on this in this way is that they are thinking that this will prevent them from wanting to hack American companies and American governments in the future. Because now they know that if they are coming to a Western country which has agreements with the US, they will get arrested and they will get extradited back to the US and charged for their hacking. And the US still think this is a preventive strategy, but these are the hackers that doesn't want usually to get reported. They want to stay under the radar. They want to stay silent. They don't want to get attention. So this is a lot of different between this. There's a big difference between these guys and, for example, the hacktivists that are trying to DDoS our web servers because all they want is attention. So we cannot make a similar way of handling these two groups, like the hackers that wants to go under the radar and the activists or hacktivists. And they also targeted over 400 IPAC members. And IPAC stands for Interparliamentary Alliance on China. These are, for example, politicians that are hard on China when it comes to human rights. So this is just a way to leverage their capability to threaten the IPAC members that are against China's human rights abuses. Wuhan XRZ, you can see here in the Hubei province. I guess most of you remember the city of Wuhan from the corona epidemic. And it operates from Hubei State Security Department, which you can see a picture from here. So if any one of you are in China sometime, you can probably have a look on this big, beautiful building. Yeah. So to sum up, the Chinese ecosystem for offensive cyber operations from my talk is looking almost like this. You have the civilian hackers on the left side, for example, Keen Team China, and either smaller or bigger IT companies working in China. You have the hacking competitions as Tianfu Cup, which they are exploiting a lot of Western products. Also, they are exploiting Chinese products to make the security better. For example, internet-connected vehicles, which is a big thing going on in Norway with the debates about, for example, these buses and cars, which actually Norway is one of the first countries worldwide to really adopting this Chinese technology in big scale. There is not a lot of electric vehicles around other parts of Europe. We are one of the first ones to going through this debate. So it will be actually very fun to see how we can handle this. Or if they are backdoored all over, or they are just vulnerable, I guess. But they want to actually patch their own products as well. But they want this capability to hack our Western systems, Western vendors, Western products, through the reporting of the vulnerabilities to the government. And then you have these Ministry of State Security representatives behind the operations, which are conducting the operations from their regional offices, and get the front companies or companies that is contracted to conduct the operations on behalf of the intelligence services. And that is also one of the reasons that it's hard to attribute the operation back to the government, because there is a distance from those who are hacking and those who are connected to the government. And unless you can go into the communication and see that this group are orchestrated by the government, it's very hard to tell exactly that the government is behind the operation, even though they might be. Yes. So that is how I sum up the system, and I guess there is a lot of other ways of telling this story, but I've just chosen a few examples on how this system works in the big picture. So when we are discussing how China is leveraging their capabilities to hack Western companies and governments, have in mind that they have this big system supporting and underline this. And this is very frustrating for the Americans, which are now seeing that the Chinese are really going way forward with their capacity and even outnumbering the American intelligence services. They have a lot of more resources than the Americans have. Yes. So this is some of the sources I've used to make this presentation. If any of you would like to read more, you can have a look. So thank you. Hope you know a little bit more about the Chinese ecosystem.
Thank you, Simen. Are you around for the rest of the day or some of the day if folks want to ask you some questions?
Yeah, I'll be here to lunch.
Great.
Yeah.
You heard that. You got until lunch.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Here's something from us.
Thanks.
A donation to Mental Helse Ungdom on behalf of all of our speakers today.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Simen.
Thanks.
And up next, we are going from global picture down to inside this man's laptop. Former forensic investigator from the Dutch police, now principal security research at Elastic Security Lab, all the way from the Netherlands. Give a warm welcome to Remco Sprooten.
Thank you. Should be good, right? Yeah? Any sound? Oh, wait, here we go. Wait a minute. It's upside down. This should work. No? Oh wait. Yeah, got it. Sorry. No problem. So we should be live? Yeah. Give me just 1 second to connect everything. And we should be good to go. There we go. No screen yet? Ah, there we go. That's better. Way too many windows. That's better. Well, sorry for the start delay. Welcome everyone. Thanks for having me. As I said, my name is Remco. I work for Elastic within the Elastic Security Labs team. Whoa, the screen is big. Within Elastic Security Labs, I mainly do two things. I reverse engineer malware, focusing particularly on Linux malware, and I do applied machine learning. Applied is a really big keyword there, because I am not a machine learning expert, I'm not an AI expert, but I am a big fan and user of everything AI, and specifically Linux in the thing. Now, Linux is, in my opinion, a very under-researched platform in terms of cybersecurity. We have a lot of technology going into the Microsoft space, a little bit into macOS, but Linux, although we have billions of devices running on Linux, it's heavily under-researched. Now, the idea for the talk I'm giving today is actually a result of something that happened to me a couple of months ago, and that is what you see here on the screen. A paper that me and a colleague published a couple of weeks ago at Virus Bulletin in Berlin. And how did we come up with that research? Well, about, let's say, 8, maybe 9 months ago, I was sitting down with my colleague. He also focuses a lot on Linux from a threat detection engineering side. And we decided the world needs to be more aware of Linux vulnerabilities and Linux malware. So we decided to do some research into the current state of Linux rootkits, specifically. Well, as one does, especially if you're a little bit overachiever, you start making a plan. So you get the top 10 most commonly used rootkits that you want to research. Then you slip down a rabbit hole and you go into the top 20 because this sample is interesting and we don't need to forget that sample. And then you end up, of course, with the top 30, 35 samples. And of course, every family has its own variants and stuff that you need to look at. So before you knew it, I was looking at a pile of like 200 to 300 Linux rootkits that I wanted to investigate. Also, as one usually does, I guess, is 2 weeks into the research, we decided this is going to be really interesting. Let's write an abstract and send it over to something like Virus Bulletin. We'll never get accepted, but at least we might have a platform to publish this. Then we forget about the research, again, as one does. And a month later, you get this amazing email that you got accepted. And you need to send in your paper within 2 months of the acceptance mail. Now, all common sense, of course. We all recognize this. But I had a slight problem. I had a huge stockpile of like 300 samples that I needed to reverse engineer. Every sample that I want to look at will take me roughly between 1 and 4 hours to fully reverse engineer and answer the questions that I need to. So, I don't know, 1,200 hours is just a little bit much. Now, at the same time, people in the reverse engineering community were looking into using machine learning models, LLMs to be specific, for reverse engineering. They're using a technique called MCP. I'll get into all these terms, so don't worry. And I was interested by that. I thought, well, maybe one of those LLMs can help me get this stockpile down a little bit. So I started that. I've set up everything and started working with it. And what I want to do today is take you on the journey that I took over the last couple of months, going from just looking at my disassembler and reverse engineering samplers, all the way up to using an automated pipeline, using different machine learning models to do the analysis. And I only have 45 minutes. I'll try to rush this as fast as I can. I'll probably skip over a few things. I only have a few slides, and most of the rest of the talk are real technical demos. And I hope that by the end of today, you will be inspired to at least try to set something up yourself if you're in this space. So yeah. Now, I quickly mentioned the first technology, and that is MCP. As I said, I only have a few slides, a few terms that I want to explain before we dive into the demos. Now, what is MCP? That's the Model Context Protocol. It is designed to give LLMs, for anyone who's not familiar, LLMs are large language models like ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, the ones that are all in the news right now. MCP is a protocol that is designed to give LLMs access to more than just their own knowledge. It's a way to talk to tools and functions, source code. And on the left side, I have an extremely useless but a small demo of how you could build an MCP tool. FastMCP is the most commonly used library for this, and Python the most commonly used language. But what this actually does is it defines an MCP tool called add, which gives an LLM the ability to add 2 numbers. As I said, it's completely useless, but it demonstrates how you would build something like that. If you want to start building stuff, the documentation for FastMCP is amazing. Just take a look at it on the internet. Now, one thing about MCP is the cost. Later down the talk, we'll dive into the costs of running these systems. But you have to imagine every word that you send to an LLM is roughly a token, and you pay for that. Not a lot, we're talking pennies, but if you add them up, it becomes a lot. Now, if you're chatting with ChatGPT, in the background, API requests are being made to the server, and what you see on the top thank God for the big screen, you can actually read this. You see how a normal LLM query or API call is constructed. You would have a system query or a system prompt that tells the LLM, you are, in my case, a reverse engineer, this is your task, some detailed instructions, and then you have the human part. Again, in my case, please explain this code or whatever, it's just a short example. Now, if you were to give a LLM access to MCP-based tools, you would need to tell the LLM, hey, you've got access to these tools. So now the API request for sending a single tool into the request looks like this. You have basically the same API call, but you add information about the function. So what kind of information is that? You have a description, the name, any parameters that you need to pass to the function. And this is just a very short example, but you can actually give the LLM a lot of information on how to use these functions and how to use this context. Now, as you can see, the request that you're making is the size of it dramatically increased, and this is just by adding one tool. If you want to add like 50 tools, that means that just the amount of tokens that you are using will go up by hundreds of percent. And in a couple of slides, we're going to see why that might be an issue. Now, this talk is about reverse engineering. Please? Yeah, thank you. So let's see how we set this up in a reverse engineering context. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a LLM client. Most of you probably typed into the web interface for ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, maybe. That web interface is considered a LLM client. If you want to do more advanced stuff with LLMs, you need a different kind. Either you code it up yourself, which is overly complex, or you use one of the free tools that I'm going to use today. In the slides, I have links to different tools. You can make a picture, or I can distribute the slides after the talk. But in this example, we have a LLM client that will be using the MCP protocol to talk to what I call an MCP bridge. That MCP bridge is a small Python script that's going to supply the LLM with all the tools that it needs to do my job, reverse engineer a binary. Now, for my job, I use a disassembler. We have multiple of those. My preferred one is Binary Ninja, but some people prefer IDA Pro, even Ghidra. Can't imagine who, but someone probably prefers Ghidra. Well, why Binary Ninja? I'm a huge fan. I've been using it for years, but Binary Ninja has, in my personal opinion, the best programming API to run stuff headlessly, to write plugins. And so the MCP plugin was an easy development for most people. And I know the API quite well, so it's quite easy for me to make adjustments. Just trying to keep track of my notes here. Yeah, as I still want to be fair, these are the links for different MCP projects. I'll be using the top one here, but if you are a paying user of IDA or a fan of Ghidra, there are multiple MCP implementations that you can use. If you don't manage to snap a screenshot of this, just Google MCP for your favorite server and you'll find one. Also just slightly mentioned LLM clients. Now, the LLM client that I'll be using is Rowcode, which is a simple plugin that you can install in Visual Studio Code. It's free. You can just run it, configure it, and be done with it. I have used Klein, I've used Cursor AI, I've used GitHub Copilot. You can configure that somehow. Claude Desktop. And there are many, many more. I just haven't used them, so I can't really recommend checking any of them out. But these are the tools that I'll be using. Now, this is the last part. This was the last boring part. if you actually want to communicate with the LLM APIs, as I said, you need a client. You also need a paying subscription. You can't use your ChatGPT license that you normally have. You need to go through an API, and a lot of people for that use something like AWS Bedrock or OpenRouter as a payment proxy for that. I'll go into that in a bit. Now, this is my cue to switch over to the first demo. And let's see. Would be nice if it would actually switch to the right desktop. Here we go. I know it's hardly readable. There's way too much on the screen, but it's really not important for this demo to actually read everything. In this first demo, let's first take a step back. We're still in the journey where I've got 300 malware samples that I need to investigate. And my normal process is, okay, I've got this malware sample. On the left, you have Binary Ninja open. And this malware sample is a Linux rootkit. I actually know that because I wrote it. Would make the process a little bit easier, but stupid me, I also obfuscated just a little bit. One slight note, and this comes back to why we did the original Linux research. Again, Linux is very under-researched. That means that Linux malware also implements very simple tricks to obfuscate itself, just a few string obfuscations, and you've bypassed any security protections that you have on Linux. But normally, I would start Binary Ninja, and then first I need to figure out, okay, what's the starting point of this malware, and then I need to go over all this crap to figure out what does this function do, and what does the following function do. For our research, I was particularly interested in what hooking techniques were being used in the kernel, so what kind of technique and what syscalls were actually being hooked. Now, to figure that out, you need to find out where is the hooking function being placed, how are they doing it, are they using ftrace, kprobes, maybe eBPF, who knows. But in order to do that, you need to clean up this binary, and that takes some time. Now, on the right side, you have Visual Studio Code. The chat that you see here is raw code, and I hooked this up to Binary Ninja. I'll just quickly show you the configuration for the MCP server. Basically, if you want to configure it, it's really easy. All the MCP servers have instructions in their README to set it up, but you just tell it where the MCP server is located, how to run it, in my case with Python, and you allow all the functions that you want the LLM to be able to use. Really easy, but not that important to understand for today. Now, the tools that you provide to the LLM, I've got them listed here, are basically all the functions that I would use in my day-to-day job. I want to rename variables, I want to rename functions, I want to define types, classes, sometimes take a hex dump. And if you look really closely, let's see if I can zoom in on that. Here you see the information that you put into the LLM or in the MCP description, and this information gets sent to the LLM when you are making a request. Let's see. I'll get rid of this. Here we go. Now, let's assume you've got everything set up quickly, and we want to start reversing. Now, because I'm horrible at typing when people are looking, I'll just copy and paste this. And this is all I'm going to say. Just reverse engineer this binary. Stuff is going to happen. Now, apparently I didn't allow. This is good stuff. The demo is failing horribly. Let me just quickly. go. Well, this is going to be fun. Okay, well, I'll talk you through it. Ignore everything on the left. What normally is going to happen is that I'm not telling the LLM what it's supposed to do. If you look at it from a human side, I went to the LLM, slapped a sample into its face, and said, reverse this. Do it. I'm not giving it any information. I'm not telling it what I want as a result. So the LLM starts making its own decisions. Let's see. One of the things that an LLM is inherently very, very, very bad at is making decisions. I've been testing with this technique for quite some time, and I figured out that this what we have here is a standard MCP setup, and I enabled all functions, 54 out of the top of my head. Now, I've realized if you go over 20 different options that the LLM can choose from, it's going to do stupid stuff. It's just going to decide, oh, let's try this tool, and the output just doesn't do anything special. Let's try this tool. Let's try getting the C code. Oh no, let's get the disassembly. Let's get the Rust code. Let's get the high-level intermediate language, the medium-level intermediate language, just for the same function, because it just doesn't know how to make the right decision. Now, normally that wouldn't be the biggest of issues, but I want to zoom in on just one part here. In raw code, you can actually see how much every request is costing you. And you would say, not even a cent. Well, not that important. Let's scroll down. Oh, we're going to almost a cent. Oh, let's go from the top. This number for every request will only go up. Now, why is that? An LLM, contrary to what you think if you use the web interface, does not have a memory. It's not built to remember what you asked it before. It doesn't know how to do that. So we simulate a memory. How do we do that? Every time we send a request to an LLM, we send not just the question that you asked, but the entire history with everything that it already knew. We send it again. So every agentic request going up and down makes the request bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, these are a couple of requests. We're talking a cent per request, but I've been reversing binaries. If you're really into reverse engineering and ever tried to reverse a Golang binary, that's going to take hours. And at some point, the requests are going up to like 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, $1, $5. Yes, I made that mistake. Went for a coffee, came back, and my boss had a $5,000 LLM bill. I had some explaining to do. Now, let's see. Somehow, this is not going to work, but what does matter is that you need to start giving the LLM more proper instructions. Instead of it wasting time figuring out what to do, you can give it instructions. Okay, you need to start by finding the entry point. Then follow the flow of the normal binary, disassemble every function that you encounter, and if you find out what the function is actually about, rename it. I'm giving you the possibility to actually rename a function. So in the end, what we would normally get is a binary that has all its functions renamed, or maybe most of it, and I have a binary that I, as a human, can actually start working with. This worked, and going back to the 300 samples, instead of spending 4 hours on every sample, I cut it down to, okay, I just need to look at every sample for maybe half an hour to an hour, which is a really, really big improvement, but still a lot of work. and the deadline was creeping up on us. You need to submit your paper, the research needs to be done, you need to submit the slides a couple of months in advance. So time was definitely running out. Let's see. Yeah, before I go into the next part of the demo, I have another story from this whole journey to tell. Because we messed something up really bad. We got the pipeline working. I started engineering a prompt, and I actually got the LLM to a point where it was outputting nice JSON documents that I could then feed to my Python scripts, do nice statistics on it. My data engineering friends were really happy because it was generating nice graphs. But then I was using Claude by Anthropic, Claude version 3.5, and Claude decided to create an upgrade, and Claude 4.0 was born and released. I'm a tech junkie, so I always want to use the newest version, and I thought, yay, new model, probably going to be even better. So I just flipped the switch, went to Claude 4.0, and the first results were amazing. I opened up Barnea Ninja, and I saw that it was doing great. It was understanding functions faster, better. So I thought, hey, this is working out. Now, 50 samples down the line, my Python tools for the analysis were breaking because the JSON that it was outputting wasn't the same as before. I thought, oh crap, something is wrong. Now, an upgrade to a model can be a good thing, but there's also one change that you need to keep in mind. And for that, back to a slightly boring chart, let's explain how a model actually works. Now, if there's any AI, ML engineer that or anyone in the field, I'm terribly sorry for what I'm about to do. But this is just really high level to explain something in an AI model. What you see here is a basic setup. An AI model takes some input on the left, does calculations in its neurons or nodes, and outputs a number. Input and output are always a number. So let's say we put in the number 5, and we want it to do something very simple, multiply it by 2, so we want it to always output the number 10. Now, we set up a model. We choose all the calculations that it does, or the weights and numbers in the middle at random, and we then feed it the number 5, and we see if the number 10 comes out. Now, normally it doesn't, because we chose everything at random. So what do we do then? Well, we try again. Generate all the weights and numbers at random and see if the output works. That's not going to work, so we try it again. And again, and again, and again. And we keep trying, and we keep trying until we finally have one model somewhere down the road where we, by accident, chose the correct numbers to actually give us the output that we want. Now imagine that this setup is basically the brain of your model, and I'm training 2 versions, 3.5 and 4.0 in this case, training with the same data, maybe even bigger data, better data, but it's not the same model anymore. The capabilities and the intelligence that the model has gone up, but it's, and I'm even afraid to use this term, but its personality has changed. Now, yeah, models don't have a personality, but I do. It is a decision tree that you go through. See it as talking to a 12-year-old kid. If you have 2 very, very smart kids, young Sheldon, if anyone ever see The Big Bang Theory or young Sheldon, you have 2 exactly very, very smart kids that know a lot of stuff, and you're going to ask them to do their homework, take out the trash, whatever. You're going to give them something. This one kid is going to respond really well to having just a direct question. The other one, you need to explain, hey, I really want you to do this because blah, 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 blah. And LLMs are actually not that much different from children. They are very, very smart, but you need to find the way to talk to them. So if you're in the process of building a pipeline, it's important to make sure that you understand how that LLM actually works, and you don't change models in between your development. Now, I still, going back to the story, I had my solution. I had a half-decent solution, but I was still manually sifting through everything, which wasn't good. So I decided I need to put this in an automated workflow. I really don't want to touch all this stuff. I want the models to handle this for me. So what I did next is started using N8N. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but there's a lot of discussion how you actually pronounce it. I think it's N8N. The company itself doesn't tell me exactly how to pronounce it, so let's keep it at that. But what I did is I replaced my row code client and the stuff that I'm typing into a N8N workflow. So just quickly update the chart. N8N is my new client. The rest is staying the same. And instead of Binary Ninja as a GUI, I'm using it in headless mode, meaning there's a terminal in the background that's doing the stuff. The workflow itself, oh, I totally forgot. N8N, if you don't know, it's a tool where you can do low or zero code development, where you can visually connect every kind of service, where you could say, if I get an email from X, I want to send a Slack message to this channel and save it into a Word document and automate all this stuff. I used it primarily for just creating a quick proof of concept, because you can click everything together. And what you see here is the workflow that I used just to replace the GUI that I was using. You have an input where I tell it, okay, you need to, this file is the file that you want to start reversing. That is my AI agent, my lead reverse engineer. And let me just show you how that looks like. This is my reverse engineer, and here you can see the prompt that I'm using. As I said in the beginning, it's not important to actually be able to read that, but by the time in the project, I was giving these instructions instead of just reverse my binary, which worked out better. Now, if you start this workflow, and let's hope that this works. Awesome, this actually works. On the top, you can see the workflow running. It's doing its thing. But the reason that I'm showing you this is that in N8N, you actually have quite an interesting view of what it's actually doing. So here you can see the MCP client getting all the information from the binary, and in between all the requests that are being sent to the LLM. Now, pay attention to this number, the amount of tokens that you're sending. As I explained earlier, the amount of tokens never gets less. It only gets bigger. So by the time we start reaching something useful, we're up to 5,000 tokens per request. And that is because all the decompiled code is being added to the request. Now this is, for me as a human, completely unreadable, but a machine can actually make sense of this. Let me just, I've got 10 more minutes, right? Looking at the organizer. Oh, okay, let me speed things up just a little bit. This is all good. This is automated. I can run this in the background. I can tell it, here are 300 samples, do your thing, and output all the stuff, which is good, but I'm still at that point where I'm giving you a sample, slapping you in the face, saying, reverse this, be done with it. Now, if I need to reverse a sample, I use more than just my disassembler. It's a good tool, but I also use some, the more information I can get from a sample, the better. So what I did was I expanded the workflow, adding what I call here a support proxy, which is just a simple HTTP tool that collects data about the file that I want to analyze before I send it to the LLM. So what I do is I reach out to VirusTotal. Hey, do you have a file report? Do you have behavior reports? Put that in. I use Detected Easy, that's a simple tool for identifying packers. I use Kappa by Mandiant, that gives you a lot of hints into what the file has for capabilities. And I put that all into one request, feed that to the model, and of course, that fails horribly. Why? I've got a pre-run example here that should, yeah, there you go. This is my workflow for getting the virus total information. And if you look, don't mind the details. If you ever worked with the virus total API, you can see that the virus total reports are huge. This is a lot of information, even for an LLM to process. This is way too much information. So if I would send this to my reverse engineering LLM and say, hey, I've got this information, be happy, that's not going to work because I'm going to give it 100,000 tokens just to get started. So you need more LLMs. In this workflow, I've put in a summary bot. This is a cheaper LLM. I think I'm using ChatGPT 3.5, 3.0 mini. Because all it needs to do is get all the information from the virus total reports and the other tools that I'm using, summarize it, extract like the things that are relevant for a reverse engineer, and then I'm sending that over to the reverse engineering workflow. Now, in the end, the reverse engineer did its job, and what you get out of it is a very nice malware analysis report where you get like a description, interesting functions that it found, and even some IOCs, so some IP addresses and stuff. And this is basically the output of a very, very basic reverse engineering report. But we're not done yet. Myself, my team, everyone within the reverse engineering community, we have done years of work reverse engineering malware binaries. And we've put all that information into our IDA databases, Binja databases. We marked up a lot of code. So it is a shame if we not use all that knowledge. If I start investigating a sample that I already, or a family that I already investigated, I'm going to open my old database, see what is in there, and see if I can just copy and paste most of the work. So let's give that capability to the LLM as well. I've updated the flowchart again, and what you see here is, I don't think I have enough time to go into the demo, but I gave another tool to the LLM, a RAG proxy. So RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation, if I'm correct. I actually work at a company that does this, so, but I don't even know the. Now, what does that do? It's another service that uses a small language model, specifically designed to make an embedding from a piece of code. What is an embedding? It's basically a list of numbers. You can see here, I've got this is the database where I'm putting everything. You can, basically, here's a little bit of code that I extracted from some malware, and my machine learning model translates that into something a model can understand, a vector, as it's called, but it's a list of numbers. The cool thing is, this model is trained to understand actually what source code does. So I can give it open source C code, I can give it malware reverse engineer code, and if it finds a certain, let's say an algorithm or a function, and I give the same function to it in a different language, it'll know that it's actually the same thing. So that results into something like this. I know I'm rushing, but this is the engineering workflow where my reverse engineer doesn't only have my MCP client, but it also has a code similarity tool that it can use. Now, the code similarity tool is yet another LLM, because if you do stuff like vector search and you search for similarities, you don't get back one result. You get back 50 results, and you need to figure out, okay, what is the actual answer to the question that I'm asking. That's how vector databases work, unfortunately. Now, if you run this, what you will get, oh, I actually ran it, so, no, let's run it again, and hope that it's in time a little bit. While it's running, once the requests go to the code similarity, you will see that the main LLM is getting a function saying, okay, I want to know if this function is actually known. And here we see one of those requests. The main LLM asks, hey, this is something that is happening. We do a code similarity search, and the second LLM figures out, okay, this is a function that has no real meaning. It explains what the function actually does, and that is information that is fed back into the main process. Let's see if it actually does one that's more interesting. Here we go. So here it actually figured out that, hey, the function that you've given me, it's actually from a malware sample that we already know. It's called warm cookie. And because we gave it a version of the source code that is already marked up, the main model doesn't need to figure out, hey, what does this variable do? What does this data variable do? And it just can just rename everything and use that information. Now, the thing is, this keeps getting more and more and more expensive because we're feeding more data into it. And I was thinking, okay, the thing more expensive is relative, because at the end of this analysis, it would have cost $2. You would think, okay, $2, that's not that impressive. We at Elastic, we have a malware analysis pipeline where we feed information from all kinds of resources. We analyze about 1.5 million samples a week. $2 gets really expensive if you want to feed everything into that pipeline. So that's not really an option. We do trim it down to not reverse everything that's not needed. But I needed a solution for that. And this solution is me stepping back again and going, okay, I know I'm using an LLM, I know it's automated, but what am I as a human actually doing? Because LLMs are designed to mimic human behavior. Now, if I open a database, I start looking, okay, high level, what does this function do? Okay, I've got the main function. And then I can actually close the database and forget it for a week. Then I can go back and say, okay, I need some more detailed information. Let's dig into these structures, dig into that function. And that is exactly what, in the next iteration of this workflow that I'm actually doing, is I'm not giving the entire binary to the LLM in one pass. I'm doing multiple passes. So the first pass, get a high-level overview. Then the second pass, I'm not sending the entire chat history back. I'm asking it, open the database again, and now start looking for a few structures. So now the chats that are being sent to the LLM are small again, and asking it to do a specific task. So I did some tests, and within like 4 passes, you normally get up to 80% of a human reverse engineered binary result. Now, to close things off, prompts are just a few lessons learned. Prompts are model specific. You need to train or engineer your prompts for the model that you want to use. Even the best LLMs, the ones that can handle 20 million input tokens, awesome, but they do get overwhelmed. Especially choice fatigue is a very big thing. If you want to do it, have it do very specific things, make sure it only gets the information that it needs to do its task. Quality of input matters, but that's for all machine learning projects. LLMs get really expensive really fast, so do keep attention to the cost. And LLMs are amazing. I'm using them for almost everything now, but they are not the best solution for everything. Keep in mind that if there's a repetitive task or things that you need to do in a batch script, sometimes it is just better to write a few lines of Bash or Python to do the task at hand instead of having an expensive model do simple tasks. And that is it, right on time. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Remco. Are you here for the rest of the day to take questions?
I'll be here the rest of the time, but walking around. I will even be here for dinner, I think. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thanks again.
So if you have any questions, come up to me. I'm happy to talk.
Yeah, so there's something for everybody, and everybody's going to be a little bit out of your wheelhouse. That's part of the charm here, if you like. If you were very comfortable with the high-level strategy from Simen, then this was a little bit techy, and if you like this, then maybe Simen was a little bit too high-level. So we can discuss later. But now we have a 15-minute break. So if you ordered a T-shirt, go pick it up. If you don't remember, go check the list, have some coffee, have some snacks, and see you back here in 15 minutes. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you got some refreshments and snacks. Our next speaker is a PhD in maths and a security researcher at Binary Security, one of our community sponsors. So thanks for that. That is not connected to the selection process in any way, full disclosure. All right, let's give a warm welcome back to Sofia Lindqvist.
Thank you very much. I assume you can hear me? Right. I will speak louder than the people coming in, so do your thing at the back. Right, my name is Sofia. I'm going to talk to you today about server-side request forgeries. A few words about myself. If you want these slides, you can scan this massive QR code to get the PDF version. For once, the text is really huge, so this will be good. So I work at a company called Binary Security, as Ryan just said. We are a small company with 5 people who all specialize in penetration testing and security testing. And we also do some AppSec and other security stuff, but yeah, mainly testing. I also have a PhD in maths. Luckily, I came to my senses during my PhD and got a real job afterwards. So I worked a few years as a developer. And then eventually, I made my way over to pen testing, which I've been doing for the last 3 years now. So the aim for today is the following. I'm going to tell you about a vulnerability class called server-side request forgery, which probably many of you have heard of before. We'll start kind of from the start, and I'll tell you about like the basics of this vulnerability and how it works. Then we'll talk a little bit about the impact you can get with this vulnerability, and then I'm going to come with just like a bunch of examples of things we've seen out in real tests and like real research. And then maybe there'll be something interesting there, who knows? And at the end, I'll maybe come with some conclusions. Okay, so let's start by describing what this vulnerability is. So on the left here, we have a user, or a hacker, that's me. You can recognize the ha. I send a request to a web server, which that request triggers the server to go and send a secondary request. So maybe it has to go and check some resource or whatever. It's doing something else on the back end. Where this request goes, don't know, doesn't matter. The server gets a response, and then it sends a response back to me, the end user, at the end. Now, this response may or may not be influenced by the response of that middle request. Doesn't really matter. The vulnerability here comes into this when the end user can influence what request the server is making and make it do something it wasn't planning on doing. Okay, so we have some definitions here. Server-side request forgery, that's what I just said. So obviously, the server was planning on making some kind of request here. This was part of the functionality, presumably. But the forgery part here is that I'm able to make a request it didn't want to make. We distinguish between full SSRFs and blind SSRFs. So a full SSRF basically means that me, the attacker, has like full insight into, I see the whole response from this forged request. And then you have blind SSRFs, or partially blind, when I can't see everything. So maybe I can get like just the status code, or maybe nothing at all. I don't even know if the request has happened. With that, I will show a little demo. So this is an incredibly dumb app, which allows you to paste a URL, and then it will download the URL and give it to you. This was vibe coded by Gemini, which helpfully made it vulnerable from the get-go, so I didn't need to tweak anything to show you this demo. Okay, so to begin with here, let me put in a genuine image link. So this is a Phish. It has downloaded it. Let us try... Oh, come on. Okay, so what happened here was I put in a legitimate link here. I click download, it goes and fetches the image. Going back, let's try to put something which is not an image. So I'm going to try the binary security about page. I lost the signal, didn't I? Yeah, cool. Do we have a different, like, overgang we can try? Meanwhile, we can look at the, yeah, okay, so what happened is I put in binarysecurity.no/about, and I got some badly rendered HTML. The reason for that is, if we go and look at the requests which actually were made here, do we find them? Maybe, maybe not. That's my post. Cool. Right, so I'm running this through a reverse proxy so we can see the actual requests which are being made. So when I here input the URL as binarysecurity.no/about, I see that in the response, so I get the HTML from that web page, but I'm actually also getting a content type of text HTML. So this thing is really vulnerable. It's literally just making a request and sending the request back to the end user with like content type and everything. So far we have a crappy website which lets you get things from URLs, but we don't actually it's vulnerable, I say, but we don't actually have any impact. We have to actually do something here to do something bad. What I mean by that is we could, for example, see what happens if we try to talk to internal services. So let's start by just oh, god damn it. Okay, I'm switching. I could probably do like an interpretive dance of the slides instead. That would be better than the real talk. Was that better? Okay, we give it a try. It's good at least that something happens. You guys can pay attention. So what I'm going to try here is I'm going to input an internal URL. So the server is sending requests, right? So I'm going to try reaching something on the server. So I know for a fact that the web page I'm currently talking with is running on the server. And I'm going to guess on port 80 because I'm doing everything over HTTP. So let's see what happens if I try to fetch the page itself. It looks like nothing has happened. That's because it has, in fact, successfully fetched its own HTML. So if we go and look at the request here, we didn't drop for once. That's excellent. But I'm not able to navigate. OK, cool. Right. So what happened here was I input this internal IP, and the response I got was just the HTML of the website I'm currently looking at, which is why it looks like nothing happened. So I can successfully talk to internal services. So now I can hopefully begin to actually do something. So let's start by just trying port scan. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to reach port 1 on localhost. That's going to error out and say connection failed. I can try port 2, port 3, etc. And we can do a scan in this way and see if there's anything else running here. So in this case, I'm going to skip ahead of me manually inputting every port and not automating it, and I'm going to try port 5000, and now we get a secret admin panel. Also vibe-coded as indicated by the rocket ship, because no real humans do that. OK, I can try clicking on something on this page. That's not going to work, because now it's doing like relative URLs within this internal admin page. But if I really want to go and look at the user Alice here, I can go back and I can input that URL directly in my SSRF, and then I'm actually able to talk to these internal services and maybe do bad stuff like delete a user, or create a user, or read some secrets, or whatever. So this is one way of gaining impact here. I'm able to talk to internal stuff. That could potentially be very bad. What I haven't done yet, but probably should have done, was to send a request out to look at what this server actually is sending. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put payload here to my collaborator. I won't be able to type this. Let's see. OK, and then I get to see here what the server actually is sending. So it's sending an HTTP request out here somewhere. Let's see. And here you can see stuff like, so you get the user agent, so you get information about what's actually running on the server. That's nice. And then a classic thing you see is something like the following, where there's some like API key or access token or whatever being included in the server's request. And by sending it out to me, I can just steal the secret, and that's cool, I guess. Let's see, was there anything else we wanted to do? So another thing we can do in this case, because it's just mirroring the content type of what it gets, is I can construct a very convoluted XSS. So here I have this other site, binsec.cloud, which is hosting basically an XSS payload. So it gives you an alert box which says hello from XSS, and then it prints the document location. So now it's coming from mhs.binsec.cloud. Whereas if I input that same URL here in my SSRF page, then it will also serve this JavaScript. And here you can see that document location is this other IP I'm working on. You maybe can't see it, but it is. So point being, I'm now running JavaScript in the context on this site. So if there's anything else sensitive here, I could now also XSS people. You need to set up some stuff because it's a post request, but like you can figure it out. There's another thing which is potentially very vulnerable when things run in the cloud, which is that cloud services have these internal metadata endpoints on these special IPs, which let you get information about the cloud resource which you are currently in, or it's for itself. So if I have a VM in Azure which needs to access other Azure resources, the way it does that is it goes and talks to this special IP and gets an access token, and then it can communicate onwards. So being able to do this via an SSRF could potentially be a disaster. The cloud providers have all tried to prevent this because it was so bad by requiring that you have to have a special header present. So very often in your server-side request forgeries, you won't necessarily have control over HTTP headers. So in this case, I can try one of these cloud metadata endpoints. That's going to fail the 400 client arrays precisely because I'm missing the correct headers here. I can't remember if I have examples later where we do have the headers, but that doesn't really matter. The point stands, I guess. Okay, so that was an example. Let's now summarize a bit what kind of impacts we've seen examples of so far. So you have an SSRF. What can you do with that? You can, at least in that case you could, do an IP and port scan of internal systems. Okay, so in this case I just checked what ports are running, is there anything interesting? I could also have scanned internal IPs, which I can't reach from my position, but could have reached from wherever this server lives. So let's say you are living in a Kubernetes cluster or something, you can begin talking to other resources there, which I shouldn't be able to talk to from the internet. Kind of an edge case, or this is not something you do when you do penetration testing, but you could technically proxy all your traffic through this vulnerable site and then go and attack other sites. A bit of an edge case. You could potentially be able to access unauthorized data or actions, so that we saw an example of when we found this secret admin page, you can start doing stuff there, which I definitely was not supposed to be able to do via my image downloader. And you can maybe access hidden backend system, that's kind of the same thing. Leak secret headers, you saw a dumb example of that, which I had obviously constructed, but we'll see real examples of that later. Cross-site scripting, we saw one example of how it can happen. The cloud metadata endpoint we spoke about. Now, reading local files and command execution, I'll give you an example of in a second. So let's jump into that. So this is a real example from a test. I could have taken basically the same example from any number of tests, because this is a setup one sees again and again, which is you have a server which wants to generate a PDF. Now, the way one often does this is you have some HTML, you give it to some kind of headless browser to render the HTML, and then you make a PDF from that. But rendering HTML server-side now in the browser means that what would be normally just an HTML injection or an XSS becomes an SSRF or something on the server side. Okay, so in this particular case, there was an example where the user on this web page fills in a form with some information, like answers a questionnaire or whatever, and then you send it in, and the server generates a PDF with your responses. The request looked something like the following. So we have a list of questions here in the body. I realize now that things far down, you probably actually can't see, but it says that there's a single question in the example list with a title and an answer. So in this case, I have successfully answered, what's your name, with Sofia with a lowercase s. Right, the point here is that the thing I actually filled in the UI was the answer to the question, aka my name. The first thing you would try when testing this is what kind of things can you inject in this parameter. So can I inject some kind of weird HTML payloads or whatever here, weird characters, quoting, whatever. This was surprisingly actually pretty well sanitized, so it wasn't possible to do much via this actual input. Things were escaped, etc. However, it's a bit odd that the title of the question is being sent in my response when that's not something I really am in control of. Okay, so if things are done right, the server should use this title as a static lookup. Okay, it's for that question instead of an ID as a name, kind of. What happened in reality here was that, in fact, I could just modify the title in the request and make it so that I'm answering arbitrary questions. Not only could I change it, there was no proper sanitation happening here because it was kind of an assumption that this is a static string made by the server. So here's an example where we've modified the title with a HTML script tag, which fetches some JavaScript from my server. Sending this in resulted in a GET request being sent to get that JavaScript resource, and indeed it was rendering any HTML I sent in was in the PDF I got back out. One thing we saw on this request being sent is that the use agent is at the very bottom here, so you can't see it, but it says use agent headless Chrome version 89. So that's telling you how this HTML rendering to make a PDF is actually happening. We'll get back to that in a second. Okay, so one thing you can try here, since we are injecting, I mean, to be honest, we're doing more than just an SSRF here. We are really just running arbitrary JavaScript and HTML on this server. So in this case, we can, for example, input an iframe where the source is a local file. That worked in this case, so we could read, for example, etc password or any other local file on the system. As a side note, it is really painful to exfiltrate stuff via PDF because you can't get the text out of the PDF. So you need to do like some kind of text recognition, and then it's a bit wrong, and you have to tweak to actually get the keys out and things. So that works. You can also do an internal port scan, like we were doing in the first stupid demo. So here we just scanned everything, and it turned out we could have guessed this already without scanning, that on port 9222 there was something interesting happening. The reason for that, for those who know anything about Chrome, is that Chrome has a remote debugger port which runs on this. That being open is obviously a disaster if you are internet exposed in any way. Now this is internally on the server, so it's like, doesn't matter. So here's an example where we send a valid request to one of the APIs in this Chrome debugger port. In this case, just getting the version information, and that gives you then a PDF back with like the version nicely printed in your PDF. So this works. So we can talk to internal services. We know there's something interesting running. We could also read all local files. Like this is already a pretty serious vulnerability. And then just as a like dumb end to this, the version of Chrome that was running, which we got from the use agent and also from this version output, is of course absolutely ancient and has a known CV with known exploit code, which we could just run, and it gave us reverse code execution on the server. So that's an example of how like you can start with an SSRF and end up with just like complete code execution at the end of it. Cool. Now, in the case you just saw with the PDF generator, it's kind of, I guess, a bit clear how you should fix things. So you should not let the end user modify the title and input arbitrary HTML and JavaScript. But you can imagine there are cases where you really do want to make this request, right? There was no reason for that PDF to start making external requests, but for example, in the image downloader, which also doesn't need to exist, I really was intending to make an external request. So the things we very often see is that people try to block that you cannot access kind of dangerous things, so like internal IPs, cloud metadata endpoints, etc. And this is very often done via some form of denial listing, whether that be like a static list of you can't talk to these IPs, or if you match this regex you can't, or you can if you match this regex, etc. And there's just an incredible amount of examples of this failing. So I'll just mention some here instead of showing an endless stream of the same example. So for example, trying to deny list specific IPs, so like you don't want the server to make requests to localhost, let's say. So you say like, don't talk to localhost or 127.0.0.1, but then you forget to account for stuff like different IP representations. So there's many ways you can write this IP. We'll actually see an example of that in a second. Another one is that you check that this is not an internal IP, but if it's an external host name, you don't do the DNS lookup. So I can just have an external domain where the DNS record points to 127.0.0.1, and then that bypasses the protections. We also, in the case of this cloud metadata stuff, it's of course very important being able to smuggle the correct header in to actually get stuff. That we've seen examples of like trying to deny list the specific header you need. So like in Azure you need a header named metadata with the value of true. In Google you need a slightly different one. So trying to like blacklist or deny list, you can't have a header named metadata, but then if you have a header named space metadata, it goes through and that is parsed so that it ends up being the right thing on the back end. And then things like doing proper validation of the IP and also checking the host, checking DNS records, being like really proper about your IP validation, but then you allow the server to follow redirect and your validation just completely breaks because just start with a nice thing and then redirect to the bad thing. So here's a very short example, which has absolutely tiny writing, so I'll try to zoom a bit. This is borrowed from my colleague Christian Hansen, who has an infinite supply of good bugs from Google, so whenever you need something, you just ask him. Let's see if I manage this. Is that how you zoom? Oh, it was. Okay, cool. Right, so what's happening here is he's talking to this Google API thingy, doesn't really matter what it is, where there is this input which is some kind of URL which the server is going to do something with, and then there's a bunch of deny listing done here so you aren't allowed to talk to internal services. However, if instead of writing like localhost or some other form of the localhost, you can use the syntax 0, which is shorthand for 000, which is shorthand for localhost. And then it went through, and he managed to talk to this endpoint and got like seriously sensitive stuff. So that was a very short example, but I thought it was fun. Oh no, I don't know how to zoom. Okay, we're good. Cool. Right, I attempted to zoom, realized that didn't work. Moving on. Okay, here's a whole bunch of examples. I promise I won't only be talking about Azure DevOps, but it turns out that Azure DevOps is full of bugs. Also, it's nice to talk about Azure DevOps because I can talk about it. I don't need to censor things. So the examples I'm going to talk about now come from originally researched by my colleague Torjus, who found 3 server-side request forgeries in Azure DevOps, which you can read about in this first blog post. And then I did some follow-up research and found another couple. So I'll talk about 4 of these 5, but as you'll see, there's some similarities going on here as we progress. So all of this starts with Azure DevOps, which is like, for those who haven't used it, it's like a bad GitHub. Am I allowed to say that? Microsoft themselves are phasing it out, right? It's okay, I can say that. Cool, so there's this functionality that you can add something called a service connection, so that's when you want your DevOps to interact with other services. So in this case, we are trying to set up a connection to Azure, so you want DevOps to do something in Azure. And so for the first example here, Torjus noted that one of the requests being sent when he went through this flow was to this endpoint named service endpoint proxy. I'll just refer to that as endpoint proxy going on, which has a URL parameter. So you probably can't see it in this request, but there's this long JSON body, and at some point there's a parameter called URL, and as a hacker, you start by testing what happens if I put my payload in there. Will the server send a request out there? And indeed, when he put his collaborator URL into this URL parameter, it resulted in a ping to his server. And in that request, you actually see exactly this example I'd constructed, where you have this access token being included in the request out. So he's leaking an access token from the server because it was planning on sending this to the Azure thingy you were trying to set up here. In this case, it actually turned out that this token doesn't give all that much, so it's not really that interesting. So Torjus moved on. Oh yeah, also the response you actually get from the request is, sorry, I couldn't parse the JSON. So this is a hint that when you do your SSRF, you'll be able to read the forged request's answer, provided it is JSON. That will be important later. Right, so since this leaked access token didn't do all that much, Torjus tries to escalate, and the natural thing to do when you are dealing with these cloud things is to talk to this cloud metadata endpoint. So attempting to input this internal URL, not internal, special purpose URL, gives an error message saying that you are not allowed to talk to this IP, and you get a 500 response. The same happens if you try to talk to localhost, and this also applied if you tried all these tricks of like obfuscating the IP or like having a host pointing to it. It did not follow redirects. Like this sanitation presumably was being done properly. There's other things we can try. Yeah, so we tried, does it follow redirects? Can we have a DNS record pointing to something internal? This didn't work, but it turned out that in this massive JSON request, which you didn't actually see the whole of, there's a second URL parameter going on, which was empty into this initial request. So of course he attempts to do stuff with it. Now I'm going to fast forward here, because there's a bunch of discovery and weird stuff and strange error messages hinting along what you need to do. It's like this nice task of like, ooh, it has to be of this format, and if it's of this format, it has to match that URL. And it turns out if you set it to this special purpose string, so it looks like some kind of templating string, curly bracket, configuration.url, then you end up with a request being made to that original URL we'd set up, except this time all the validation disappears. So what's happening here is Azure DevOps is making one request in one place, and if you hit a slightly different code flow, it's making another request, and that's doing its own validation, basically. That results in requests being made to these special purpose IPs with no restrictions, and indeed, this is a pretty bad bug, which Torjus reported. And yeah, here you see an example of the final exploit where, as a side note, he's using a metadata endpoint here, which does not require this metadata true header, which is very, very nice when you're trying to prove impact for these things, because then you can show that you genuinely are talking to internal services and getting responses back. So the next part of the story here is that Microsoft fixes the endpoint proxy bug. So when Torjus tries the same exploit once more, he now gets an error message, which is long and hopeless, but is basically saying, no, you're not allowed to do this. Now we are going to talk about a technique known as DNS rebinding. So let's assume that the fix looks something like the following. So I've added in where I'm making this request, which used to be allowed to go anywhere. I add in a check, is this a forbidden IP? And let's assume that I do this properly. I check the DNS, I check all formats of the IP, blah, blah, blah. If it's forbidden, then I'm going to say, nope, not allowed. If it's not forbidden, then I'm going to continue and actually make the request. The problem here is that we have a race condition, we have an issue where we are using the host in both places, but we aren't guaranteed that the host is going to point to the same thing in both checks here. So what DNS rebinding is the following. I provide a host here which resolves randomly to one of two IPs. So we do this, we set it up with a very short time to live, so that every time the server talks to this host name, it has to do a new DNS lookup and check what IP are you now. So then half the time it will resolve to a benign IP, something like, in this case, 1.0.1, which is whatever. And half the time it's going to resolve to this internal cloud metadata IP, 169.254.169.254. And then naively what's going to happen here if I provide this host name is that for the first check, which is this IP allowed, half the time the DNS name record is going to point to something which is allowed, and the check is going to say, yeah, sure, keep going. And then half the time on the second check, if you've made it there, it will point to the bad IP, and you'll actually get the internal data. So Toidius tried this, and indeed it worked, and he just spammed the same request a few times, and then eventually it goes through because you hit both the conditions. And we have another bug, another bounty, and Microsoft fixes it again. So that brings us to example number 6. Endpoint proxy, same endpoint we just spoke about. So surely we are out of SSRF vulnerabilities in endpoint proxy at this point. Now I kind of glossed over this, but we had this funny templating-like syntax originally, which it's kind of is tempting to look more into, because if you have something like template injection, this is a really bad bug. So it would be interesting to see exactly what's going on here. There was heavy restrictions on that. It had to start with this specific string and things, so there was kind of limiting what you managed to do just by, I guess, fuzzing this. Luckily for us, one of the reasons also it's fun to hack on Azure DevOps is that in addition to the cloud version of Azure DevOps, which is I think known as Azure DevOps Services, you have an on-prem version known as Azure DevOps Server. Because this runs .NET, the on-premise version you can basically just decompile and get the source code from. So now we have the source code of Azure DevOps Server. Of course, there's no real guarantee that it's the same thing as the cloud version, but if you look at the code, it definitely is the same thing, because there's a bunch of checks like, am I in the cloud or not? So we now have code and can go and see what's up with this templating stuff. So it turns out what's going on here is that this is being evaluated as something called a mustache template, which is, amusingly, this is a templating engine which was developed to avoid template injections. So it's supposed to be a logic-less templating system, which is safe against template injection, and what it does is just really basic variable replacement. So there's some screenshots here of the actual code which was running, and an example of how it would look. So in this case, it just goes and checks in a dict, is there variable named configuration, and is there variable named URL, and then it just puts in the value, and it does not do any fancy logic other than that. I say that, of course, Azure or Microsoft have their own implementation of how to evaluate mustache templates, which has a handy step where it adds in a bunch of helpers. So that's functions you're allowed to call within the templating syntax that does not call functions. So there's a long list of these helper methods. You can see some of them on the right there. And another colleague of mine, Christian Haaland, found one of these which was interesting. Get file content it was named, so I decided to look a bit closer at that. The reason is because this takes a URL, and indeed, here is an example of a request where I correctly use that templating function helper method thingy. It doesn't matter how it goes. I've input 2 different URLs. I have the original URL, the one which Toidius was doing SSRFs in. And then in this second parameter, I have a second URL going in, and both of these are set to 2 different of my collaborator payloads. And the first thing I got was an error message saying that these have to be the same. Okay, so I'm making this outer request, which Microsoft now presumably properly sanitizes and doesn't do anything bad. I'm trying to do an inner request via templating syntax, but it has to go to the same place as the outer one. So that's a bit sad, because the outer one is being checked. However, let's see, so here's what happened if I send the actual same host on both. Then it does succeed, except it says I expected JSON. So again, I can read any responses which are JSON. So this is what it actually looks like if I if I put this collaborator payload in both places, first I get an inner request, which is coming from this templating helper, and then I get an outer request, which is where the path is the response from the first one. Okay, so I get a thing where I manage to get out the response from the first thing, regardless of what it is, because it ends up in the path of the second one. But again, both of these have to go to the same server, so it's not like I can talk to internal endpoints or anything like that yet. So I said at some point, all right, so here's just a summary, I think, of what I just said. The outer host is checked for forbidden IPs, and it's also no longer vulnerable to DNS rebinding. They did fix that in the end. Turns out that the inner request follows redirects. So kind of the first basic check you needed in place, which they had on all these outer requests, was missing on the inner one. So what we do is we give an external host name, which what it does is just it returns a redirect to the cloud metadata endpoint. This passes the check because it's an internal endpoint. The templating request goes and follows the redirect and accesses this internal cloud metadata endpoint, and then the response of that is leaked in the path to the outer one. And we have another server-side request forgery in Azure DevOps' endpoint proxy endpoint. Now things begin to be funny, because Microsoft, of course, fixes this. Anyone want to guess how you could bypass the fix? DNS rebinding worked again. So the lesson here is that in Azure DevOps, every single request is a unique snowflake, and you fix it separately. We do not use the same mitigations in more than one place. If anyone wants to learn about server-side request forgery, I recommend going and looking at Azure DevOps. There's still like 50 more of them, but sadly the impact isn't high enough that Microsoft wants to do anything. But you can find them as a fun exercise. Okay, I have one more example here towards the end. This one I've again stolen from Christian, because as I said, he has infinite supplies of Google bugs. Let's see, I'm gonna show a video of that, I think, maybe, if I manage this. Okay, so what Christian has here is, again, in this Google API platform thingy, there's a function where what you do is you input basically you are defining an API from a Swagger file. And this can go and fetch the Swagger file from externally, so you give it a URL. In this case, he's given some IP/swagger.yaml. The server's gonna go and it's gonna fetch that URL, and then it's gonna do some stuff. The first thing you try here is, of course, to do an SSRF via this URL. We have a URL parameter, life is good. Turns out things are checked properly here. It doesn't let you talk to internal things. It also doesn't really give you the response. Things are tricky. But what's very cool in this example, we'll see. Oh, help. Let's see. We shall. Right, so the URL Christian has put here points to his server on which he's hosting a valid Swagger definition. So let's pause that and see if I manage to zoom again. So the Swagger definition is valid. It has to be valid for you to get anywhere. But what he discovered was that when defining an endpoint here, so we have /test, you can use this $f syntax. And what that says is just go get this definition from a different Swagger file. So it's the way you reuse stuff. And here, on this one, he could now input an internal IP. And there was no check on this one. So by doing that, what he got was the following. The first request does presumably legitimate stuff. The server now goes and gets this $f Swagger definition from within the main Swagger definition. He then got an error message, because this is, of course, not pointing to a Swagger definition. This is some internal Google endpoint, which does scary stuff. So there's an error message here basically saying, no, I'm not able to parse the contents of this internal IP. And then it very helpfully tells you why it's not able to parse it by telling you what the output actually is. So you are able to leak the response from any internal endpoints in this way, which, again, is a pretty severe bug. Okay, let's see what else I have. Yeah, so the point here in this one is that you have an initial SSRF, which is blind and also properly checked, but then you have a second order server-side request forgery in the Swagger definition, which is not blind and also has no restrictions. So this is a pretty cool example, which shows that things can begin to get pretty complicated here. There's a lot of validation to be doing, keeping track of all these requests which are going around. So finally, I'd like to try to summarize a bit and talk a bit about why we think these SSRFs keep happening. So it's not like this is a new vulnerability. It's one of the ones which everyone has heard of. You have SQLi, you have XSS, you have SSRF, you have all these funny acronyms. Presumably some of these vulnerabilities should be like fixed at some point. So like if you use a proper framework, you shouldn't be vulnerable to SQL injection. Who knows if that's true? So like if I use a proper framework, I shouldn't be vulnerable to server-side request forgery, maybe. I think the reason why this is not true, so the point I'm trying to make is that we keep seeing SSRF vulnerabilities again and again, and they keep being more and more serious because there's more and more like interesting cloud stuff going on the inside. The problem is that fundamentally you want to make this request. You have functionality where you do want your server to talk out. So you can't just use something and be like, block all requests from my server, because then you've broken your actual functionality. So as we all know, the safest server you can have is one which is not plugged into the wall. This doesn't work in this case. In general, for these things, trying to allow list instead of deny listing will work better. So I didn't show any examples of this, but we've also seen a bunch of broken allow listing where you like try to match on the URL has to start with something and then you're able to do weird stuff or it has to end with something or whatever. But deny listing is like extra hard because it kind of relies on you having a complete list of everything which is bad, and people always figure out new stuff, right? So you have to be very consistent when doing these things. Things to think about, are you following redirects? Do you check for DNS rebinding? If there is any sort of custom headers allowed, you better be very careful about what you're allowing here. Also content types, like in my original example with the image download thingy, there's really no reason why it should return anything which isn't like a JPEG or a PNG. You should do proper checks on this, make sure that the things you are getting is really what you expect. If you have a website which is trying to get Swagger definitions, check you're getting Swagger definitions. Okay, that wasn't enough in that case. Also firewalling, like in general, if you have something running in a Kubernetes cluster or in some Azure VNet or whatever, you probably know what your server is supposed to be talking to. So it's difficult to block the internal stuff because that's often intended, but like there's no reason why it's supposed to be pinging out to my collaborator server if the intended functionality is that it should get a backend resource, for example. So you can lock down a lot of things there and make this a lot harder to exploit. And then you kind of, okay, maybe you end up with a situation where you have like some tiny impact, but like in reality you can't really do anything, and then you just have to kind of live with that. So what was the moral of this? I don't know. There's a lot of SSRFs around the place. They keep happening. Be aware of it. It's going to keep happening. If you want to reach me, there's some links. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. We still have a few minutes if anybody has questions. Questions about the SSRF? Come for the demos, stay for the hot takes. No? All right then, give it up for Sofia. Are you around for questions? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, you can ask your questions in private as well. Thank you, Sofia.
Thank you very much.
All right. Up next, we have Irina Iarlykanova. She has experience as a software developer at a security consulting firm. She's currently doing her master's in web framework security. See that segue there? We're still talking about web frameworks. Welcome to BSides. Give a warm welcome to Irina, everybody. And we have plenty of seats in the front here, so there's no need to stand in the back. If anybody wants a seat, there are seats available. All right, take it away, Irina.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm very excited to be here today. And I'm going to present to you an open source project that I started to work on several months ago. It is called the Unsafe Code Lab. And let's just look what is it about. But a little bit about myself first. My name is Irina. I'm actually in my final year of Bachelor's of Computer Science at Maastricht University. I have an experience as security engineer, and recently I joined the Dutch Institute of Vulnerability Disclosure. Yeah, and I just tried to be nice. Also my first time presenter, so I'm super nervous. I just want to tell you about my typical week as an AppSec engineer. So on Monday, I receive a code in Flask, a modern Python web framework, which says that, oh my God, okay. So here we see the example how we can retrieve the user ID using the built-in method in Flask. Next day, I receive the Express.js microservice that shows a pretty similar pattern here. And finally, Fast API does the same thing, but looks a bit different. So the natural questions that comes to my mind is that they all look very similar, so is the threat modeling the same? And a quick show of hands. Is there any penetration tester here? Can you show someone? Nice. What about bug bounters? Super. So some of you can actually recognize the first vulnerability here. It is the common HTTP parameter pollution vulnerability. And the question is, so what happens if I found this vulnerability in one of the examples I showed you before? Will the same vulnerability be present in other services, or will it be similar? And the answer is, it depends. Actually, it is known that in Flask and Express.js version 4, if you write something similar, it might lead to the confusion vulnerability, but in Fast API, because it is safe by default, it is almost impossible to make confusion attacks. And yeah, a little introduction. So in my experience, when I started to work with different codes, I was very confused, because developers, they like to use the most shiny and new and like whatever libraries, and every time I received a new code, it was a different language, different frameworks, and I was just so confused. I didn't know where do I even start. And the options that I found for myself was, first of all, capture the flag competitions. Very nice, I've learned a lot, also recommend you if you never played. But they have their own limitations. The main one is that capture the flag rewards the finding the flag, not understanding why the vulnerability is present, and for surely not how to fix it. Another one is blog posts, and there are so many nice and very important blog posts there, but they also have their problems, such as some frameworks are underrepresented in the internet. There are outdated versions, different code styles, and it's just so much overhead for you to go over and research. So I was thinking, hey, what if we just had one platform that has realistic and runnable vulnerable code that is built for modern and popular web frameworks? And that's how I created the Unsafe Code Lab. So it is built for AppSec engineers, researchers, students, and developers, why not? Just to see how the vulnerabilities are working. And I want to tell you how it works by showing the case study. We're going to talk about source confusion vulnerabilities. And OK, here we have the easiest example, so please pay attention, otherwise you're going to be lost. You know what, OK, let's not do that. Let's try to understand what's source confusion first. So I'm going to use the analogy of the shell game, and if you're not familiar with what it is, basically you have 3 cups and a ball, and your goal is to keep track where the ball is. And in this analogy, the ball represents the user data, such as user ID, and that can come from different sources, such as body form, query string, pass argument, which are represented as cups. So imagine you see the request that passes user ID from the body form. In other words, you see that the ball is under the yellow cup. It is natural to assume that no matter how you shuffle these cups, the ball is going to be there. It's going to be under the yellow cup. But however, it's not always the case, especially if you've got scammed once with this game. You may see that. What happens if there are multiple balls? So basically, what happens if an application is actually happy to receive user ID from other sources, such as query string? So something was mentioned in the previous talk about this a bit, and I'll just try to explain to you in other words. So if you haven't watched SpongeBob, why? But okay, imagine we want to access SpongeBob messages. We can do it with the pass argument. So we're just taking the SpongeBob messages. But what if I'm gonna pass Squidward's username as well? What's gonna happen? So it's already, how to say, there is already potential for the confusion vulnerability, and it's up to the application to deal with that problems. But there are more complicated things, because we, of course, can also pass Mr. Krabs' username in the body. And now you see that there are at least 3 sources where we can take the username from. So I want to make it clear that Unsafe Code Lab is not about vulnerabilities in frameworks, but we use frameworks to show how this vulnerability can be present. And now I'm going to use Flask as our example. So here we have Squidward. He wants to access his own messages. We have a request where we take his credential and pass it via the body form, and we just access his messages. But recently, Squidward found out that if he passes SpongeBob's username, he's going to actually not see his own messages, but SpongeBob's. And this vulnerability can be present in many ways. And one of the examples is as follows. So in this method, when we are returning the messages, we are taking the request.args method, which returns the data from the query string, or we take the data from the body. So basically, we return messages from the body only if the query string is absent. And I want to make it clear that this is not the vulnerability itself. It is perfectly clear to write that. The only problem is that when we have a confusion, because when we authenticate the user, we use the body, but when we receive the message, we use something else. Unsafe Code Lab is built in such a way that you say, Irina, this is very simple, like nobody is making such mistakes, and you're crazy. And I say, okay, my friend, but listen to me. Unsafe Code Lab is built in such a way that everyone with any background, even students like me, can come and understand from the very beginning, and each example is built one upon another. So what we have here is that it's basically the same vulnerability, but it is written in a bit different way. So in Flask, you already seen this method. In previous slides, we have request.values method. It is basically a combined dictionary of 2 sources. It combines from the query string and from the body, and it prioritizes form query string over the body form. And it is basically the same what we've seen before, but the trick here is that how many people know about this? Maybe if you work in Flask a lot, you know about this, but what if you are not as experienced? What if you review the code and you've never seen it before? Because of this build complexity, it's not only the vulnerability itself, it's the framework design that not everyone is, how to say, used to, right? So let's see more examples just to make it a bit clearer. Imagine we want to steal the Krusty Krab formula, and we want to bribe Squidward, but he wants to have all the money now, and the bank actually allows only to send $50, and it doesn't work for us. So when we try to send more than $50, yeah, tough luck. But if the vulnerability is present, what we can do, for example, we can send the repeated query parameter with different values. So the vulnerability is present such as when we check what amount is sent, we check the first parameter, but when we send the last parameter. And with this, I just want to show you that it can happen in different sources, but it also can happen in one source, so in a query string, just with different sequence. Okay, let's return to this large, monstrous example, and I don't expect you to read this code, but what it basically does, we retrieve the messages of the group which the user is a member of. And again, we see a very similar pattern when we check the group membership that you are allowed to read these messages. We see something that we've seen previously, right? But now we are checking the query string and the pass. This is not vulnerable, But because in the main function we are retrieving only the group from the pass, it makes it vulnerable. And I just want to make it clear that these examples, when we just started, it was very easy and I would say obvious, like, okay, just don't do that. But when we go to the more realistic code, you see in Flask, it's very popular to use decorators. And when you will review your code, you can just see this this function, and to pinpoint that, oh, okay, where do I need to look? You have to look in different files and different directories, and that makes it a bit more unclear. So let's just go over the example. Okay, Plankton tries to access Krusty Krab messages, and okay, not today, buddy. But if he just adds his own group that he is a member of, he is going to access Krusty Krab messages. Why it happens? Because again, when we check the membership, we are checking the query parameter. But when we retrieve the messages, we're only doing the pass. So you may ask me, okay, Flask, do the trick, and what? And I say, okay, it's not just the Flask. It's actually I found out that this exact vulnerability or class of vulnerabilities can be found in CherryPy, Express.js version 4, Ruby on Rails, PHP, and many more. And for some frameworks, it is much easier to make mistakes simply because, as we've seen in Flask, there are methods that allow you to make your code, more convenient and easier to write, but it also, creates a foundation for mistakes and security flaws. But some frameworks got it right, and so Unsafe Code Lab basically wants to take these vulnerabilities and check how they are present in different frameworks. And for example, we have Django and Express.js. They also had this merge method, but they removed it in latest releases. So it's a good example, right? Since I said that let's learn how to fix them, I'll tell you how I would fix or prevent the vulnerability from happen. First of all, single source of truth. Always use this method. Try not to use the ambiguous methods that allow you to have several sources. But if you cannot ignore it, you have to use it. Be consistent across all your platforms. So I just want to wrap it up. This is the first release of the open source. For now, me and and the other contributor, we've covered Flask examples, and there are many more to come. We want to cover as much as possible. We want to make it very accessible for new people to come to AppSec. We want to have developers to learn more about security. We just want to make community a bit better, So if it sounds like something you would like to contribute to or you're interested, you can contribute to our GitHub. You can ask questions. Please spread the word. Email me if you have questions. Email me if you have critique. If you're like, you know what, it sucks. It's like, it doesn't work. I would love to hear that. And yeah, I'm also open for job because I'm a student. I'm jobless. So if it's something that you like, so yeah, please email me, and thank you for having me today.
Thank you so much, Irina. First-time speaker. We wouldn't even have known if you hadn't told us. So
really?
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much, and well done.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Irina about web framework security or the tool Unsafe Labs? Why did you start with Flask?
I started last spring, I think. And I just started to work with it, and I was like, okay, it's something interesting to look into.
With Flask specifically, why Flask first?
To be honest, I just liked it more. It's easier to start compared to Django. Like, the setup is easier, and when I found something to catch on the like source confusion, I was like, okay, I need to look into it more. But there are more vulnerabilities, not only source confusion. It's just the most interesting that I wanted to talk about.
Great. Well, thank you so much. We made a donation on your behalf to
Thank
mental
you.
health for youth in Norway.
Thank you.
Give it up for Irina. All right, we've been through 4 talks. We've done a little red team, a little blue team, a little global geopolitics and subterfuge, and it's not even lunchtime yet, so lots of demos. Thank you so much to our first 4 speakers of the day. It was really fantastic, and to all of you for joining us and participating, and our sponsors, Mnemonic, Promon, Defendable, for making it happen. We have a lockpick village downstairs, back by popular demand, with twice as much space as last year. So there will be prizes, I should say now. So lunch is a good time to get down there and try to pick a few locks. I think we have a prize for a new lockpicker, never picked before, but turns out you're a natural, maybe a career change in your future after this event, yeah. And prize for experienced picker, let's say. So check out the Lockpick Village. Pick up your t-shirt. If you pre-ordered, there's still a ton of t-shirts down there. Somebody paid for them already. Some people sitting out here, presumably. So go get your t-shirts, and then we will have some extra shirts for sale as well. So that's it. Thanks for a great morning, and enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everybody. Give you a moment or two more to find your seats. There are lots of seats, as usual, up at the front. This is not a stand-up show. No one is going to roast you if you sit in the front row. It'll be fine, I promise. About the shirts, we have a lot of shirts downstairs that were pre-ordered, and the people who ordered them are here because we checked with the badges. We cross-referenced it. Enhance. We cross-referenced the badges that were not picked up with the names of people who had shirts, and almost everyone who you own those shirts down there. You just need to go claim them, but other people also want shirts. So if you haven't picked up your shirt by the end of the first break, the beginning of the second break, then we will sell the shirts. So then we are giving the people who want shirts, and you who have changed your mind will no longer be burdened with this this corporeal possession. So check your ticket. Your ticket, if you don't remember, check your ticket in your inbox, your email, and see. It should say your shirt size if you ordered a shirt. So please pick up your shirts at the earliest convenience. And then enough of that shirt talk. Excited to announce our first speaker after lunch. We are zooming out a little again to the big picture stuff, right? After lunch. So we have Michael Markevich, who started out as a system administrator in a university. He has been a CISO of a NASDAQ company and a bunch of stuff in between. So I'll let him take it away. Please give a warm welcome for Michael.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Michael, and thanks, Ryan, for introduction. I've been wearing quite a lot of hats, and it's a true pleasure to be here on this stage after, as I mentioned, applying for this conference for several times. So it's really cool to be here. So I've been doing security for more than 25 years, and I started as Ryan mentioned, as a system administrator, but I did a lot of security engineering. I've been a security manager, and the NASDAQ traded company, it is based out of Oslo, Norway, so it has quite a tight connection to the city. And I've been also a startup advisor and eventually a founder, helping a lot of students to find their way in cybersecurity. And beyond that, I'm also an open source security engineer and researcher. This talk came after some conversations with my peers, and we'll start with a small memory of the last year. I think it was July 2024. I made this picture at Fornebu Store Center. It's a shopping mall here in Oslo. And I was going to the pharmacy to buy some medicine, and there was a sign that our systems are down, they're not working, and literally, please come back later. And this happened in many shops and facilities, many organizations across the country, and in many other countries. Do you immediately recall what was the reason for that? Yes. Okay. And for those who don't know, it is a CrowdStrike incident which affected quite a lot of companies. And after that, I had a beer with my friend, who is also a security officer here in Norway, and he asked me, so we all read these data breach reports, we read all this kind of security incident reports, we see all these outages happening, and how can we kind of be prepared for that? How can we do something in order to measure what we here in Norway can do, specifically like tomorrow, in the next month, in the next 2-3 months, in order to be a bit more ready for that, so that our users, customers, our people can't just come to the pharmacy, see this kind of things, and come back maybe next day, maybe in 2 days, and so on and so on. And there were several data breaches that are quite known, Norsk Hydro, some others, Visma, that were mentioned today. But if you look at the whole statistics and trying to get to the root causes of why these things happened, we don't have this kind of a countrywide or Scandinavia-wide statistics. So in order to get some information or get some kind of a usable results, we need to use international sources, US-based sources. And that's why I started thinking, what kind of information we can get here that can be useful in planning and maintaining our security effort. And then I decided, why not to look into the public reports of the authorities. I read some of the annual reports from the police. I read some of the annual reports from the Data Supervisory Authority here in Norway, and they were not very helpful because they're too generic and they didn't give any information to any actionable information, anything that I could immediately tell my friends, okay, I think that this type of attack has high probability and this kind of impact, and you should probably check if you're prepared for that. And then I was looking for some security breach information, and I realized that we have an excellent Article 33 of GDPR, which says that every organization that have ever suffered a data breach should report the relevant authority, Datatilsynet in Norway, in 72 hours or faster. And I thought that this is an excellent example, and should I look into these reports? And these reports, according to GDPR itself, they should include quite a lot of useful information, as I thought. Describe what has happened, describe what was the damage of the incident, and describe what kind of measures were taken or will be taken by the company, by the data processor, in order to mitigate the breach. So this is the law. So this is that we can't get out of without any kind of consequences, and I was assuming that the companies do that, and this is what we should focus on when looking into the data. And in Norway, there is an excellent portal which is called Innsyn, where we can look for any kind of a public document that have been ever communicated to or from the governmental agencies. And it is a live database, and you can query most of the information from there just as easy as possible. You can go to this website. You should sign up if you want to get this kind of info, but it is pretty straightforward. I have an English version. It's of course available in Norwegian, and I started exploring, and finally I made a request to get data breach reports from the private companies submitted to Datatilsynet DPA from January 2025. And I made this request somewhere in July this year, just to celebrate 1 year of CrowdStrike event. And this is how it looks like. These are the reports. And then I got, what happened next? I got a response from Datatilsynet, and they told we received more than 400 of reports from you, and it will take quite a lot of time to process them, because they do this processing apparently manually, checking that the reports don't contain any sensitive data, like health data or anything like that, and they will have to process it manually. And we had a very nice conversation with them over email, and then finally we had a meeting, and they explained how they work with these reports, how they collect statistics, and I got quite a lot of interesting insights that are not typically going to any of the public reports for that. And that was extremely helpful to prepare this presentation and the research that I've been working on. So a quick disclaimer, everything that we are going to discuss today is public, so everyone can go to the website, download, read, enjoy. But I was tempted to put real company names into the presentation, but I didn't do that, let's say, for ethical reasons, because I haven't discussed it with them in advance. So if you would Google or if you would go to this portal, you will find relevant information. It is, as I said, all public, but for ethical reasons, I will not mention them. Easy to recover, but as I said, I feel that they may want to speak up on these topics as well. A lot of in the media, so everything here is public, not classified, not confidential, no secrets. This is what companies disclosed on their own will what was happening. Right, so then I got a more meaningful response, and in the next month they were sending me all the reports that I have requested, and I've got 500 responses and more than 300 reports with kind of the standard format that were exactly what I wanted. And in the cases that there was some sensitive data or they considered that they can't share that, I just got a formal email that, formal response that we can't share this information because of the special exception, the law that doesn't allow us to do that. So I had 319 usable reports, and just for those who have never seen them, these reports look like this. So it's a PDF file. It has a standard format. It has a case number in Datatilsynet, and the name of the company that reported, the type of the message, what was the problem in this case, and it goes all down the page. We'll look into them. And the next problem was to process these reports and to see how to work with them. So the quality of the data itself was quite average, because many fields and many categories of or choices that the data controllers have to submit, they are kind of voluntary. So I had to parse them both automatically with a AI script and manually just to double check. So it was quite a bit of work to parse this data, but it was worth even reading through this, because as working with archives, it is always exciting because you feel that every report has a story. It has either a personal story, either an organizational story, and probably someone can even write a book on that. I'm not a writer, but there's plenty of materials to write a book. So from these 300-ish reports that I've got, I've excluded the most boring ones, and these are two typical examples of what I consider boring. So it's someone was sending a mass email to customers, for example, and they put all customers to to or CC field instead of BCC, so all the other customers got a full list of the recipients and maybe their names, surnames, whatever was in the to field. Or another data or data subject was used to deliver the data, wrong email, and so on, so on. So these are non-technical, purely human error related. Lots of cases like that. Much more come from the public sector. I took some of them, but from the private companies, it was typically banks, insurance companies, some private healthcare providers, and so on, so on, so on. So that's not interesting, excluding them. And then the final report was, once again, the filter was private sector, everything submitted or handled in Datatilsynet in 2025, and only non-human, technical, and any other issues. 93 unique incidents reported by 85 companies. Some of the companies reported even twice, 3 times, and so on. They were quite unlucky in 2025. So that's the research scope, and I could go further or deeper in the research in the scope, but it was also manual work for the Datatilsynet, so they were not able to process it quite fast. But the history is available, like at least for 5-6 years online. So if they wouldn't have to do it manually, I would say it would be quite a lot of useful information collected through the years. Now, let's look into the numbers. So when I got the results, processed them, and got into some kind of a curable database, I decided to look what's there. And from all amount of numbers that I've got, I will highlight only some of them. And if you're interested in more details, we can have a conversation afterwards. Maybe you have submitted something on behalf of your company and you would like to compare or analyze or look into more details, you will know. Right. One of the first things that I was interested in is incident timings. And we see that half of the incidents were resolved within a day, and the median for the remaining was 32 days. And from my perspective, it is quite insane. Even if we say that the data is of average quality, it is not accurate. Typically, personal data breach or kind of the incident is noticed within a week after it has happened. And if we look, for example, at the earlier presentation from Simen today, the very first one, there was a slide with a timeline. I wanted to reproduce it, but I didn't have a source there. But it was a timeline of the parliament breach. It was 2 weeks from 17th of February to beginning of March that the Chinese hackers were sitting in the systems. And now it's at least 7 days and 32 days at average before we get signals that something is wrong within the system. From my perspective, it is quite long, and it's not a remediation time. It's the time from the incident has happened and to the incident it was detected and the mitigation plan started. Sometimes it's a kind of even longer. This is the observation number one that I made, and I think that we all have, if we are not fitting the first category within a day, we have quite a lot of work to do here. The second finding that I wanted to talk about is a risk assessment. There is a legal requirement to perform a risk assessment on any data privacy breach. And only 20% of reports explicitly mention that they have performed that. And from what I see on the countermeasures taken, I would say that the risk assessment wasn't performed at all. And the question is, how do we create a proper mitigation plan if we don't know what's exactly the risk and how we can measure it and how efficient the measures are? And the third one, 30% of the incidents are directly related to a third-party service provider or cloud service. And in case of the data breach of one, for example, service provider or infrastructure or application provider, we can see, for example, all banks reporting the similar incidents because they have used the same data platform that got exposed to the security attack. And this creates a dependency, and we know that if these 5 banks or the bank that is equally spread across all the regions reports a data breach, it will likely affect all other organizations that are using the same solution, that are using the same platform. And this is a kind of a multiplier for a negative security effect that we have. One more is that I was kind of surprised to see, but we have more and more alarming signals, is physical security. We live in quite a safe country, and physical security incidents are not that common. And the statistics kind of shows that, but 5%, it is, from my perspective, it's kind of already alarming. And it is all kinds of the equipment theft or data theft through the equipment theft. And the more surprising is that 4 or 5 breaches that happened here, they used the same attack. They were vulnerable to the same attack method, the same attack vector. Do you have any ideas what it was 4 or 5 breaches happened because the fire exit was not closed from outside. And I was started reading the first one and the second and the third and the fourth, and that was amazing. So safety first, and fire safety, of course, is important, but this is that almost everyone who have suffered, they failed. So that was a kind of a bit fun part of that. Let's go a bit deeper and look into the reasons for that, and look at what were the reasons of all these attacks. We'll put physical ones aside and look at the root causes of many of them. So if we sum up all the issues, we'll get our usual suspects. So nothing new here. We talk about complicated or quite novel attack techniques. We talk about how we use AI in daily life and how AI impacts security and how security impacts AI. But still, the root causes this year here around us, they were about phishing and credential theft, all kinds of misconfigurations, ransomware, and software bugs. So nothing surprising. And depending on how you count, at least the first 2, they're related to human factor. And the human factor is the most frequent problem. And what were the countermeasures for human factor attacks? Very common. We fixed access control, we wrote new documents, we trained our employees, and if we look at the most recent research, it really doesn't work, because the systems become much more complex, and training efficiency in the last 10 years, according to many sources, it declines. And you can see that training is not enough. You need to use automation, you need to use proactive monitoring and all other kinds of automated software or program-driven controls in order to get the problem resolved, or in order to get the risk covered. But we still use these things, and they are more reactive, except training, which is not efficient, rather than proactive. And most of the companies who submitted their remediation plan were thinking, oh, we'll train the employees, it will be fine. And then they have another incident in 3 months, they report this incident, say, we'll have trained the employees, and it will be even better. But it doesn't work. We see it by the series of the incidents that happen. Most of the companies that submitted this kind of answers, they didn't have risk assessment, they didn't have risk management, and they kind of explicitly said that we just thought what is the best practice. So this kind of a standard way of thinking, it doesn't help us a lot, and it doesn't really mitigate the issues. We can say that if we, to sum up on the practical side, risk analysis, automation, and more transparency in maintaining our customer or user trust. These are the core things, because once we explicitly tell what has happened, and once we give some kind of a proper public explanation of breaches and the measures taken, we kind of expect that our roadmap, our planning will be tracked, and it will be reviewed by more wider audience than just some kind of the measures that we implement internally and don't disclose. This is a summary. Each of the cases that we can look into will have a bit more details about what kind of the APIs were breached, what kind of security misconfigurations happened. Everything is publicly available with a sheer load of details in these reports. And it only emphasizes that our human effort and our regular knowledge and awareness probably is not enough to mitigate the increasing complexity and increasing level of threat that we have. While reading from these reports, there were some findings that I wanted to share as examples. They were kind of outstanding examples. From these reports, this is a bit more from the example, and there were some hopeless people who were writing that the servers, someone came into our servers and just encrypted them as a main reason of what has happened, which was kind of true, but it was the Captain Obvious saying. Yeah, and they were hopeless to get some kind of solution later. Many things like that, but I wanted to give some kind of the understanding of the scale of the problems while we are on one side fighting the Chinese APTs, what happens now once we get outside of this building. So the first case, this is a parking system, and from March 2023 till December 2024, it was possible to enumerate all receipts for parking to see who, when, how was parked in the whole area. I think it was in the west of the country. And they haven't even noticed that, and there were some ongoing attempts, so they noticed when someone started exporting it at scale. The problem was with the API that didn't simply check the referrer, or it didn't check who was kind of requesting this data, and there's no authentication. So the reasons are very simple. We don't need to go that. Anyone dealing with OWASP top 10 on regular basis can just identify what of the vulnerabilities is here and how to mitigate it most efficiently. Yeah, they say that there was only one person who was impacted by the incident, but below they say that it was like 3,000 or 4,000 different requests to get this data. The next one. Yeah, so there is another organization, and hackers got control over the account of the general manager of the company, and he just paid, or through this account they managed to pay 70,000 euro to some unknown account, and they couldn't get this money back ever. It's kind of less than the general things at scale, but it was a kind of a small organization. It was a pretty good money. I think it's maybe a salary of a security engineer for quite a bit of time. So that's the case. The reason was that they didn't have two-factor common problems, so nothing really new here, and that was a very severe outcome. Actually, through many of the reports, and I was checking about how, let's say, what is the cost of the damage, and it was quite common through several reports that the number around 1 million, 1.2 million kroners was common per day. It was a daily loss or incident loss as the most kind of a common number that met. So if an average organization, not a big scale, not a disaster there, it gets affected with a regular incident like this, the potential impact in like 60-70% will be around 1 million. And one more. So a company reported that they hired a security consultancy to screen their candidates for CISO position and do some other work. And they managed to leak all the CVs publicly online with all personal details of people who applied and their salary expectations and everything. So that was also, and they also asked this company to remediate. So yeah, that was a disaster. Right. That was fun part, which was actually not very fun because these are simple problems. They are around us. They happen almost every day, and we would expect that we know how to fix them, but it looks like generally it is much more wide and much more common than we would love it to be. Have you seen this building in Oslo? Yep. So it's in Økern in the northeast of the city, and this is an art object. In Norwegian, this word means trust, and the concept of trust is quite important in everything that we do in security. And every time when I drive on the Ring 3 near this building, I think about security, I think about trust, and it's a good reminder on how we use trust in our daily life. We'll come back to this statement or to this art object a bit later, but I wanted to say that, okay, we've looked into these examples, and how do they really match the global landscape, where we are compared to the whole world, where we are compared to the industry. And here we can use the most popular source for that. It's a Verizon data breach investigation report. The most recent of that came into 2025, this year, in spring, I think. And it has a comparison between 2022 and 2025. So these are the most typical types of attacks a year ago and now. And what we see on the left side, 2024, is very close to the numbers that we have from the Datatilsynet breach reports that they have analyzed. And this is the US or global based ranking of the intrusion. And we see that these things, direct intrusion is growing, social engineering is declining, direct web attacks are growing. And we can say that we are facing more problems. So we are now on 1/3 on the left side. And it looks like if the things will go in this way, we are currently this year, we are witnessing the increase of the direct attacks. What does it mean? That protecting against human factor with human factor doesn't work anymore. We can't protect from direct errors with kind of training and other things. The second means that we still have a lot of trust to our providers, but our risk feeling, our risk estimates, or our perception of the risk is lower than the reality. And it means that we are kind of hoping for the best and relying a lot of the trust as we got used to, which is generally good for the society, but is probably not that good in the cyberspace. And global industry trends show that we should be more critical to our feeling of trust and security and look into more alarming signals and take them in consideration more often than we typically would like to. And this kind of, I would say, less trust to what we receive as a solution from security vendors, from IT vendors, can be also transformed or delivered to our clients as well. Our clients trust us, and in order, or customers or our users, whatever we do, and in the way we maintain our trust with them, we should take probably more responsibility when transferring this trust to others and being more conscious that our partners that probably don't do really well with the security maintenance. I should say thank you to the Datatilsynet team, Christina Stenbro, who helped me quite a lot with this report. And if you have any questions, we still have some time left. The QR code contains a link to the website with the presentation, so if you'd like to revise it later, you can download it. And thank you so much for your patience.
All right, thank you, Michael. Does anybody have any questions about what Michael was able to tease from these requested documents from Datatilsynet on Norwegian breach reports.
It's good to have a presentation after lunch because people are very happy.
Yeah.
Or more happy than before lunch.
I have a question. You said that there was 5 physical vulnerabilities or incidents. What was the last one?
The last one was this theft of the laptop from the public space from the cafe when the person just went for coffee to grab the coffee and someone came in, took the backpack with the laptop and just walked away.
Anybody else? Questions?
One more, or 2 more from that side.
Excuse me. Thanks. Keep your hands up.
In terms of the incident that had all of the parking receipts, they made the claim that due to the amount of receipts, it would be impossible to infer any kind of personal information. However, today, with the ability of using LLMs to sort of like analyze a lot of data at once and sort of get that information out, how do we make companies understand that it doesn't matter if there's a lot of data? These days, you can still sort of specifically try to exfiltrate personal data if you want.
I think that it comes an excellent question because I have not talked about AI at all. Or I mentioned that I used automation to process a report, but I intentionally didn't say AI at all, which is kind of rare nowadays. But then thank you for the question. So I think that we know that AI is extremely popular in personal use, and as a organizational use, it is not that successful, although there are a lot of projects. So corporate solutions on AI are not always successful yet. So people think about AI as a personal area mostly. So, and I think that there will be still a period of transition when those who think corporate, they will understand, okay, this is not the personal issue at all. It will be also a company-wide problem once they see really good results from AI tools that really work, and they can be used, for example, for penetration testing, for source code analysis and other things. And then people will have more and more use cases where they can understand that this is a real threat for the data, and they will act accordingly. There was a quite recent publication on new AI threat landscape and what kind of threats we should consider, similar to OWASP-1, but it came like from the W3C, I think, or EF subcommittee a couple of days ago, and there are quite a lot of hints on how to deal with this. And also, I was talking another day about a security tool that we use once to scan open source project that we developed at the University of Oslo. And the result was so impressive that we kind of still hesitant if we should share more information, but it allowed to find so many issues in the legacy code base that we wouldn't find ever without, and real valid critical issues in the code base that we wouldn't ever find with any kind of the non-AI based review. So, and the team is now fully convinced that they should treat it as an important vector for assessment and for analysis. Yeah. There was one more question there, I believe.
Yeah, over here somewhere. Yep. Coming.
Thank you for the talk. So we are actually looking into a lot of AI security safety, especially around the data governance. So build on top of the previous guy's question is similar thing. If data leakage actually happens, so data being exfiltrated from the AI system, what can other, let's say for example PI or PHI data has already been leaked, what can organization do?
From a legal perspective, they have to pay the fine probably, or there will be an investigation that will kind of get into the core reasons, the root cause of the incident. From the public perception, so I've seen many, let's say, internal incident response plans where they say, okay, we get notification about the incident, we investigate, we implement countermeasures, we report within 72 hours to the Datatilsynet or any other DPA in any other country. If the incident is critical, we should notify data subjects. But in very rare cases, the company says to their customers, or the organization says, sorry, we have a breach, we failed. And if you look at many incidents of publicly related data breaching, disregarding whether they AI related or not, the companies fail on public response, which impacts badly the trust that they could have, it impacts the user base, and so on and so on. So typically, if it is a B2B relationship, informing the key partners maybe should be somewhere quite on the top of the list so that everyone could prepare, and if they are affected, they could do this. Based on this, I have an excellent example. It is also in these reports, and it is public. There was a breach in Oslo taxi provider a year ago. Maybe no, not a year. This spring, and they had some connecting systems with V and router. And in these cases, and this is in this report, they managed to notify promptly the key partners to ensure that other parties, they don't have any impact, and they can stop the integration before the incident is over. And it was kind of a very rare example of how the incident was handled. And another company on this side, finishing, they had another incident, and they submitted a kind of a 100-page PDF of their new security strategy that precisely, and with all the risk assessment, they addressed the details of how they mitigate this breach and how they build a proper security management system. And it was very balanced with all cost analysis and so on. Maybe it should have been an internal document actually, but it was submitted to DPA, and now it's public. So if you're looking for inspiration of how to write a security program, I think you can find an excellent example there.
Great. Any more questions for Michael? Oh, keep your hand up. I'm coming. Oh. That didn't hurt at all. There you go.
To also build on that, I think for many in this room, challenge is also to get budgets to proactively mitigate risks, such as those you investigated. Could you perhaps comment on the consequences? Did you look into that as well, like fines, remediation, reputational costs, or just your perspectives there?
It's a recurring topic, and if you, let's say, follow the quite recent conversation on LinkedIn on this topic, it's in the US-based community mainly, but it's spread quite a lot after that. Some companies say that it is easier to, or more cost-efficient to pay a fine rather than implement any security strategy preventively. And most, or not most, many companies are kind of inherently prepared to fail when they know that the cost of the incident is not that much, which is from the business side quite maybe a viable strategy. From my security engineering point of view, or security expert point of view, it might be not sounds as good as it should, but I would say prevention is expensive, and sometimes the companies say, oh, we would just pay the fine, we'll get into the position to defend that we are not guilty in some cases, we will pass it to lawyers, and we may get away from this with a lower investment or overall cost on that. Yeah, I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I think, yeah, that's a reality.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Michael Markevich.
Thank you.
Give it up, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. without delay, I would like you all to give a warm welcome to Tom Barnea. Good. Check. I think we are fine. Okay, so usually in this type of conferences, in the first 3 minutes, the speaker's trying to spend some time and to talk about themselves or give a very long introduction. Instead of that, I will tell you a 100% not related story to my talk. It was one of the most surreal moments of my life. In the military, I was a cybersecurity commander of the cybersecurity course of the IDF, and the course was very intense. It's not like a nice computer club. The trainees studied for days and nights in front of screens, solving impossible problems. And the atmosphere was a real military discipline. And we were, all the team, all the commanders were pretty strict. No smiles, no small talk. We had some distance. And going forward to the end of the course, we thought about what can we do to melt the ice a bit, to make things a bit nicer, to show them we are human. And one of my team members thought about an idea to talk with all the parents of the trainees and collect pictures from their childhood, like cute pictures, someone that had a costume of Spider-Man or eating ice cream or something like that. And so we did. A week goes by, we entered all the staff to the class. It was quite packed. And they were pretty nervous to see all of us in the class entering. And then we started to show the presentation, one picture by another. And indeed, it was some very cute pictures and funny pictures. And all of them were laughing and pointing to each other. And we had one trainee who grew up in Russia. And we expected, because she didn't grow up in Israel, to see some different pictures from her childhood. But we still expect to be like a cute picture, eating a sandwich or something. And then we clicked next, and you can see a cute girl in a yellow dress with pigtails, smiling a big smile. Next to that, I swear to you guys, this is a real picture, no nano banana AI. It was pretty insane. We can say distance haven't been there anymore. Going forward to my talk, I'm going to talk about trust issues, how Gen Z attackers exploiting without exploits, hack without exploits, using only trust. I'm going to show you a different type of attackers, a different approach of how attacks have been made in the last 2 years. This is something I've done research about in the last 2 years. My name is Tom. I work at Veronica, if someone is familiar with the company. I'm I'm a forensic specialist, doing forensic investigation for all of our clients. Most of the big names you know are our clients. And I want you all to have a question in your mind during this talk. And this question might be a bit confusing, might be a bit different from what you're familiar with, but I want you all to think about your organization. And if you were the attacker, how would you exploit your own organizational trust? What does it mean to exploit your organization trust? This is the talk, you will understand in a minute. And all this talk will be delivered as a playbook from the attacker perspective to you, chapter by chapter, how can you exploit trust and hack humans? So I think before diving into the examples and all the stories and all the incidents we investigated in Veronica in the last 2 years, we should start with explaining who are Gen Z attackers, because
I'm saying that like it's an obvious term, and it doesn't really is. So I think if you're thinking about Gen Z, I'm 24. I guess there are some people here in my age. Some people can be my parents here. But all of you are familiar with Gen Z, and there are some criteria of Gen Z that are really relevant to Gen Z attackers. And obviously, they are young, ages somewhere between 15 to 30, creative, untrained. They are not necessarily technical, but they are curious. They want to explore new things. They want to understand new technologies. And obviously, they live with their parents, so the same laptop that they are using for gaming, it's the same laptop they are hack with from their bedroom. And I think one of the most interesting things that people say about Gen Z is laziness. The people in Gen Z are lazy. You can say that if you don't want to work hard and still get your gain, you're lazy. I will call it efficient. This is another perspective. And I think Gen Z attackers understand that simplicity is the new sophistication, okay? You don't need to work really hard, and you don't want to work really hard to get high impact. And if you think about the gamer's approach, they want to win. And at some point in gaming, the game ends. You just exit the game. So from interviews we read about arrests of these type of attackers, they don't really understand the legal consequences. They don't really understand that it's not a game. And there are some things really interesting about that, because the driver that we know about, the motivation of these attackers is not money, is not like a geopolitical agenda. It's mainly ego. They want to show off on Discord, hey guys, I got this data, I got this money. And this is really interesting. And I think the main thing here that you need to understand that hacking humans, it's much easier. Manipulate humans, it's much easier than trying to manipulate system or endpoints. Maybe it wasn't the same thing like a few years ago, but now that every organization has so many security tools, you can work really hard on a very sophisticated malware, but the chance you will get the option to get to the server, to the endpoint, to install the malware, and to run it, it's not that high for a matured company. And this is a nice idea, and you might think to yourself, okay, this is a nice idea, but it sounds a bit like a bullshit. So not that. I think this guy is 22 years old. He's a British guy. He was arrested a year ago in Spain. And he's the leader of one of the biggest ransomware groups of our time, Scattered Spiders, that I guess you all heard of. And he's not alone. There were some additional arrests of people in ages between 17 to 20. And he's the leader of the group, 22 years old guy, and all of them were English native speakers. They weren't from China, Iran, Russia, countries that we're usually searching for when we do intelligence. He's from the UK. And if you will ask the Europol, 69% of European teens are committed any kind of cybercrime, which means you should go home and talk with your children, because there is a chance they are potential criminals. And if you ask the FBI will say that the average age for any type of crime will be 37, but for cybercrime it will be 19, the average age, which means that shit is getting real, guys. This is a real thing, and we should care about that. And I think if we are going to the book itself, to the playbook, before we are diving into the chapters, the attackers start with mapping the area. And mapping the area means I want to map where are the trusted and untrusted zone of any organization. Okay, I want to understand were you already skeptical, and I don't want to mess with that because I know I have lower chance to succeed there, comparing to the areas that I have that you are 100% certain that nothing bad is going to happen in these areas. And the untrusted zone is things that we are all aware of, about external sender, using fishy website on the browser, or any unallowed software on the internet. And we talk about trusted zone, talking about task management apps, or apps that we usually use on the organization on a daily basis, or an email from my colleague, or any communication channel, or OneDrive that we use in the organization itself, inside the internal organization. So remember that map, and we are going to the first chapter, speak their language. And the first thing the attacker will want to do is to speak the organization language. And I want to tell you a story, and I want you all to imagine that you are part of the story. And this is a real incident we had a couple of months ago. And imagine that 7:30 a.m. in the morning, you just woke up, and you are not a tech guy, you're just from finance or HR or something like that, and you start receiving thousands of emails, like 2,000, 3,000 emails in 2 hours, spam emails, thank you for that, thank you for that. So you are getting crazy, like what's going on? I just woke up, and it's Monday, not the best day of the week. So who you're gonna call? Your IT guy. Your IT guy will help you. This is Bill, he's a great IT guy. He had some way to do, but he will do it. He did everything you expected from him to do. Like, he reset the password to revoke the session. He even created a very strict policy on Mipecast. He give his attention to all the untrusted areas. But that's not enough. Because a few moments later, the user, spoiler, the victim, receiving a phone call on his phone, on Teams, and he's seeing that the name of the one calling him is help desk manager. So he's answering the phone and saying, "Hey, I'm in a meeting. I will call you back in a few moments." Spoiler: it was the threat actor. And then he's trying to call back to this number of the help desk because he submitted a ticket, and he doesn't answer. And then he's trying again, and he doesn't answer. So think about the situation. The situation right now is that the victim is trying to call to the threat actor a few times, and he doesn't answer, and he wants him to give him control to his computer, to do whatever he wants, without any technical steps here. And this is a real screenshot of the Teams chat between them, and I hope you can all see it. You can see help desk manager, and as a good IT guy, the threat actor saying a message, working on another request, I will call you back. And then the victim saying to the threat actor, "Okay, thank you, we will talk later." And then they have a Zoom session with remote control for something like 20 minutes. On another case, it was 40 minutes. And you can imagine what they did. I'm not going into that, but everything you can imagine is quite true. So this is one of example of not having any technical steps here, not any technical sophistication, and still getting the gain, still getting what he wanted to. And of course, not you fall for that, the other employees in the organization, not you. You are all great. And I think talking about the next chapter, talking about the next thing is about native sharing. Native sharing, I mean by that, every default mechanism of sharing in apps from trusted user. For example, if you open your OneDrive and you do right-click, you will see the sharing option, right? And then you will receive an email notification, "Hey, Tom, your colleague shared a file with you. Please enter to this file." So if we receive kind of this sharing from the apps we already use, and this is all legit, so all good, and it's not something that no one warned us about. You don't need, it's not like an external sender, it's not a fishy link, just native sharing. And the email will look something like that. This is a real email, notifications email from OneDrive, a normal email that someone shared a file with his colleague. And now you put your blue glasses, your Defender glasses, and this is what the user received. And then he opened this OneNote. OneNote, by the way, it's a great choice of file to share. I'm not getting into that, but it's a great choice. We can talk about afterwards. And this was the file, pretty normal file that they shared with the organization. Obviously, there was a link there, but we are not getting into the link itself, but it was fishy. And then in Veronica, we saw something pretty interesting when we investigated the case. The case was, if we put now the red glasses, is that the attacker had access to one of the accounts, and instead of starting stealing data, instead of starting doing some manipulations there, he just created this file in the organizational OneDrive. This is the only thing he did. So we saw in Veronica that he created this notebook in the OneDrive of the organization. And the next thing he did is to share this notebook with like 400 people. And what was our detection clue? We searched in Veronica like the events of folder shared link created for the last 90 days. And we saw there were like 412 events for the last 90 days for this user. And 411 of them were on the exact same day for the exact same file that was shared. So think about it. If you will receive a file that is existing in your OneDrive of the organization from your colleague, there is no reason to suspect that nothing bad is going on. You will just enter the file. And this is another great example of how hacking humans is easier and how trust can be exploited without any technical expertise. And I think kind of the last chapter from the attacker side is border tools. And there is a very popular tool among attackers right now. Guys from the red side might know this tool. It has all these amazing capabilities that every attacker just can dream of. Does anyone familiar with this tool? No, this tool is Atera. You might know this IT management tool, or you might know one of the others. They are quite the same. And those capabilities came straight from their website to what I show you. And attackers really like to use this kind of tools, specifically Gen Z attackers, because again, it's easy. You don't need to work hard. They don't need to have a lot of efforts, and the impact is really, really high. So all RMM tools that we investigated, first of all, it's already there. When they have access to one of the laptops, one of the devices, they just choose, okay, do they have TeamViewer? Do they have AnyDesk? They don't need to work hard. And it looks like benign activity, because if you use in the organization with TeamViewer or AnyDesk or anything like that, no one will notice that there was an abuse of this tool during this attack. And obviously, it includes all you need as an attacker. Another interesting example we saw, and this was a really interesting one, is this app is ClickUp. It's like Trello or Jira. And what happened here is the attackers created a user by the name of the CEO of a company. They knew that this company is using ClickUp. It's not a secret. They just searched in the job descriptions of the company. And they created an account by the name of the CEO. And they just sent invites to all the C-level employees. And when you receive a direct invite from your CEO with his name, and you know you use ClickUp, you drop everything you're doing, just enter to the dashboard. So they clicked on the dashboard, on the invite. It led them to their organizational ClickUp, because they are already using the app. It was just another dashboard. And there was obviously only one file on this dashboard. And obviously, this file wasn't like fairies and magic. It was a malicious file. And you see all your friends there, all your colleagues. It's your CEO. It's on your trusted platform that you usually use. And trust was very easily exploited here without any technical barriers. So I think after all these examples, you might ask yourself, okay, my security tools, my stack is pretty varied, but all traditional defenses can't really handle Gen Z attackers and exploiting trust. And why exactly is that? Even that if there are some CISOs in the audience, you know that you pay millions for the tools. I think first of all, trust gets you there much faster and smoothly. Comparing to exploits of a CVE, or comparing to exploit of using some malware from this kind or another, trust gets you in much faster. Second thing is that we put a lot of efforts in creating rules in our EDR or patching every day. And there are some CISOs that saying, okay, you patch today the patches you need, but we don't pay attention that trust can bypass all this EDR patching. It doesn't really matter. And the last thing, and I think Michael talked about this a bit, is kind of the let's say, illness that CISOs have around security illusion. And what do I mean by that? That CISOs buy a lot of security platforms for every niche thing, and they think, okay, I have so many security platforms, I'm protected. I don't need to work hard anymore. I spent millions on that. It's not really true. As you know, because trust is not part of this situation. And I think while we try to play checkers to protect our assets against threat actors and protect our walls, they are playing among us with us and trying just to be part of the organization, so we won't notice them and still creating the damage. So very shortly, what you can do. So few things. I think behavioral detection is one of the most important things, because it doesn't enough that you identify there was a use of a virus or the use of illegitimate software, but you need to understand what is abnormal for a user comparing to his colleagues, comparing to the organization in the last 30 days. Second thing is user awareness, and it's not just user awareness for phishing. There are some training that's saying, oh, you identified that this is a 0 and not an O, you are Einstein. No, guys, it's not working anymore. We need to talk about user awareness around context, about credibility, and about creating good habits. And the last thing is that what we started with, rethinking trust boundaries, and about all of our apps. And if we're trying to put in a nice phrase, it's patch people, patch processes, and patch assumptions again. Gen Z attackers show us it's not about exploits, it's about credibility. And I want to circle back to the question we started with after I showed you all the examples and all the stories. Like, if you were the attacker and you think about your organization, how would you exploit your own organizational trust? Thank you very much, guys. This is a QR for my LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
Are you around for the rest of the day?
Yeah, I'm here. Totally here.
So if you're worried about your kids, come talk to Tom. And up next, we have returning speakers to BSides. Very happy to introduce Emlyn, Butterfield, and Veronica Schmitt. They work at Nordhav University as rector and assistant professor in cybersecurity. And they are also organizers of BSides Kristiansand, which I had the opportunity to join in on a few months ago. So if you enjoy this event and would like a reason to go down to Kristiansand, you should, it's happening again next year, right? Great. All right, we'll see you there. Please give a very warm welcome to Veronica Schmitt and Emlyn Butterfield.
Is this on? Okay, before we start, I think we should give a hand of applause to the Oslo team. So, thank you very much for doing yet another kick-ass event. So let's give them a hand. Awesome. So we are not going to try and keep you here past break, because I think chaos is going to break out. So, obviously, I'm here talking with Emlyn on one of my favorite topics, which is logging. And we're going to kind of go from different perspectives. I'm going to play the role of the attacker, and Emlyn's going to be the good guy. Kind of sums this up, doesn't it? One bad, one good, one weird, one normal. So we are going to try and frame logging. Now, this is part of my PhD research that I'm sharing with you here today, because, like I said, you say bad logs 3 times, and I will appear in your browser. It's happened before. Want to introduce yourself?
We have a whole slide for introductions.
Worked very hard on these slides.
Emlyn Butterfield, rector for Nordhav University College. My area of specialism, research, interest, enjoyment, lots of things, I suppose, is digital forensics, in particular application analysis inside of mobile devices, but I also teach across a range of cybersecurity and digital forensics for a long period of time.
I'm Veronica Schmitt, but you might know me as V, short and sweet. I don't like long names, and only my mother calls me Veronica. Normally signals I'm in trouble. I'm currently the program leader for the DFIR degree at Nordhav University College, but originally from South Africa. I also am very passionate with all kinds of events right around the world. The community is very important to me. But I've also done incident response for 16 years and never met a log that I liked. So I decided to do some research and find out why there's never the information that I need. I think if you've done incident response, you've probably said, I wish I had that in a log file. I mean, if I have to ask you all, it's kind of come up. So I kind of asked the question, I know how to break in, I know how to defend, I know how to investigate, but why aren't we building what we need?
I'm just here to click the buttons. I'm not going to speak.
Now,
It's too short to reach the stand, that's all.
No, that's a true fact, and I'm okay with the fact that I'm short. I don't have very far to fall. So, great stuff. Logs are important. If you've done incident response, you know that you are going to go look at the log file to try and determine what's gone wrong. If I ask you, how frequently do you review your logs? Only when it breaks? Yeah. Do you go review it for vulnerabilities? Nope. You're a special sausage, that is, because not everyone does that. And yet, before you fight me, I have the statistics to show it. The key thing here is we want logs. We want good logs, but they don't exist, and I'll tell you why. As part of my PhD, I did review on forensic readiness. There's over 30 models. There's a model for everything called the forensic readiness model. What's the key thing they have in common? Good logs. But we've established those don't exist in a lot of organizations. Which means whilst we have these great forensic readiness models that paint a picture that we are going to be super at doing incident response, we have a missing key component. And that's what my research is about, establishing what is a forensic ready log. And we're going to share some of that insights with you today. I've been told I'm not allowed to say a bad word, so I'm going to go with the mom thing. You know RTFM. Read the freaking manual. I always say read the freaking log. Because a lot of time we think we're fine, log4j hits, and you go look at your logs and you realize you're screwed. Go read your logs. They tell a story you're not aware you're logging. So the key thing you need to take away is this slide. Go back and do a log analysis. Go determine what is in your logs. Because I can tell you, you've got a lot more than you think you do.
Or a lot less. Depends how you see it.
The interesting thing that has come out of my research is the diverse perspectives of everyone looking at the same log file. You have developers. They see logs for the purpose of debugging. They want to be able to look at it and determine what is broken.
We practice this really well.
He's a little slow today.
I am. Sorry, I was reading. From a forensic perspective, the log might be the only thing that we actually have to prove or disprove or to give us the story behind what's gone on. Ideally, what we want is the physical device, but we know how easy it is to destroy evidence, to get rid of evidence. But to get rid of all evidence to all stories is less so. However, when the logs are really bad, then that doesn't help anyone.
Now, in all the pen testing and device purchasing, if you know me, you know I have a bit of an addiction, one can say, of buying medical devices, hacking them, and contacting the manufacturer. It's a fun little game we play. I go to the logs first. Like I said, it is a treasure trove of information. If I've done pen tests for companies, I will try access your logs first. Your dirty little secrets are on there. You think a keylogger is bad? Your logs are equally as bad.
But we also know from a legal perspective, from a compliance perspective, logs are important and need to be there.
But the question is, and this is what's come out of my PhD, which one's right, which one's more important? And they're all equally important, right? Because we all want to use a single source for different things. But we're not building that capacity in, because the developers control the keys of what goes in the logs. Therefore, they are building it for the purpose of debugging, not for the purpose of root cause analysis, for the purpose of compliance, or for the purpose of the defenders. They are building it, however, to the benefit of attackers.
And when we look at compliance and we look at regulations, my Norwegian is atrocious, so I'm just going to say, you can read the slide. But in terms of what needs to be there, we have to legally have information available that will allow us to identify if something's gone on, when it's gone on, and who performed it. That needs to be in place. So part of our security monitoring is that we need to have logs.
NIS2 is probably my favorite thing, but it scares the crap out of me as an incident responder, because now we are actually required to report in a time frame, right? And if we take the 279 days traditionally we have taken to detect something and equally long to figure out the root cause, we're in trouble. Cyprus has gone differently and said, well, guess what? You don't have 7 days, you don't have 24 hours, you have 12 hours to tell me that you have detected a breach. Right, and it's only getting tighter. Am I too quiet? I'll shout. Better? Okay. So there are requirements around having the ability to report these incidents much faster, much quicker, and more accurate. Now, NIS2 is an interesting thing, right? After containment, you have 30 days to file your report. When we've reached containment, we're nowhere near knowing actually what's going on. And how do we do root cause analysis? We look at logs, right? In an ideal world, we have multiple sources, but the logs become a source of truth, meaning logs are more important now in our industry than they've ever been. They've kind of been the stepchild, you know, that we have, but we don't pay attention to only when we need to. But that's kind of changing now.
Veronica doesn't have a stepchild, so there's no concerns in terms of care.
I'm nice. So one of the things I wanted to find out, is this my bias? Do I have an issue with developers? Is this me going bad, 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 or is this fact? So my PhD put out a survey, and let me tell you, if you're studying, don't do surveys. They're a pain in the butt to get people to fill out, especially developers. But we did a global survey trying to find out what are developers thinking? What is the environment about logging? Is it even a problem? And we found some interesting results. Now, this is just like 2% of what we found. One of the things is a lot of developers do want to log conservatively. Ironically enough, it's because of the cost of storing the logs. It's not so much about the fact that they feel they need less, it's the fact that it costs too much to store this data. But we also see some that just want everything. I don't know what I might need. If I might need that stack trace, I might need that response body. They want everything. Now, when you log everything without a strategy, you have a bunch of data that's unstructured and uncontrolled, meaning you don't know what's going into your logs. And then we have our third category that says, you know they log too much. And this is kind of the cultural trend around logging for developers is they want it all. And some can't have it all because it's too expensive.
But why is the difference between them all?
I think the key difference is that some have a strategy, and the strategy is it costs too much to log, and the others are just doing what they think they might need. Now, one might assume we're in an area for GDPR, and the US has got their own kind of privacy laws, and there's compliance around data storage, that makes it all okay. I was pretty shocked by the fact that 45% of the developers said compliance influences their logging practices only really minor, which means there's a disconnect between what we're allowed to have according to privacy, but that doesn't apply to logs. Logs are fine. I can have everything in the logs. We have only 30% that has made a significant change, which means redacted, removed, or not logged something. And then obviously the last two are probably the ones that are most concerning, and those are the saying that I don't know if it's had an impact, and the others say it has had no impact. That means there is a disconnect between compliance and logging.
And do you think that will change with the new regulations?
No, because there's no standard towards how we do logging, what we do with logging, and how we strategically develop it. There is best case practices, which is things like OWASP and stuff, but there's no real standard that we can point to say, this is what you should log, this is what you shouldn't log, and what does a forensic log look like? Now, vulnerabilities in log was the interesting thing. Like, until Log4j came about and kicked all of our butts and made us sit up and take notice, people would not consider their logs as a vulnerability. It's a source of information. It's something that makes me stronger, not weaker. I then went to research, do we have common things we know we should not build? So common weakness enumeration, all of you probably know what that is. These are known weaknesses we know exist, and as far as possible, should avoid building into software or devices. And all of these things is what I try to figure out, do they still exist or are we doing better? Now you can see a whole host of different things that developers selected, but one of the biggest, scariest things for a forensics person is insufficient logging. The majority of our developers indicated that in fact, they know they're not sufficiently logging. But it's also a CWE, so we know we are doing it wrong. And again, more things we don't want to see is authentication information in logs. So I think all in this room can agree we have a problem with logs, right? It's not just me that has done some day drinking and now there is problems with logs, but it does exist. I got access to the OWASP top 20 data because I thought maybe it's my bias, maybe the data skew. I wanted to check, and they track similar things to what I tracked in my survey. And the interesting thing here is that we saw that we got better by 2020 and 2021, especially when we look at the incident rate of these CWEs being about, right? We see the highest prevalence was improper output utilization that was happening, but we see that everything gets better. However, the most interesting fact comes here, that we see insertion of sensitive information while everything else got better, got worse. Which means there's a correlation between my data from 2024 and this data that we still in 2024 are inserting sensitive information into our logs.
Now, from the forensics perspective, those logs might be the only thing that we have that can help to prove or disprove, or even just give us some inkling towards actually occurred. And without correct logging, without the right information inside of the logs, it can be nigh on impossible. And for many of you, that's probably not going to be of interest because you just want to fix the vulnerabilities, you want to develop the systems, as opposed to investigate them afterwards. From my perspective, the investigation is the real sexy side, and is an area that everybody should be interested in because it gives you so much. And that jigsaw piece, that trying to identify what's going on and who's done what, is hard, difficult, just like trying to protect the systems. And you can think of it from the perspective of security comes in and stops the bleeding of a wound. The forensics comes in to explain actually what's happened, who's done what, and how did that wound appear in the first place. And if we continue with that, the forensics shows who did what, when, and how. That's the ideal from the logs. Now, we already know from looking at the results from the surveys and from just general talking to people that many of the logs don't contain the information that we need as forensic examiners, which means that, generally speaking, we can't come in and do attribution. We can't find out who did what, when, what was the pattern of attack, how did people break into the systems, what traversal did they do? Because without the logs, what we're actually doing is inferring information. And when we infer something, just like we as normal people do, we will make mistakes. We have to interpret it in a certain way, and then all comes in our bias and our general views and our understanding of the systems, which might all be incorrect. And then we become the human AIs and hallucinate in many different directions, which can then give us challenges later on. The logs are the witnesses. Sometimes they'll make mistakes, sometimes they'll mislead, but we have to try and interpret. That's the forensic perspective.
So my perspective and the kind of the opposing perspective, and you might ask, how did I get to looking at that perspective? Because it was a kind of journey through doing purple teaming, blue teaming, then wanting to know how the heck did they get in. So I started doing red teaming, and I started realizing that that's the missing link. We don't understand the other side. I look at it as log all the things. You give me all the free information. I'm very, very, very lazy. So if you can pop in a JWT token or an app key and secret, I'd be a happy girl. But it is a treasure trove. And often when I get a device in, and you'd assume that there is encryption and it's protected, it is normally in a zip file in plain text, and it's there for the taking as soon as I've got physical access. So for me, it contains the information I don't have to go scan for.
But that doesn't mean that we can log everything or should log everything. We have to be careful. We have to have a strategy towards what that logging is and what should be included in the logs.
I think the strategy should never be, we need more is better. It often is not, because the more you log, the less control you have. And it's a simple thing that long ago when we did the mainframe development, we used to have static and dynamic strings, right? We had a static term that goes into a log and only a dynamic value that would update. But now we are doing response headers, printer bodies, and we're only having static information going into our logs. And that's where the uncontrolled comes in, and you don't know what's in your logs anymore.
And those logs can hold a lot of information.
So if I do a quick grep and I do EY, I can tell you that I'm going to find a JWT token. There is not a log that I haven't found that in. Now you might say, oh, it's a JWT token, but those things are sometimes valid. Sometimes they're even valid for 75 years because the default has been left on. People like me, we're going to use it, we're going to exploit it, and we're going to use it to our benefit. I found app keys and secrets that no one knew existed. If I can find how your hosts work, I know what services you are, I know when you are updating, when you are rotating your logs, I know your normal, I'm going to exploit that. And I'm not going to move and behave in an abnormal fashion because that makes it detectable, right? There's a saying in incident response, know your normal to know your abnormal. Now for an attacker, I want to know your normal because I'm not going to do the abnormal. And logs tell me how your system operates. So again, log as if someone is watching. Now one of the tools that I like a lot, and I use this in pen testing and in OSINT, is TruffleHog. Do you guys know TruffleHog? Well, you should be using it against your logs. There's quite a lot that you can find. TruffleHog is like one of my favorite things to use. It is really powerful. So go and find out what the attackers are using and use their tool set against them. Because if you know what is in there before they do, you're one step ahead. But TruffleHog is a great resource to go find issues in logs.
Now, logs have many, many problems. From whichever perspective you want to look at, from a security or forensics perspective. From the forensic side, and even from the security, missing or inaccurate timestamps become a real problem. For us as forensic examiners, we want a timeline. We want to see who's done what, when, and in what structure, in what process, in what flow. If those timestamps are not there, then trying to recreate that whole narrative is impossible. If the timestamps are inaccurate, or depending on which system you go on, the time changes, then just a 30-second difference can change the entire narrative of the investigation.
I think one of the things that as an incident responder has been frustrating is the fact that I have to write parsers for every log set in the same system in the same organization. It gets to a point that it's not whether it's JSON, XML, or raw data, it's the fact that all three are on one log, and there's no set schema. If I know what your schema is, I know how to manipulate the data, but if I'm spending incident response time on having to write a parser, we've got a problem. Like there's many instances where I've had to look at 6 different logs and there's been 6 different schemas within those logs, and when you try and parse data that doesn't have a structure, what happens? You start losing information. So it's very important that in an organization you have a schema. It's not about the type of log, it's about what fields are in your logs, that you are consistent in what you have. Do not make the parser give up whilst trying to parse your data.
And we understand that is within an organization. It's not that everybody will have the same logs, the same formats, but as consistent as possible or as few different variations makes life easier. A big challenge that we have is that we can have terabytes and petabytes of information to go through. You might think it's ideal to have more information, but what that does is it creates noise. That noise makes it really difficult to pull out what is important and what is relevant to what we're trying to investigate. That overlogging buries everything deep down in terabytes of data, and it extends the investigation. Not only do we have to then develop parsers for schemas, we have to try and track if dates and times are correct. We now need to look at what information is in there that's actually important.
It's one of those instances that the size of your data lake doesn't matter, it's the clarity of your data. More volume does not make better logging. And this is something that I have found in the 16 years of doing this and responding to various different industries, is the fact that the companies that have petabytes and terabytes has actually got crap in, crap out. So it does matter what you have in your logs and what you plan to put in them. Now, you might say, well, what does this all matter? Well, it matters because I'm going to use that information to find where is the easiest to transverse. If I know your normal, I know how your users connect, I know how they transverse, and I know what services you have, I might actually be able to start chaining attacks. So you might have 6 low CVEs, but when I put those CVEs together in one attack, it does change the complexity and it does make it more successful. So whilst we think it's only the severe CVEs that matter, if you cluster a bunch together and you know the system intimately, you can start doing some real damage. So I use your logs against you to behave as your users would behave. This one's probably the one that I get in trouble to the most. It's my soapbox. I'm going to climb on it. Integrity of logs. And I'm not talking at rest and I'm not talking in transit, because we do those things. We use TLS to send it over a secure protocol so that it's not tampered with. But how many developers and systems have the ability to tell their logs have been tampered with, to tell the logs have been changed? What integrity mechanism have you got over the contents of your data? And this is something that's come out of my PhD, is the fact that a lot of the time we can't tell that our logs are actually a very crap data source because they have been changed. Often it's in plain text, it's in JSON XML, and it's not protected in terms of clustering or chaining with an integrity mechanism.
Now, if you're a history buff or history at all, how were the pyramids made? Do we know precisely how everything was done, or do we have to infer and try and determine how it was created? How did they get those lines and angles to perfection? The same comes when we miss the context inside of the logs. All right, maybe it's not quite ancient Egypt, but the same kind of process comes in play. We have to infer information. We have to try and interpret and put our best guess onto why something happened, why something existed, and where it came from. We really want to know who, what, why, and when, so that you can fix it for the future. So you can prevent that from happening again, or you can identify it quicker to fit in with regulations and laws.
Now, privacy is a big thing, right? And we've already established privacy doesn't play a big role in logging. But what we also find is this overzealous thing of redact, redact, redact. Like your privacy officer comes in and thou shall not have that, take it out your logs. I go with a different approach and say, yeah, you can have it, but you can't have it in plain text, right? So whilst redaction does mean take out, there are other things you can do as a developer or as a security practitioner by telling your teams, well, if we hash and salt and we encode, obfuscate the data, make it a little bit less plain text based. English is failing me this afternoon. But you have an encoded value that only you know what the decoded value is. You make it hard for the attacker. It's never going to be impossible, but your job is to make my job hard. Right? Because we've already established, if you are a hard enough target, I'm going to move on because I'm lazy. I want easy wins. So the fact is, yes, we shouldn't have PHI, we shouldn't have PII in plain text. Because sometimes taking that out cuts off the ability for us to do reconstruction. So have it in an encoded format that only you know how to decode. What does that help? Well, if you know what your client's value is, you know your encoding process, you can take the encoded value and search your logs. It's that kind of logic where you are able to then actually manipulate encoded data.
The challenge that we have with logs is their retention and the rotation of logging. So we might not identify an attack or something's happened for a period of time. If your logs aren't backed up, if they aren't retained anywhere, then we may lose the vital information that we need. If your logs are set to rotate, and in that rotation period, an attacker can identify that there will be a 10-minute window where they can do absolutely anything, and you will not record that in your systems, then they will exploit that. So you need to ensure that you retain your logs, that you're aware of what the policies are regarding rotations and retentions and what triggers all of them. And you are backing up those logs into somewhere that is immutable. They can't modify and change it.
Specifically in the IoT world, right, and as well as in the software world, one of the things that I'll do during a pen test is I'll go see when you update your logs or when you're busy sending it up or transversing that kind of rotation process. Because why? Because you're keeping your logging system busy. And not often is there redundant logging going on. Or if I do a crash, is it still going to actually log after it's crashed? Or do I have a small window to do what I need to do? Now, often when logs are being updated or rotated or encrypted, the logging system is busy with that, and we have a gap. Because not a lot of organizations are actually going to a temp folder or memory or keeping the logging going with a redundancy kind of thing in the background. It's one of the things that my research has identified is missing is the fact that logging needs to be resilient. We should never stop logging. Even when the system shuts down, there should be a portion that actually logs that last information out. This one's probably one I'm going to try and do a very bad Norwegian kind of example. You know when you're on a mountain road and it's snowing, you can barely see, you look for those red poles signal don't go there, you're going to go off the mountain. That's kind of what correlation IDs in a system or system is. It tells us where the next piece of information is or where the next evidence is. But correlation is what we also use when we don't have date and timestamps. To say that I can use a date and timestamp across a system of systems, especially where IoT is involved, there are systems that don't have a date and time. How do you correlate those logs? You use correlation IDs. It tells an investigator where to go next.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Profound.
Yeah, no, it was really good. It was the snowy road, it lost me. The evidence that we capture or we don't capture, as soon as we start questioning the logs, the authenticity, integrity of the logs, whether or not somebody could have tampered with them, whether or not the red teamer came in and played around a little bit, or that it's not a complete picture, as soon as we start chucking those questions around, then the validity of those logs starts to disappear. Our ability to rely on them to produce information that can be used for prosecution or just investigation disappears. We need to try and put in place ways to maintain the integrity of the logs, ways to retain the logs over a period of time so that we have a complete picture which is all correlated up in the snowy road and where that then leads us down the path to get to the final conclusion. So we need to export, we need to verify, we need to sign, we need to put these actions in place, not just after we've had an incident. They should be in place on a regular basis. If after an incident somebody just takes a screenshot or copies out the logs and sends it to us, but that's all we have to play with, then we have a massive problem. We need the complete picture, not just the cherry-picked information that people provide.
Now, I think one of the things in my research that I've identified is what a bad log looks like. Like, I've seen a lot of bad logs. I've done about benchmarks of 56 logs across various industries and various companies, and they all kind of on what my PhD is, the maturity benchmark between 26% and 33% in maturity of what we need from a forensic-ready log, which does signal that logging is not great. And it's some simple wins that organizations can do. I'm not asking you for complex things, I'm asking you for a structure. Logging is not, the Locard principle, does everyone know what that is? When two things come into connection, trace evidence is left behind. In forensics, the assumption is that this exists in a system of systems. I take it different. If you don't build it, don't document it, it doesn't exist in a log. So we need to kind of go and plan what are the kind of workflows we want to see in our logs, what are the things that we need to reconstruct, what information needs to go in it. And that is a structured strategy. You need to consider time syncing. A lot of developers will use a console log. Now, when you have a console log in a system of systems, a console log obviously is going to be in the local time of the device that it's on, which unless you have a time zone differentiator, you are not going to know what the time zone is. So it's following simple standards of ensuring that there is just a strategy towards your logging. Bad things happen when we do things at random. And another thing is your log should be immutable. It should never be a plain text document that anyone can write to. you should put some thought into the fact that attackers will go in there and manipulate the logs to cover their tracks. Now with ChatGPT and the likes, and heaven knows what AI is going to spew out, it might become harder for us to spot. So we have to make things immutable. We have to build in integrity, because we don't always have a forensic image, right? I can't just go, drive somewhere, go get a full disk. It's not those days anymore. We've moved on. Logs become that for us, but we need to build in the capacity to have integrity in them. I mean, obviously, it needs to be context-rich. Don't tell me an update has failed. There is a reason it failed. That might be the context that I'm missing. I don't know if you've ever done incident response and you go into a company and you're like, can I please see Bill? Bill's developed the logging system. Is Bill still there? No, Bill's left 6 years ago and no one knows how to look at the logs. Because that has happened on a frequent basis, that the single developer that knows what the heck is going on these logs has left or doesn't remember what the code does. Because every time you update code, what happens to your logs? They change, they update, they log different things. But we don't go do log analysis, we don't read our freaking logs frequently enough.
So I think the important thing from today, if you take away that if you have the capacity to influence or change or to review logging within your organization, within the applications you develop, whatever it might be, then take advantage of that and look to see, could you work out what's happened based upon the logs? Are they verifiable? Do they have integrity? Do they allow us to map out things properly? Do they give too much information?
If I leave you with a single thought, right, is every system leaves a trace. Every interaction with your system, every button you click, everything your users do leaves a trace. My question to you is, who's going to find it first? The attacker or you? Because that's kind of the essence here, is if you are going to be caught with your pants down because you haven't gone and read your logs, you're in trouble. So find it first, because if you find it first, you fix it first. That's kind of Log4j has taught us a big lesson where we became comfortable in our logs. They are not safe, they are not secure, they are being targeted. Therefore, know you're evil, is kind of the last message I want to leave you with.
Know you're evil or know that you are evil?
It depends. If you ask me, then I'm going to say know that I'm evil, because that's probably accurate. But know the logs that you can create can both be to your good but to your bad. It's a double-edged sword. It needs to be wielded responsibly. Information is risk in today's world, sad to say. But we need that information because we regulate it to report faster now and do root cause analysis. It's kind of the catch-24 of we have to do better with logging.
From my side, if your logs can't deal or come up with forensic scrutiny, then they're just noise. It's just data that's stored and it's costing the user or you money to store that information. If it's not relevant, get rid of it. Improve it, make it better. Go back, check everything and see what is relevant, what isn't relevant. Don't just log absolutely everything for the sake of logging it. Log it with a strategy, with a direction, with an organizational view on regulations and compliance. Then you'll have something that is relevant. You might not think it's at any point for now, but in a year's time, in 6 months' time, if we go back to Simon's talk at the beginning today, who knows who's already in your systems? Who already knows who's taking your data? This is what we need to have.
Yeah, I think the important thing is to understand that your logs are your source of truth in today's environment and the way that we have the system set up. We need to make sure that it's a source of truth and not a source of lies, and that comes with the integrity, which I have to admit, and I can't believe I'm going to do this in a public forum. Windows does one thing right. It's the fact that when it's tampered with in the logs, it does log a log, and whilst that can kind of be stopped, that philosophy of when changes occur, logging it, and just persistently logging it, gives us an idea that stuff's gone wrong. Right? So it's building in those nuggets that are going to help you in an incident to say this log should not be trusted. Any questions? There's lots. Good.
Question here in the front.
Yeah, so you briefly touched on log retention, and if you did mention this, then maybe you can repeat it for me, but I can't recall that you did. But in your opinion, what should inform the decision on the retention periods for hot and cold storage?
So you kind of get two things, right? There is where it's in the dashboard, like in your Datadog, your Splunk, that you retain it. Now, there is some NIST standards around it, but what I would do from my perspective is I'll go look at my organization and how soon we detect, how long we take to investigate, and let those decisions inform it, right? Because there's no use in only having 30 days on a dashboard, but generally it takes your team 60 days. I've had a bank that we've done that with where we went and looked at how the team's responding. And the ironic thing is they got better as we were tracking these things and we had the logs. But you should still have those logs for a period of time in cold storage, as we call it, so that you can refer back to it. The most frustrating thing for me coming into a banking sector in South Africa, where I'm from, is we did a case where we had evidence and all we needed was the final logs that would have had the smoking gun, only to realize they keep it for 120 days. But the incident took 350 days ago is when it happened, so we had nothing, not in cold storage and nothing. So I would say go look at how the team is dealing with incidents and how fast you detect to inform those kind of metrics. And the better you become at detecting fast and detecting more, it doesn't mean your security is lacking, it means your team's getting better. We want to detect fast because we can build all the prevention in the world. That doesn't always help. We need to be faster in detecting and responding. So that's kind of what I would do. I would go look at the team and how kind of the detection ratio is going.
Another question in the front.
Thank you for the detailed diving into the topic. I'm a big fan of logs in general and all these things, and it resonates me really well. But at the same point of time, I feel a lot of frustration in the recent months and years, because nowadays logging is, we have a huge Kubernetes clusters with short living time containers, a lot of data, log data that is thrown there without any kind of concern. And this kind of a well-structured approach doesn't really fit well the reality when we have to analyze everything, and the tools that do that pretty well, they're either so expensive, especially for keeping the logs for a long period of time, or they're not capable of handling this amount of information. So in the ideal world, what do you think? Should we just say that all the logging will be the part of the AI, where tasks where AI analyzes everything for us, and we should never look into log files at all? Or should we do it still manually or still using some kind of the human assisted tools? Thank you.
You have to ask the hard question, right? So AI is great at doing things once, and I've tested this with various models. Like, it can find things once, but if you ask it to reproduce, repeat, it's still very, hopefully there's no vendors coming for me, bad at it. Because the human brain also is very intuitive to see abnormal signals. So whilst I would say we have to practice some data analysis things, which is, again, know your normal to find the abnormal, I still think the human brain is the key to early detection. What I'm talking about is you need to intimately know your logs as doing cyber threat hunting in your logs. Because that's probably where you're going to pick up those edge crumbs that a normal EDR is not going to pick up, or the blinky lights we pay lots of money for doesn't pick up. I've had analysts that has outperformed tools because the human brain is an amazing thing. But in your question, like in a system of system, if we can start building those correlation and connection points, it becomes a lot easier. But a lot of companies don't think about how do we do this in practice. So I still think the human analyst is far better than any AI, in my opinion.
All right, we got a question here in the middle.
Hey, one of the ways I usually recommend clients to improve their logs is just having simulations of actual attacks, red teams, for example, where I'm able, as an operator, red team operator, to go in and actually simulate, just an example, exfiltration using whatever protocol, a specific TTP. And once I do that, the reporting is very specific, most importantly, on the time when I executed, when I started the attack, so that one, they can figure out if they have generated the logs at all, and two, to try to learn, okay, so if I these sequence of logs means Andra is trying to exfiltrate whatever at this time. And that's how they learn. My question to you, do you agree with that? And is it incomplete? Is there something else that you would also recommend on a practical way to recommend to clients?
So I think one of the things that I realized, because I used to do that with the security team as well, but they don't design the logs. Like they don't work fundamentally on setting the requirements, that is the product owner or management. They don't sit and work with the implementation, that's the security architect that does that. So we're focusing on security a little late, right? It's much harder to fix logging while we have logging, where if we can get embedded to play that with the developers, it's much better. A great game I play is OWASP Cornucopia. If you want to see some malicious, mean hackers put developers on their own system and watch them pull it apart and then ask them to go find that attack in the logs, and they realize, oh crap, I have nothing. So whilst we focus on maturing that, which is fine with the security team, that's going to get better in detection, I invite you to go play it with management. Give them a log file and say to them, you tell me what's happened. You give it to your developers and say, you tell me what I've done. Because soon they're going to realize they haven't built in the breadcrumbs we need to actually do effective incident response. I mean, if you didn't know, incident response is a magic, black magic, we just poof, make evidence appear. No, developers build evidence in for us. So I would invite anyone in security, shift to your green team, shift to the development team, the one that's, your implementation and your architects, work with them. Simulate activities. OWASP Cornucopia, the threat modeling for developers, is very good for them to go into that mindset of, how will I break my own stuff? Because calling someone's baby ugly is frowned upon, but they can call their own baby ugly. And this is what a developer told me. So give them the tools to understand what you need. And that way management might buy in and throw money at it. Now obviously management is going to give you more money once we've been pwned and we felt the burn. But sometimes actually going to them and showing them how faulty it is helps. So I would say that's all great, but shift it a bit more earlier.
All right, last question.
Hi, you mentioned effective or sufficient logging and insufficient logging. And my question was, actually got my attention. What is the example of sufficient logging and or strategic logging actually? And do you organize by logging valuable or vulnerable information that probably hackers or attackers can exploit?
So one of the things that I have taken from the manufacturing industry, because a lot of the work that I do is in medical and critical infrastructure, so things like PLC and those things, is the philosophy of having design input requirements. Now this sounds very like waterfall-y, but design input requirements is requirements that the whole ecosystem has to do. So set those requirements to say something like, we shall have a defined schema. Right? And everyone has that defined schema or those components in. So set those requirements that everyone does the same, because then we start moving strategically in the same direction. I had an organization where every log looked different. Every app in the same operating unit looked different, because there was no set requirements list. So go take a key from manufacturing and with purpose design the logs. Hopefully my next paper will come out that kind of details these kind of development requirements, but it goes down about catching the things of, you need to build in what you need and you need to know what your workflow is, and that's what Andre said there. You need to know how you are going to be pwned. You need to actually do threat modeling, and then you need to determine, do you have the workflows? Are you able to reconstruct what has happened? And if the answer is no, then you know that this needs to go into your development pipeline and you need to improve it. Even with AWS and Azure, you have the ability to kind of influence that information that you're logging. Does that answer your question?
Great. Thank you very much, Veronica and Emlyn.
Thank you. Hopefully I'm not over time.
All right. That takes us to our last break of the day. I sound like a broken record up here, but shirts, people, shirts. Check your email, find your ticket. If you can't find your ticket, we have a list. And if you want to buy a shirt now, then you can do that now as well. Enjoy a break and see you back. Don't be shy, lots of seats in the front as well. Jimmy Carr will not be making an appearance, so you should be safe. It's fine. All right. Welcome back. We're in the home stretch now. It's been we've been on a journey today, and we're gonna go someplace we haven't gone yet. Time for something completely different. Mainframes. Yes, they still exist. And please give a warm welcome to Jack Fitzsimons.
Close enough. Okay. Thanks. Can everyone hear me okay? Thumbs up? Yep, perfect, because I can't really hear myself because I'm that's close. If I need to move it because of my beard, let me know. I hope maybe it might muffle the sound. Yes, thanks for coming to my talk on mainframe hacking. Something a bit different. So yeah, let's get cracking. Yeah, I made this meme because I thought it was funny. I don't know how many of you will get it, but yeah. So, who am I? Well, I am originally from the UK. I'm Jack. I moved to Sweden and then to Denmark. I've been there for coming up for 9 years now. Well, 10 years in total, I guess, if you count Sweden. I used to work as systems administrator. I am now a security consultant at Reversec, and I spend 95% of my time bouncing between mainframe and cloud. I have not had a project that combines the two just yet, but maybe one day. I'm sure you're all wondering, you know, mainframes, they're ancient. They're not even useful anymore. Who uses them? So I'm going to get the important stuff out of the way up front. So, are mainframes dead? No. Are they even still relevant? Yes, funnily enough. All right, that was it. Thank you. That's what you need to know. I'm kidding. So let's go through what we're going to chat about. We are going to go through a bit of background. I always find with these talks that I need to kind of go through some mainframe terminology and get people a bit up to speed. I won't, make it too heavy, but we'll need some context and dispel a few myths. And then we will go through what you need to know about ZOS specifically. Not all of it, but some of it, the main things that you might run into. A bit about hacking ZOS, how you can hack it, what you can do with it, how it works. Some further resources if you find me droning on for 45 minutes actually really interesting, so then you can go and do some of the stuff on your own. And then a Q&A if I don't run over by miles. We shall see. A disclaimer. We are a bit short on time. 45 minutes, so I'm covering the absolute must things. 99% likely in real life, if you ever do an actual mainframe engagement with a client, it's going to be like more of an audit than like actually hacking, because these things live in a bank usually, and there's only generally one or two, so a bit delicate. Or they feel like they're delicate and don't want you touching them. We will cover some more offensive methods. I am a security consultant. I'm not a traditional mainframer. So if there's anyone in here who's been like a system programmer for like the last 20 years, just raise your hand. So yeah, I'm coming at this from a security consultant point of view. Yeah, could fill a good half an hour at least with any of these topics. I'm trying to mix some things in, so we're going to move at a bit of a pace. The aim for today, what I want you to take away from today, if you haven't fallen asleep from me talking, is an idea of what a mainframe is, why they are still important, and why I feel they aren't really looked at enough. Key concepts of ZOS, and some hacking methods, some fun stuff. So, background, and a little bit about my journey, and some myth busting. Why am I standing here in front of you talking about mainframes? Well, I was very fresh at Reversec. I got tapped on the shoulder and asked if I wanted to do some training on mainframes. I thought, yeah, okay, that sounds interesting. Why not? I actually have Norway to thank for me getting involved in mainframes, because the only reason that I originally started was because I got a random message from one of our engagement managers asking if I spoke Norwegian. I don't, for reference. I can speak Danish, okay, and I can read Norwegian thanks to that. So I was like, yeah, it's close enough. I might have to look a word up or two, but we'll manage. Great, there's 2 guys from the UK. You'll be on site for 4 weeks. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, I said yes. shortly after, ended up at the client site with 2 of my colleagues from the UK, and then it just never really stopped. So, yeah. I do enjoy it. It's something very different. There is a decent amount of overlap, but yeah, it can be esoteric. Yes, so these are some mainframes. Does this work on this? No. Okay, well, I'm pointing at this middle picture here. This is something from the 50s where they had pneumatic tubes, very old-fashioned, but that's kind of the first evolution, I guess you could say. We get a bit more modern up in the top. So this thing behind the guy is the mainframe. It's called a mainframe because it has I/O hanging off it, and it is like the main frame, a literal frame. You've got some tapes in the back there. Yeah, so this is the S360 on your right, my left. And yeah, it was very popular at the time. There's still quite a lot of history based on this, and some relevance from modern ZOS, modern mainframes. The Z17, however, so this is what they look like today. They're a bit more sleek, they're a bit matte and shiny. They live in a data center somewhere, humming away. You can buy them in a single mainframe. You can buy multiple frames. This was generally available as of June this year. It has up to 208 cores and 64 terabytes of memory and stupid specs. And this is the only comment I'm going to make in this presentation about AI. Yes, it has AI and processing for like fraud detection stuff. I really hope I never test one because I'll have no idea what to do with it. But yeah, even mainframes have AI. So, time for a little quiz. Who has used a mainframe in the last week? You can put your hand up if you happen to. No? Last month? Year? Okay. All right. Nice. I'll chat to you after. Ever? Okay. That was more than I expected. Now this makes like a dick. But yes, basically, even if you haven't used one directly, you will have used one if you have made a bank transaction, maybe taken a train, definitely taken a flight. If mainframes stop working, society will grind to a halt. Things will grind to a halt very, very quickly. We would definitely feel the effects. So yeah. Are they actually still relevant? Like, are they not just something that like an insurance company or a bank uses? Well, yes, they are. If they're purchased outright, they are very, very expensive. They can cost multiple hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of dollars. If you paid that much for it, you would want to keep it going as well. You want to get your use out of it. They are capable of handling billions of transactions. So I don't know does Norway have like a Black Week like Denmark? Yeah? So like, think of that Black Week times like 10 every day, and you're still probably not even close. So yeah, basically a Black Week times 10 every day. The uptime is measured in decades. And I don't mean like some of the subsystems on the mainframe, but like the actual mainframe itself, generally measured in decades. They are incredibly reliable. So for context, the minimum uptime is 5 nines, so 99.999%, which is roughly 5 minutes a year. AWS will give you, I think, 4, 3? Not so many. Yeah, they are backwards compatible to the S360, which was the picture we saw before on the top left, my right. So they basically have had years and years of building up complexity in terms of applications. Like you might buy a mainframe, use it for one thing, decide you're going to use it for another thing, and then add some more things on, and suddenly you've got things just kind of stacking up, and you've got lots of layers. And yeah, the industries they're in, they are critical to them. Yeah. So what you need to know about ZOS. So we have OMVS, VTAM, JCL, LPARS, ACI, RACF, JES, KICS, datasets. All right, any questions? All good? No, that's... yes, we are, like I said, we're not going to focus on all the acronyms I just listed on like the slide ago. We're just going to run into some of the common ones. I forgot to finish that word. Yeah, okay, well, never mind. Yes, just the common ones. RACF. All roads lead to RACF, which my colleague James always says, and it's kind of true, actually. So RACF stands for the Resource Access Control Facility. You're going to realize at this point there are lots of awkward acronyms, and there's nothing I can do about that, and I'm very sorry. They are quite literal acronyms, but awkward acronyms nonetheless. So RACF, to put it in the simplest form I could, it's a database of classes and profiles. Those classes are collections of profiles, and those profiles are collections of ACLs and other attributes. You have some different access types. So you have none, execute, read, update, and alter. So obviously if you've got none, you have no access. If you can update, then you can modify a data set. We'll get to that in a minute. If you have alter, you can modify and also move it or create a new one. Warning is an interesting one. Sorry, I kind of got ahead of myself there. So this is basically for when you are initially setting up the mainframe, or I guess rather RACF on the mainframe. This is probably actually a good time to do it a bit on the side. So it's a bit weird in the sense that a mainframe by default doesn't actually come with much in the way of security. So you have a few different choices for your external security manager, and the keyword being external is a given there. You have RACF, which is 75% of the market by IBM. You have ACF2 and Top Secret, which are now owned by Broadcom, which make up the other 25. You can only have one at a time, so you can't like mix and match. So basically, whatever was like installed way back when is the thing you're going to be stuck with, because you're probably not going to rip it out and try something different. Yes, sorry, back to regular programming. Warning is essentially, when you're setting this up, it's like a debug mode. So you will have access, but the access will be logged. So you can basically go and look and be like, okay, many people are accessing these assets or these resources, so we should probably, like, you know, if they're not sensitive, keep those and have it like a wide net. If, okay, that person definitely shouldn't be accessing that, so let's cut that off. You can kind of fine-tune the access control, basically. That's the point of it. Yes, the UACC, which I've gone blank on what it actually means, but the User Access Control something, I think, grants resources access to all defined and undefined user IDs, unless a user ID is specifically denied or none. As a side note, the SAF is a thing that kind of sits in between like the subsystem and RACF. Basically, it passes like requests back and forth to kind of, you know, figure out, hey, is the person allowed? Cool. Or is the person allowed? No? Okay, piss off, you don't get any access. It's probably easier to try and explain it with this diagram, which is actually big enough because the screen is bloody massive. So yes, if you are requesting access to a resource, RACF will look and see, like, is your ID in the access control list? If it is, you get access. If it's not, is like a group you're part of in the ACL? If yes, it will grant you the highest access that group gives you. If not, then it will look and see if there are any wildcards or if the ID is restricted. Depending on that, it will grant access or not. And then eventually down here, it will say, is your ID operations? We'll come to that in a minute. And if it is, you get access. If not, it's denied. So special privileges in RACF, you have, well, special. So if you have special, you can define security profiles, user IDs, and you can set some RACF global options. So that there are things like password policies and things like that, like general security settings. If your operations, you can read and write and delete most data on the mainframe. So these are two kind of good things, like the kind of the roles you want to try and get to. You have auditor. So this is, well, as the name suggests, auditing. You can look at all the RACF profiles and you can set some audit controls. And then you also have row audit, which is a read-only version if people just need to go and like poke around and have a look at things. and restricted. Yeah. So, data sets. You can think of them as files. I know I'm going to get some shit for this one because I know it's not a file, but it's the closest thing. They are flat in structure, and they are group records. You have some qualifiers to give some structure. The first one is a high-level qualifier, and then the rest. So, for instance, like home, Jack, docs, and then I have BSides, which is a member. And a member is denoted in those brackets. It's known as a partitioned data set. Job control language. Yeah, I told you the acronyms don't get any better. It's not really a language. It is what you use to do things and run jobs on the mainframe. But yeah, it's weird it's called a language because it is a way to submit a job. And when I say a job, the easiest way to phrase this is to process a unit of work. So if anything, if you don't remember anything from this presentation at all, please just remember one thing. Data plus a program put into a job, get some output, like that is a unit of work. That's what a mainframe does. It's very batch driven. Well, IBM, there are others that are not quite so, but we won't get into those today. It is the J of the JCL, like mainframes run on jobs. You can do more with it, which we'll see in a minute. And the creator of, or say not the creator of JCL, but the person who was responsible for the project that JCL was born out of, said that it was the worst computer programming language ever devised by anybody anywhere. If that isn't a ringing endorsement, I don't know what is. We haven't mentioned Rex. We won't really get into that today. It is, think of that like Python, before Python was actually available on the mainframe. You have sockets, you have arrays and variables. It's a bit more object-oriented in nature. Oh yeah, I skipped ahead for myself, but yes, please read it again. Only things to take away from the presentation, don't remember anything else. So here is a dataset example with some JCL in it. Yeah, like I said, jobs on the mainframe are the things that make it tick. It could be for copying or archiving or moving data somewhere else to be processed by some other system. Jobs generally run in spans of hours to days, depending on what it is. So like for a bank, for example, it would be reconciling transactions each evening or at some point during the week, or maybe one last run on the weekend to reconcile everything for the next Monday and so on. Think of them like a cron job. That is the closest thing. In this case, the main thing here is, so the ACCCHK, or the access check, that's the name of it. The class is like which queue it goes into when you submit it to the mainframe. The notify part is just telling, like, hey, like, let me know when it's done. Message level, logging, relevant from the last talk. And then time is how much time you want to give it. So the 0 is minutes, and the 30 is, yeah, minutes, seconds, I think. Or it could be minutes and minutes. I can't remember off the top of my head. The program, we're just calling TSO. And then here at the bottom, we have some, basically it's saying like, hey, I want to run some commands, spit it in like this output here. Yeah. So this is a fun one. Why some DVLA services don't work at night. So in the UK, when you go to, God, that's really bright. When you go to update something about your car, like whether it's like you bought a new one, you need to submit the documents for it and things, if you go to the website or like the section of the gov.uk portal for it, you will find that this message is still valid. And you can only do it between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. Back in about, I want to say 2007, 2008, the DVLA wanted to bring the operation of this system back in-house. So they wanted to bring it from IBM and Fujitsu. They made a bit of a cock-up of it the first time round. So it went absolutely terribly, and like there was no reliability. And so, yeah, afterwards, after a while, they basically decided that let's kind of get there halfway. Let's get the stability first. So like as a compromise, let's shut it down overnight so the batch jobs finish in time. So like everything is orderly and good. And okay, people might be annoyed, but how many people are updating their like car details at 3 in the morning? Hopefully not too many. This guy, the blog post, which I linked to there, goes into a bit more detail, but he left in 2015. So it's been 10 years and it's still like this. A Norwegian example, which Erland gave me, and I did not realize you guys were sponsoring. I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to pick on you. If I've got this correct, because I had a bit of a skim, the plan is to get off the mainframe by 2030. This was originally, I think in 2018, was like the 5-year plan to do so. Yeah, we're now in 2025, so that's 7 years. So, I mean, I really hope so. Like this article saying it was from 2024, so it was basically, I guess, the original deadline. Yeah, mainframe modernization generally, it's not the fact that, oh, wow, I need to hurry up. It's not the fact that, like COBOL, for instance, is hard to read or it's hard to write or whatever. It's the fact that a job will have many steps that calls on other jobs, that does something else, that puts data somewhere else. And if you miss one of those things, it's like a house of cards and everything falls down because you're missing some, like data doesn't end up where it should or it doesn't get processed at whatever time. And so that's usually the hard part. I mean, COBOL, the whole point of it was to be able to write business logic, have it built in. And so yeah, that's the hard part, untangling all of that. TSO. So TSO is time sharing options and extensions. The idea for this was that people should be able to share resources on the mainframe. So people can do what they need to do without interfering with someone else. Think of it like Bash for the mainframe. In our case, or in my case, from a security perspective, it's useful for querying information about the mainframe, like datasets, or calling scripts, or querying RACF if you have the access. Yeah, I've put like a link to a list of TSO commands because there's many, many, many. IBM has great documentation, which we'll touch on again in the end. So for instance, you can list a user, and that will tell you like their level of access and some information about the user. Same for groups, and this one's an interesting one, which we'll get to a bit later. Vary. So obviously, RACF is the thing that keeps everything security-wise nice and neat. There is a RACF database with all the password hashes of all the users on the mainframe. If you run that rvary command and you have the appropriate access, it will tell you where the RACF database is on the mainframe. Yes, Unix system subservices. I have made a slight error because I think now it's actually called Linux Z or Z. I refuse to call it Z. Yeah, it's a Unix system. I really need to rewatch Jurassic Park. It's been far too long. So it's a little different to standard Unix thanks to RACF, because there are kind of two parts to it. You have your standard Unix and then you have the RACF bits. Don't quote me on this. As far as I'm aware, it is the thing that provides FTP and SSH on the mainframe. Yes, if you have access to BPX Superuser, you can actually use it to elevate your privileges and sue. And here's an example command if you can list all of the RACF users who are super users. If you want to elevate your privileges within it, I'm not going to go through it. Phil Young has a great DEF CON talk. It goes through like why it's really looked at from like a traditional mainframing perspective and why it's somewhat overlooked, and also walks through like a lot of privilege escalation kind of things and what to be mindful of. Go watch it. It's a great talk. Yeah. The customer information control system. So this hopefully might have some more familiarity with some of you. Kicks. So yeah, this is the point where I do get some shit from the mainframer who's secretly been doing this 20 years sitting somewhere over there, because I'm going to make some comparisons to try and draw some parallels. So it is transaction-based. It allows end users to interact with applications via online screens. So think of it as a GUI, basically. So like when you go and like Amadeus, for instance, when you deal with all the baggage stuff and like the check-in desk at the airport, that is a mainframe. If you're potentially a teller at a bank, some of the things you might be doing, they might have like a Java thick client in front of them, but they talk directly to a mainframe. Or maybe you're unfortunate enough to actually use one, who knows. So yeah, the idea was that people who were not system programmers or like mainframe operators, they had a way to use, like to retrieve information and give information to the mainframe without actually having to sit in front of like a green screen, basically. You can think of them like a website of sorts. They are 4 letters long, and they kind of act like a URL. And you can think of your 3270 client as like a browser. I'm making some very rough comparisons here, but you'll have to forgive me. They are commonly written in COBOL, but they don't have to be. Java, C, C++ is also absolutely fine. So, having a bit of fun, we'll get to this a bit later, but you can use what we'll talk about later, Hack3270, which is a the closest thing to Burp Suite on the mainframe. Phil Young developed like a deliberately vulnerable Kix application. It's quite fun. You can run it with Docker, super simple. Yeah, recommend it. So elevating your privileges. We have a few tools. We can use something like Kixpone. So that basically there are, I should probably skip through here. Yes. So there are a few default transactions that IBM provides. You can make your own. So like CEMT is like the terminal for Kix. CECI is the interpreter. So Kixpone uses, if they're available, some of the transactions to see if we can elevate our privileges, because they should be protected. Hack3270, like I said, is basically the closest to Burp Suite on the mainframe, developed by Jay Smith, Jan Nunes, and Garland Klesner. It's quite cool. You can like send all of the F keys in one go. It logs everything you do. You can like unprotect fields. I say unprotect fields because when you get information to your 3270 client, which we'll see in a bit, I promise, it's all given, and then basically it's hidden from the user depending on whether that field should be protected or not. So it's not very secure in that sense. So yeah, you can use Hack3270 to like unhide fields or like make uneditable fields editable. Yeah, it's more kind of like input validation and sanitization kind of testing, more web app, I guess, ish kind of thing. Yes, developers can create their own transactions, give their application a transaction name, and that's how you access it. So, after all that, you might be like this. I have thrown a lot of information at you. So let's look at a mainframe and use a practical example. So this is a twist of something I have done during an assessment. At the time, there were some credentials found in the JCL of a batch job. Those credentials were for a service. I won't say more about the service, but yeah, there was quite a bit of sensitive data in it, and the day after I reported it to the client, articles started coming out about it being actively exploited in the wild, like the service itself. Obviously, when I logged in to check and see if the credentials were valid, there was no MFA. So yeah, that was a fun kind of week trying to chase someone up and be like, hey, would you mind? Like, we have some proof this is being used. Yeah. So, time for the demo. But first, a disclaimer. I shouldn't have to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway so no one gets any ideas. Do not go poking around on mainframes that are not yours or you don't have permission to test. Please. Or if you do, don't use I saw a BSides talk about it as your defense. I would appreciate that very much. This is a little side note. If you're ever in a position where you actually are allowed to start from literal scratch, you don't need a lot to hack a mainframe in general. So Python is great. Nmap, we have Kix info. which is basically an Mmap script that well, gives you information on kicks, like the environment it's running in, the region and so on. Kicks enum, so it will go through the list of default transactions and tell you if any are available. VTAM enum, we'll get to VTAM in a second. It basically just kind of tells you if you are like at the login prompt for the mainframe. These are all developed by Soldier of Fortran, who is Phil Young. Yeah, you can do a lot with Mmap and Python. Some form of, I say x3270, any 3270 client will be fine. You can also do it through the terminal as well, so it doesn't have to be like a GUI version. Yeah. So, our scenario. If we are on an engagement, we have been given some credentials by the client. We have been given a great username of user8 and audit25 as the password. We have just the right amount of access from the point of view of the client. It's a batch-only application, no like online screens, and all of the batch jobs are in this JCL library, pentest JCL source. How convenient. Yeah, we've not been given a whole lot of access from our perspective, but enough from the client's perspective. So yeah, we can take a look around and see what we've got by doing some initial reconnaissance. Is that me doing that, or is that? Ah. Think so? Everyone still hear me? Yeah, cool. All right, I'll stop like putting my hand in my pocket and catching the wire. Yeah, we want to get a feel for the application in general and kind of a flow of the system. So a good idea is once you are on the network, poke around any like relevant Teams things, especially Jira or Confluence. I don't remember which, I get the logos mixed up. Jira and Confluence and SharePoint, definitely go and poke around on those. I say that because mainframe terminology is very specific, which means if you start looking for like batch or JCL or RACF or whatever, you will get hits, like sometimes quite a few. And that could be things from like full-on documents that explain like the system and how it all goes together and like which jobs run when and which applications talk to which and like how the data is kind of processed through each different system. I've found service account names. I've occasionally found a password. Yeah, this isn't a mainframe specific technique, obviously, but considering the uniqueness of the terms, it can be a really good treasure trove. So, time for the demo. Hopefully, I won't need that slide. We shall see. So, I need my VM. Oh, yes, this is confusing because I've got two screens. You know what? I'm going to turn this way. That's easier, I think. Nope, I'm going to kill that actually, because then I get it back on this screen. That's probably a bit better. So, like this. Yes, and yes. All right. So, I need my VPN. And I also need a 3270 client. So if we go to login, and I will just pop out the F key buttons. Now is a good time to mention that everything is mostly done with F keys, which can be a bit weird. It even sometimes differs from application to application. So I've had some applications where enter is not enter, it's actually right control. It can be really awkward for like some of the things. But yeah, F7 to go up, F8 to go down, F12 to cancel, F3 to go back. It's so yes, I'm going to do this so you can see which like F keys I'm pressing. So yeah, if we log on, we were user 8, and our password was audit25. Cool. So this is the view that you will get when you first log in via a 3270 client. There's lots of things in here. So we have things for like editing and retrieving data sets and poking around. We have some development tools. We can run commands here, which is very useful. In this case, we will actually run one because we want to see what our privileges are. So at the moment, you can see we only have row audit. So we can't actually read or, we can't edit or create. So we're basically just kind of being able to read, which, yeah, all right, fair enough. So if I then wander back, one of the first things that I do when I'm on a mainframe, I really embrace the saying, if it works, it's not stupid. So there is a global search in here, the extended search. You can quite literally search for phrases across the entire mainframe. I have, like, that's exactly how I found the credentials for the service I talked about earlier. They were quite literally just sitting in a file. So yes, if I go to, and it was this, oop, I can't spell. How am I doing for time, by the way? Almost 20 minutes. I'll speed up. Oh, I forgot a U. My bad. Okay. Let's try that. Yes, we want to search all of them, and we want user. Nope, I have my caps lock key on, and pass as is, user pass. Why did that not work? What did I do? Oh, I have some weird quotes maybe. Let's try that again. Oh, I know what I did. I mixed up the order. So GCL.source. There we go, my bad. So we can see that someone has carelessly left some credentials in a FTP file. So we can actually use these to log in. If we head back to our terminal and we go to FTP, whoops, let's try again. Don't know what the hell's happening there. Let's just open a new terminal. Call it good. FTP 172.16.9.10, and we can use user 3, which was our credentials. Oh, what? Oh, okay. No. There we go. That's better. User 3, and it was BSides 25. Okay, what we also forgot to do, actually, I just need to go back, is we need to run our vary because we want to find out where the RecF database is. Okay, it is here. We will need that for later. So we can actually now use these credentials to grab the RecF database. So if I ls, okay, cool. And if I, so I need to go back one. Actually, so this is the fun part. You need to switch to binary. Mainframes use EBCDIC, not ASCII, so you need to convert the modes as you kind of pull files back and forth. Yes, we are there. So I will cd and I will go to sys1 where we were. Why is my one not working? There we go. Oh, you can actually see this pretty well. Cool. And then I will cd to, I think it was RecF ds.backup. Yes, cool. Nice. And then we can actually just, I think, we should be able to just do get. This one.recf.ds backup, and we'll call it recfdb. Oh no, I need to cd out. Okay, let's try again. And again, bollocks. Okay, yes, we're there. Let's try one more time. So rackf ds dot backup as rackfdb. There we go. Ooh, I'm close on time. Okay. So let's ls. Nope, sorry. Let's quit FTP and then ls, and we should have our backup. Oh no, I did it not there. So, okay, let's do this. That should hopefully work. cd into BSides. Yes, okay, so we can use rackf to John to change our backup file. Oh, whoops. Okay, that makes sense. rackfdb whoop, to mainframe user. Can't type. Cool. Oh, great. Okay, we should now have that. We do. We can now actually crack that. So if I do John, wordless password. I'm cutting down the target users because obviously I have like, I guess 4 minutes left at this point. Yes, that should be fine. So let's see what happens. Oh, thank God it worked. Okay, so we have some other credentials in here, which we will now poke at. So if we go back to the mainframe quickly, and we can close this and just open this quickly, we can see that log on, defense, and yes, that's fine. Thank you, 6. We can see that we are in fact special on operations. Great. Okay, so now what we can do is we can go back to FTP and log in as jfits. And, whoops, I balls that up. So, FTP, nope. Okay. Oh, no, yes. jfits. And we are there. So let's ls, see what we've got. We have a secret folder. Interesting. So I'm going to do that. I then now need to switch to ASCII. Cool. And then we want to get ls and see what's in there. We have a flag. Interesting. So we can get flag as flag.txt. Cool. And then if we ls, we can cat flag. Thank you for coming to this talk. And how long have I actually got left? How many minutes have I got until I have to get off here? Fuck, okay. Right, very, very quick, like super duper quick. Yes, I did not goof. I did, kind of, but whatever. So why does this work? The default on a mainframe is 8 characters for a password, usernames are 7. Case sensitivity, commonly, is not always enforced, surprisingly, even today. Like pass tickets and other methods are a way to do things, but yeah, I don't see it so often. You get 3 attempts on a mainframe, usually before you get locked out, but you know, offline, cracking a rackf database, you can do it to your heart's content. You should use sensible kind of ciphers, KDF-AES, no DES, please. I'm showing you my notes. I'm just going to Shift F5. Cool. Yes. So let me get my clicker back. Oh. Further resources. We're at the end. Introduction to new mainframes. It's from 2012. Don't laugh. I know it is still a new mainframe. IBM Redbooks. They cover literally any IBM product. They're really good. Good at rackf Beyond the Basics book by Dinesh Didatani. Talks, go and check some of these out. They're really good. They're some of my favorites. Yeah. Setting up your own mainframe. You can use IBM Z Explore, not for hacking. If you do, they will kick you off. But you can learn how to do things on the mainframe. It uses the Zoe plugin and VS Code, so you don't need the GUI terminal I just used. Hercules emulator, probably the easiest. Gibson, a thing created by Kev Milne. It's like a mainframe emulator in conjunction with his book coming out by No Starch Press. ZPDT, the personal development and test. It is expensive, but it is an actual mainframe that runs on Linux hardware. IBM want a fortune for it. It is being discontinued at the end of this year, which is sad. There are other options, like other older versions floating around. I'm not going to tell you where to find them, because I don't want IBM to come after me. So, yeah. Thank you to the following people for, otherwise I wouldn't have the continued interest in this. Jesus. Yes. And why is nothing happening with my clicker? Yes, all feedback, comments, criticism, hate mail, please send it here. We're done.
Thank you, Jack. Just like a real pen test, time management can be a challenge. I've been there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers. Cheers. Up next, we have. Are you sticking around a little bit? Yeah.
Or 7 or half 7, 8 o'clock.
Great. So if you want to talk more about how to become a mainframe hacker, Jack will be around. Up next, we have Martin Londal from the police IT unit. He's a senior penetration tester and security advisor. Why do we have so many police here today? To serve and protect. Give it up for Martin.
Okay, hopefully this works fine. Yeah, I'm here to try to lift the mood a bit. I think that when we go and have so many great speakers and it's a full security conference, I leave very depressed. So this is a positive security talk, and we're going to be happy, and we're going to talk about good things today. We all know the issues in cybersecurity. A lot of things have been talked about today with some really great talks. And again, I usually leave like this, right? That I get really, really sad. There was a great talk about logging, and I get just stressed because it's a lot, and we're supposed to be positive today. So what I usually leave with, at least, is that it would be really easy to drop this whole IT thing and go back to the real world where there's like physical controls, because it's much easier to just put a couple of my colleagues with MP5s outside of like a file cabinet, and then some 13-year-old can try to steal them. That would be much easier than this whole IT security thing. My name is Martin Londal. I used to be a software engineer. I'm now a senior penetration tester, and I also lead the penetration testing team over at the police IT unit here in Norway. And again, the point of this talk is to, instead of leaving like this, at least we will leave a little bit happy. I think that it is really easy, because we are security professionals and our job is to focus on cybersecurity, to only look at the problems. Then we solve something, and then like, great, we solved that, next problem. And then we talk about the problems and not always about all the good things that has happened. So I have three things that I want to talk about that I think is really good things for cybersecurity, and I also want to hopefully help people identify what is actually really good initiatives and what is good solutions that is coming out. So when I look at these, and if you ever want to be on this list, if I do it more times, you can either bribe me with like a product sponsorship. This could be like great, like some antivirus or something that I could sell up here. But until someone sponsors, what I usually look at is that it solves, of course, a real problem that we have in cybersecurity. There needs to be really good corporate incentives to get stuff implemented. If you have to fight with the C-suite, if you have to have 16 presentations and it's a whole thing to get this implemented, or your entire development team is going to hate you after because you implemented this thing, then there's not a good corporate incentive. And lastly, it needs to be user-friendly. So it has to be actually something that we can use, because if not, then we usually see this fail, right? There's a lot of really good solutions, but either I have to fight with my CISO to get them to buy this product and to implement it, and then it's not user-friendly, and then people start using secret back alleyways to get things to work because people just want to do their job right. So let's start with a really golden example. This is revolutionary technology that nobody hears about. It's good old HTTPS. HTTPS for me is the gold standard for how the security community has made something that is actually really, really good. So let's run down the checklist, right? Does it solve a real problem? And of course it does. Everyone in here probably know the problems with unencrypted HTTP. For those who don't, of course you have some website, and you need to traverse through a network. That could be the Wi-Fi here at BSides or Coffee, or if they are state actors, there are these highways on the internet, these central points where all traffic flows through. So you need to flow through all of these kind of network points to get to whatever website and retrieve whatever you want. Like you can upload files, you can log into places, you can retrieve files, and you can of course also load code into your browser when you visit any website. And of course, if somebody is on the NDC network or on your home network or wherever you're accessing, or a state actor is on these major highways, then it's compromised, and now we're screwed, right? They can intercept your files and your passwords. They can bundle your PDFs or whatever files you have with malware, so that you will open it and it seems fine, it runs and everything is great, but of course there's some malware running in the background while it just opens a PDF for you. And of course they can access or inject any type of payload into the website you're loading, stealing your cookies or credit cards or whatever you're typing into the website, because they essentially just get free cross-site scripting out of the box. So these are, of course, real issues that HTTP solved. Is there a good corporate incentive to implement HTTPS? And the answer to that is yes, because you don't want your customers to go to your website and this is what they get, like a big not secure warning. They have to go into like advanced settings to be allowed to visit the website, or in the worst ways, you get one of these where you're really getting big issues, and you can't even access the site. If you do, you get this. You get really, really, really sad sales departments because nobody wants to do business with a company that can't even operate their own website securely. So there's good corporate incentive. There's no one that is deploying any form of website without HTTPS. And of course, you also won't get indexed by Google or any search engine if you don't implement it. And lastly, is it user-friendly? It's really user-friendly, because the only way if you want to use HTTPS, you just open any browser. It is so common that even Edge supports HTTPS. So if Edge can do it and make it user-friendly, and that means that it has to be great. And notice that this is HTTPS, because there's a lot of other protocols that we have secure versions of. But those don't have the same incentives. You will go into a network on a pen test and you'll find unencrypted FTP traffic. Because when someone connects to an FTP server, there's no like, hey, this is unencrypted, you shouldn't use this, or your terminal tool will stop you from using it or anything like that. So there isn't any user feedback that this is insecure, and there isn't anything kind of like making the business case for implementing secure FTP. The same goes for SMB signing, right? You should have SMB signing enabled on your SMB shares and on your servers. But again, what's the corporate incentive? Why should you invest development resources doing this? To prevent some relay attack? Again, it becomes, you will have to start these debates with your C-suite team. Next up, I think that these are, if there's anyone that's ever worked in operations, these are underrated and nobody wants to talk about them. These are mail records, so SPF, DKIM, and DMARC. A quick rundown. You have SPF records, so you point to your mail server and says, these are my mail servers. If somebody sending an email, it should come from one of these. If it doesn't, it's not me. You shouldn't accept that mail. We have a DKIM, which is here are my digital signatures. They should be attached to my emails. If they are not, it's probably not me. And then we have DMARC, which is a little bit more optional, but essentially like if you get something shady, this is what you should do with those shady emails. So these are very, very common. Again, do they solve a real problem? Yeah. Before this, you could, before you implemented SPF and DKIM, if there was someone on the internet and there was a random person, they could just say whatever company they wanted. They could say, oh, I'm from Microsoft, and it would just work, because there was no validation in what email server Microsoft was running. So you could just spoof any email, and you could pretend to be anyone. It would be really great for phishing. Is there a good corporate incentive to implementing this? And the answer is yes, because if you don't implement it, other mail servers are not going to accept your mail, because it's a really shady thing to have a mail server without SPF and without DKIM. And once again, you get a really sad sales team. This is actually a big problem if you work in operations, because you will go to some third-party marketing, but you want them to send emails from your domain, but you forget to register. Like, they didn't talk to operations, they just bought the marketing thing and say, here's our domain. And then all the marketing campaigns are getting blocked because you're not sending you don't have proper mail records. And that's kind of where it falls a little bit short from HTTP, because if the mail bounces, you don't get a message that your email was blocked by some email filter. That would be kind of counterproductive for defenders. So that's the one kind of big issue with these kind of records. Lastly, what I think is probably one of the best thing that's happened, which is also far more kind of modern, is stuff like React, and not React specifically, even though if there's any front-end developers, they probably get really happy. When I was making this talk, I told one of my front-end developer friends that I was going to talk about React, and he told me that the best thing with React, that if he didn't have to use Angular anymore, and it was kind of like his main rallying cry over it. So these are more like secure frameworks. I think Next.js also does a lot of this very similarly. You can think about it in Java when you're using pre-made SQL functions, which automatically just gets the data without you having to type vulnerable SQL code. These kind of frameworks are built in security. So it's also a real problem, because what stuff like React and Next.js does is that it automatically sanitizes all HTML that goes in and out. So it makes sure that essentially cross-site scripting get eliminated from your application, and you never have to think about it. Right? We all know cross-site scripting. You have some blog that this is running on Apache, so it's just serving up straight up files and then running some PHP in the background. You can type a comment, you can hide a little piece of a window, and they will steal like cookies or whatever. You can also, again, make it load dangerous scripts straight into it, stealing more information. Really nice if you can get this on checkouts, because then you can steal credit cards, which has been a problem in the past. And of course, the user doesn't see anything. It just says, oh, what a cool blog you have there. But in the background, of course, just running on localhost, we end up stealing session cookies of all users that visited, because it loads this thing. And cross-site scripting is really hard to stop. If you want to make money doing bug bounties, you should get really good at cross-site scripting, because most people haven't implemented modern frameworks like React and Next.js. So they are still having to manually essentially protect their sites from cross-site scripting. There are ways to do this. You can use DOM Purifier or stuff like that, but usually it ends up being too much to handle, because browsers react differently when you give them weird HTML. And you can therefore usually get past a lot of these things. The other great thing is that you can get cross-site scripting to run on React, so you can implement the vulnerability if you use this. It's called dangerously set inner HTML, and it's because sometimes you want to grab some piece of HTML and you don't want it to sanitize it. You want it to render out on the screen. Especially if you're making maps and you're doing coordinates and people can draw on the maps, you usually have to use this function. Now that said, when you are now doing a penetration test and you see a framework and you see React, you think, okay, I don't have to look for cross-site scripting, but what I should do, go into source code, search for dangerously set inner HTML and just see, is there any sinks? Is there any places where I, as an attacker, can dump data and make that render out? If you do that, then you will find all your cross-site scripting bugs on these modern frameworks. It takes minutes, maybe an hour if you're not really good at reading front-end code. So it does solve a really good problem, which is cross-site scripting, which is way too big of an issue. There are really great corporate incentive, not because corporations, again, if you go to a CISO and you're like, hey, we should prevent cross-site scripting, he's like, okay, can you do it like for free, or like our budget is no money. But the thing is that React, again, when I talked about my developer friends, people are somewhat fanatic, at least the developers that I work with, about like React and Next.js and these cool new frameworks, so they want to use it. So it's a really good framework. It works, it looks pretty, it's nice, it's fast. And by chance, it also happens to just sanitize all data, which is the perfect security tool, right? The developers, the users don't need to think about the security because we know that that's gonna just kind of be something that they write down, that we have thought about security and then we implement the vulnerability. But in the case of React, they want to use React and it comes with that security kind of just straight built in. And of course, it is user-friendly because when it comes to the front-end users, they just load the website and everything seems fine. And React, again, is user-friendly in the sense that if you are a front-end developer and not me, you seem to be able to use React. I can't use React. I try. It's I don't get what the fuss is about outside of the security aspect of the thing. So these kind of secure frameworks, which also picks up a lot of things, you can think stuff like Rust as well, is a similar thing. Does it solve a problem? Yes. We have a couple of issues with buffer overflows and like weird memory handles when it comes to C and C++. It is, there's a good corporate incentive because it's really, really fast. So if you need those low-level, really fast applications, you can kind of sell that. And then someone can have the debate if Rust is user-friendly or not. I'll leave that up to people who write Rust. So what have we kind of learned? Again, stuff is actually getting more secure. And then there's a big influx of hackers. But again, this is a positive security talk, so we need to stay positive. But we are actually fixing some of the really big issues. We are getting encryption on everything, and it kind of becoming standard that, of course, you're running encrypted stuff, because why wouldn't you? I have not run into a database that doesn't hash passwords yet. It might be hashed with MD5, but it's hashed, and again, it's a positive talk. If you want to join the Hall of Fame of security, again, you can bribe. I need money. I want to renovate my kitchen, so that would be really nice. But outside of that, if you can identify a problem that you can solve, and it has good built-in corporate incentive, that can be something like it's really exciting technology that people want to use, or it can be something in the sense that, well, if you don't, then you're going to have issues with tools breaking and stuff like that. And you can make it seamless for the users, both the people hopefully integrating it and also the people actually using the thing. Then you have a really, really good product on your hands. And with that, please stay positive. This is going to be fine. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
For a positive security talk, Martin.
Yeah.
I didn't know we were stressing you and depressing you so much, so that's some good feedback for next year's program. Take care. All right. Next up, the last thing between us and some pre-dinner drinks is Harrison Son and co-presenter Irina Iarlykanova. Yeah? Welcome. Huh? Oh. Irina Iarlykanova, sorry. So these two are going to present a phishing case. They are known and experienced security researchers. Harrison has been published in in places like TechCrunch, Ars Technica, The Register, you know, all those good security intel sources you have in your feeds and so on. And Erlend, yes, the man is here on stage, has some CVEs to his name that are apparently now being used by the bad guys, but don't panic. Great. Let's give a warm welcome to Harrison and Erlend.
Yes, you can hear?
Does
Yes.
Sound good for me too?
No.
Any fix? Hello? Should I do something or? Is it good? Okay, good. Thanks.
Take it away.
Yes. Hello. I'd like to do a raise of hand first. Do anyone know which talk this is about? Because it has been, parts of it has been in the news. So, very good, because I like the fewer that knows, the more fun it is, because then we get to present it as fresh. We have held it quite a few times before, but I like when we can have it like the first time. Yes. The mode of the story is from receiving a phishing message, like the packet scam, where we get a link, and we will take you through a journey for like the shortest steps that you can take from getting a phish to identifying the culprits behind it. It's like, and you will get to experience the talk as the hurdles and things that we did. So it's a very visual presentation, storytelling mode, with few side quests. So.
Yeah, we left those out. Yeah, so who we are. If you can't see us in the back, there's a nice photo of us. Yeah, so my name's Harrison. I work together with Erlend at Mnemonic. It's a cybersecurity company I'm sure most of you guys know. And we basically do pen testing of all sorts.
Yeah. So we sat on and we were discussing like fun side projects to do, and we, at the same time as we were doing that, we received this phishing message, and everyone else was getting the same message because it was a pandemic of phishing campaigns, and it was in the news. The news story only gave us 2 pieces of information. You should not click the link and you should delete the message. And we got curious. What can we find out if we actually try to dig into what happens after we click the link? So we decided to get courageous, and we decided to go against all the advices, and we clicked the link.
So yeah, so we clicked the link, and it kind of, I don't have a screenshot, but I mean, I guess you can imagine what it looked like. It was just a Poston, like a fake Poston website, and we kind of clicked through. We eventually found out that it was a credit card scam. They were trying to get our payment details, but being pen testers, we wanted to go one step further. So we loaded it into Burp, and then sitting on our computer, on our laptop, just said not found. So like something, they were checking something and we couldn't get access to the phishing page as we did on our phone. We were trying to kind of through the process of elimination, figure out what they're checking, what's different between what I'm sending on my phone and what we're getting through Burp. So a quick, easy thing was to change the user agent to something that looked like iOS. Unfortunately, that still didn't work. So we changed one more thing, and we found that if we connected from a mobile network, then it would finally go through. So they were doing some kind of IP checking that was coming from the, just not, for whatever reason, the IP we were using wasn't getting allowed through. So we just used a Wi-Fi hotspot. Okay, so now we have like a proper test set up with the phishing page running, and we can look at the communication between the browser and the server, and hopefully get a few hints as to, see how the software works. As I'm sure many of you are aware, there's a pretty common library out there called Socket.io. For those of you who don't know, it's basically just a library that facilitates moving like real-time data between a front end and a back end. Makes it easy to send messages between the two. This is one of those messages that we saw getting sent back and forth, as we were kind of filling out the form as a victim, more or less. And if it looks like a bunch of garbage to you, it also kind of looked like a bunch of garbage to us. So we decided to try and break things down to figure out what was actually getting sent. Normally when we see this level of obfuscation on the application layer, a few alarm bells start ringing. You will see it sometimes in legitimate applications, but oftentimes, it is running through HTTPS, it is encrypted. So you kind of think, who is the party that they're trying to prevent understanding what's going on? And that's not people out looking at network traffic, that's people like us trying to reverse engineer how something works. So they're trying to hide something, we want to see what they're hiding. So we tried to break it down a bit, right? So you have one of these, they were sending JSON messages. You have a type field, a data field, a user field, and a room field. Type in room, or the right length to be potential MD5 hashes. We weren't sure, but seemed plausible. And if you decoded the data field, it was base 64. I snipped it, but there were some equals at the ends, and you can kind of see through the character set it's probably base 64. And then it said salted at the beginning after you decoded that string, and then it was a bunch of high entropy characters after that, so figured encryption going on. But because they were doing encryption on the application layer, that means the encryption keys were probably sitting in the JavaScript in our browser. So we started looking through the JavaScript code. Control F encrypt was one of the things we tried. There was a lot of hits, but eventually we found this one. Set a breakpoint, and then anytime we saw a JSON message getting sent over WebSockets, this function would get called, and we could see two parameters were getting passed. The first one, sync data, that was the key that they were using. And then the second one was the another JSON element that was getting encrypted, and that was basically the encrypted text you saw on the last slide. So we made a small tool so that we could basically decrypt the messages as they were getting sent on the wire, and eventually we orchestrated this into Burp so we could kind of see in real time what the actual content of the messages that were getting sent. So to visualize things, type. Looking through the JavaScript we eventually found was an MD5 hash of sync data, also the same as the key. Data looked something like this. And room, this is interesting, was admin. So we're kind of curious, okay, sending some kind of messages to some kind of admin room. Here's a video. Two windows here. You have, on the bottom right, you have basically a field or a form getting filled out as a victim. And up here you could see the WebSocket traffic, and you see for every character that gets typed into this form here, results in in a message that gets sent. So basically you can see that the data you're sending as a victim is getting sent to the backend in real time. I'll foreshadow a bit, but basically NRK was able to talk to some victims, and they were like, no, I didn't get phished. I never clicked next. And like, well, yeah, but you kind of sent some of the data without pressing next anyway. But so we kind of figured there was probably either the data was getting saved in real time, or there was a portal where somebody could watch the data come in real time. Here was one of the examples in one of those messages where we found the language that the developer was probably speaking. So there were some characters here. I think if you translate it, it says something along the lines of address field. And if you continued filling out the form, you would see, like, in more Chinese characters, you would see, like, credit card field and so on and so forth. Another WebSocket message we saw, it wasn't just the ones I showed you previously, was this action join room command. And this got sent when you first loaded up the page and before you started filling out the form. So we were kind of thinking to ourselves, okay, we're joining an empty room or a default room or nothing room or something, but we're sending messages to an admin room. So we thought to ourselves, what happens if we just join the admin room? So we put admin in that field, and with the small Python scripts, we were able to get a live stream of all messages that were getting sent to that admin room. Blurred for obvious reasons, but this was basically a real-time stream of all victims as they were typing in all of their sensitive personal information, credit card details. Yeah, and this was, I mean, we knew up until this point that the scammers had to have been relatively successful. They had enough resources to send text messages to basically everybody on the planet, which cost some money, we would think. But now we could actually see, you know, hundreds and hundreds of victims in real time getting phished, and this was kind of a moment where, like, okay, this is like a pretty serious operation going on. Going through the messages in the admin room wasn't just victim data. Sorting through a bit, there was also these debug logs. So you had a few different application components that were all kind of connected to this admin room. It wasn't just victims sending data in there, but I think the consumer of the messages in this room was this backend panel that the scammer is logged into. So victim data goes there, obviously, but there's also information about the system. So like logs from the server would get sent to the front end so they could kind of see what's going on. We don't have the screenshot of the exact message that we saw, but it looked something sort of similar to this, and instead of the Chinese characters here in the data field, it was related to a database. Something around database created something something. The name of the database was Darkula, and we didn't know what that was, but it stuck out, so we tried to Google a bit. It also shares the same, Darkula is also the name of a theme in VS Code, so Google was just a bunch of hits of like, here's your colors theme. But around the same time, there was quite a bit of news regarding Telegram, saying that's where criminals like to hang out, and they tend to, yeah, they don't get taken down, so we figured why not go look for Darkula in Telegram.
Yes. So on Telegram, we found a user called Darkula, and he was the administrator of a group called Darkula, which had almost 500 members when we joined it. In this group, we saw that the members were sharing pictures and videos of phones, spewing out text messages. They showed us picture of box of SIM cards, iPhones, SMS modems, servers, iPads used for iMessage. We believe the servers are used to emulate Android devices to send RCS messages on the Apple platform, Android platforms. Basically, they were bragging and showing off what services they provided. They showed us what they did with the stolen credit cards. We didn't know about that until we joined the group, but adding the stolen cards on phone wallets is a pretty good idea, because if you can phish one person one time, you can onboard their card on their phone, and it would be tied to their biometrics. Like they would just need to unlock it with Face ID or a PIN code that they set on the phone, so they can keep on using the stolen card. They showed us some methods that they were using to monetize, and also how they like to spend our stolen money on fancy cars, fancy bars, and other type of bars. But at this point, we were mainly interested in the Darkula character. Like, one of the goals that we set out when we started this project was to see like who is behind this, and the person that is most behind it is the developer of this software. He didn't brag much, or he didn't brag at all. He kept to the technical details, wrote user guides, helped people, and the pin message on the top was installation instructions. How do you install Magic Cat, the phishing kit, on your own server? And for convenience, it was a one-liner. You executed that on a Linux box, and a few minutes later, you would have a working copy of the phishing software on your own server or laptop.
So we did just that, and we ran the one-liner. And on our laptop, we had basically it's a bunch of Docker containers, and then when it finishes, it prints out a unique URL that's special for every installation and a unique username and password to log into this backend portal. And this is what the scammer would see. This is a clean installation, so it's empty in most places, but it kind of shows you, it's a fairly advanced and well-developed app. You can see here is where you get the option to install all of the, they call it like front-end pages, so like imagine all the brands that they can impersonate. It has an option to back up your stolen data to Telegram in case your server gets deleted, maybe. And then it also, this last page here is for user management. So you can have multiple, imagine you're the guy who operates the server, but you have minions working under you to kind of onboard the credit cards potentially. So you can kind of have your own little business with people working together. If you don't read Chinese, like me, this, I know it's in the bottom corner, hard to see, but there's basically a red box and it says, sorry, you need to pay for a license. So we had access to this backend administration portal, but there were a lot of features that weren't available to us because we hadn't paid for a license. They were advertising licenses in the Telegram group. I think it was a few $100s, and you could buy a license for a week or two at a time. Send them some crypto. But we tried to activate it ourselves because we had the software running on our own computer. We figured we could at least see how the activation mechanism worked. So the backend was written in Node.js and kind of a reoccurring theme here. They don't want you looking at stuff. So here's a bunch of obfuscated backend Node.js code. We found out that they used a tool called JavaScript Obfuscator. It's open source. It's kind of self-explanatory. You just stick in your regular source code and you get back some stuff like you saw on the last slide. There's also another open source tool called Synchrony. And you just take the obfuscated code and then you kind of more or less just get back source code. So you can see what's actually going on. Not super important to understand all of this, but what this arrow is pointing to here is some interesting functionality that we found. So the architecture for how these phishing servers are set up is that you have multiple scammers who set up phishing servers by running that one-line command. So you'll have hundreds of those. And then you have a few key servers, we'll talk about it in a bit, but basically you have a few key servers, that kind of centralized infrastructure that they all talk up to. We found that, at least for the licensing server and the phishing servers that the scammers run, it's the same code. It's the same Docker container. But what this does here is it checks the host name. It says, what is my own host name? And if my host name is that of the activation server, then enable hidden activation functionality. So we're like, okay, well, it's running on our own computer. We can just send whatever host header we want. So we did that. Not the best graphic, but basically we had two Nginx virtual hosts pointing back to the same and overwrote we did some stuff with the TLS. And anyway, we just tricked it into thinking it was its own activation server. So here's two tabs. We have on the left the regular phishing instance, and on the right, with a different domain, is the URL for the activation server. You can see that a hidden menu was enabled here on the left. You can click on Add License Key, give it a name and an expiration date. Click on the blue button, and there's your license key. So we copy it, go back to the first tab, and click on this box here, and then paste in the key, and now the red box is green. Okay, so now we have a local copy of everything with all the features working as they should, and we just wanted to pen test it and see if we could find stuff. So one of the first checks I like to do is check how authentication and authorization worked. So you have this admin token. It's a bit interesting. They took like a bearer token, but then wrapped it in a JSON element, and it was like, okay, that's a bit special. But anyway, I just removed the whole header just to see what it would do. And it gave us back a 401 unauthorized error. Okay, good for them. They're checking something. But we had access to the backend code, and we saw a alternative code path, which basically said, if you set the host header to localhost and the referrer to localhost port 5174, then you don't need a valid authentication token. And then you can just access this admin API as if you were logged in as an operator. So this here is just an API. I think it's just some logs. So you can kind of see logs for the backend.
Yeah, I usually take over on this one.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting how it works, because you have lots of phishing instances that people set up and pay Dracula for, but he have some central infrastructure that is needed for this thing to work. So the central servers were behind Cloudflare, so we didn't know the origin IPs. And also the backdoor that we found where we could change the host header to localhost wouldn't work against the central infrastructure, because Cloudflare wouldn't know where to send the traffic. And as you saw when we generated the license, there was a comment field, and we had this hunch that maybe he is doing good bookkeeping and write notes of who bought the license. So we were interested to see if we can actually find the licensing server. So it's a needle in the haystack, because there's 4 billion IPv4 addresses on the internet, and we are only looking for one. But since this application is written in, or it's a containerized application, it means that every installation of Magicat share a fingerprint that we can search for. So we made a query for Shodan that all Magicat instances would respond to. And we got a result about 800 IPs, and we asked each and every one of them, is this license active? And one of them said yes, or it said no because it was an invalid license, but it knew what we were trying to do. So we found then was a VPS in Los Angeles, and it's in the Ian building, hosted by Multacom, and probably sold to a third-party VPS provider. But on the Multacom website, they said they only have server room in the second floor, I think, or the fourth. But in the marketing material, they actually have a picture of it. And if we look at the picture there, I think it might be in one of those shelves. But once we had found this licensing server, we were able to pull out who had purchased this software, and our hunch was right. We could see the Telegram handles of the Phish operators when it was activated, and the origin IPs for each and every instance on the internet. And we saw that they had sold almost 5,500 licenses in the span from October to February, I think. So, and the marketing material from Dracula, we estimate that in that period he earned about 1 million NOK on licensing alone, if these numbers add up.
Yep. So we thought it was a good time to talk to the police. So I think this was January 2024. And we compiled a 24-page report, all the information that we had collected up until this point, and shared it with NC3, Økokrim, Europol, and FBI. Arland and I each flew down to The Hague, the headquarters of Europol, once, so twice in total. Held meetings to present what our findings were. They were super happy to get the information. They said thank you, and we didn't hear much back. So we sort of learned our main purpose here was to make sure, well, we wanted law enforcement to look at it, but we wanted to make sure also that we weren't stepping on any toes. And they sort of said without saying that we weren't. So we kept poking. Looking at the access logs, one of those API requests I think you saw previously, was this entry here. And remember when I said every installation gets a unique URL. So this, it's a request that got a 401 not found, but the path is here, and it includes that unique URL. So whoever requested this path knew that secret to the admin or to the licensing server. This probably occurred maybe because you can see there's like some anti-caching stuff at the end, so maybe they updated the back end and the front end was out of sync, and the guy just had to press refresh and it worked again. But regardless, the IP for where that request came from was logged right here. And we wanted to see what's up with that IP. So we looked it in Shodan. It's another VPS in Hong Kong with Alibaba Cloud. Or we're assuming it's a VPS unless he's sitting with a laptop in a data center. We poked around a bit more. This is a service called Passive DNS. Mnemonic has one, but there's some other free ones as well. It's basically just a historical record of DNS records. And we could see about a year prior to our research, the same IP was registered to this domain here, ifshe.com. We knew we were kind of going down like the crazy rabbit hole, like, you know, IPs get reused in cloud providers all the time, but we didn't have much else to go on, and we're just like, I don't know, why not? Let's keep looking. We saw that the ifshe.com domain had a CNAME entry at one point to, I'm not even going to try and pronounce it, but it was this one GitHub user here. And before that, there was another GitHub user. So like 2 GitHub users that were pointing to this domain at some point. And so we looked at what those GitHub accounts were. This was one. It was a bit interesting that the developer used the same technologies that Magic Hat was developed in, but of course, you know, Node.js is quite popular. So yeah, we were looking through the commit history. A fun little fact is that you know, when you're looking through the GUI on GitHub, it won't always give you all the information related to that commit, but if you check it out and do git log, you can get a bit more sometimes. And this was the email for the user. It was myforcheng@gmail.com. That's a misspelling, obviously, so we typed in Gmail to a service called OSINT Industries. So imagine you do a password. Okay, so basically what OSINT Industries does, it's a paid service. You kind of get tokens, and you run queries against them. And what they do is, imagine you have a Google account, right? And you go to the password reset, and you type in the email address, and it says, we're going to send a text message to something ending in 123. Now you know 2 things. You know that there is an account associated with this email at this service, and you know that there's a phone number associated with this email at this service as well, and you get a few digits of what that is. So basically, they do this at scale for hundreds and hundreds of services. So the email that we looked, that myforcheng Gmail, returned a bunch of accounts, so he has quite a large online presence. There were some interesting findings here. We had an Apple account ending in, with a phone number attached to it ending in 89. We had a Chinese phone number associated with a PayPal account, and it's not in the screenshot, but I think we also saw another entry with a phone number similar to the Apple one. We had seen a phone number with a US format ending in 89 before, and that was on the Darkula Telegram user. So this was on his public profile. We had already looked into this phone number and figured it was a Google Voice burner number. So in the US, if you have a Gmail account, you can also register to get a free like VoIP number. So we figured he was doing that. Again, could be a coincidence that you have 2 matching digits, but one more piece of to draw the strings or the lines together. Maybe this is the same guy. But we weren't sure, and we didn't have much else to go on. So we sent an email to the myforcheng Gmail account. And remember, he had a bunch of public repositories on GitHub, and we said, hey, we're having some problems with this Minesweeper program or this game that you wrote. Can you help us? Here's a link. He clicked on the link, and it was a URL shortener. I think it just redirected to Google or something. But with that redirect, it logged the IP address and the user agent. And the IP that we saw that was used to click on the link that was in that email was the same IP that we saw actively getting used to log into the licensing server. So we were like, okay, we got the guy. We spent a good amount of time looking through the Internet Archive. So this was a screenshot from the ifshe domain. It was a blog. He just had a bunch of snippets of like helpful code snippets for developers. There was a contact button here. It was to a QQ email address. It's basically just like Gmail of China. We looked, and there was a bunch of old repositories that had been since deleted from the GitHub account. It was also renamed at some point, so we think these were the same account, but this was the name of the account before it got renamed. And then, I didn't know this, Arlen showed me, but it was kind of cool. You basically So if you've ever browsed Internet Archive, it gets kind of annoying because it's like, oh, sorry, this page didn't get indexed, and like resources don't load, and JavaScript is broken. But if you just type in the path to the top and click on URLs, then you just see individual resources that got indexed, and instead of having to actually like browse the site. So we saw that there was an archive that had since been deleted, or there was a repository that had since been deleted that contained a tar archive. So we downloaded that archive. In that archive was a Word document, and in the metadata of that Word document was an author with some Chinese characters. And we translated it. And it said Yu Cheng Chang. And we're like, okay, I don't know much about how names in China work, but at least it shares some similarities with the Gmail address. There was a Word document on Telegram, uploaded by Darkula. This was like some user guide or instructions on how to use the Magic Cat software, which also had some metadata, Chengxi, okay? So now we got a lot of data points all kind of pointing in the same direction. So what do we know? Oh yeah, this is your slide, sorry.
So we had quite a few, some data points on Tresor, Yu Cheng Chang or Darkula, a US phone number, and that we see that they share at least the 2 last digits of. We see the IP address, and we established that both Yu Cheng Chang and Darkula is using the same at the same time. Email address with the password reset hints. We had the Apple and Samsung, seems like the same, but we were really interested in the Chinese phone numbers because in whole of EU and Norway and to get the phone number, you need to identify yourself. Here we do it with BankID, but in China, if I understand it correctly, you have to show up with your ID card, and then they will make a copy of that, and you will be able to get our phone number. So it's very much tied to your identity. So if we find this phone number, then we're one step closer to finding like the true identity of Darkula. So we had 2 phone numbers, one from PayPal and one from QQ. They are masked, so we don't know the actual phone number, but they have not decided which numbers that are secret. So by combining these 2 hints, we went from 100,000 possibilities down to 1,000. So it's kind of getting possible to figure this out. We could use OSINT Industries, but it's a paid service. You get a token and you have to spend that, and it's an active service. They don't keep a database. It does live queries. So it's not a tool for like brute forcing a phone number. But we noticed that Tresor had like a huge online presence. Many profiles everywhere, and we figured that there's a good chance that he is in a breach, like a password leak or something that might include his phone number. It's a guess, but it's like a good way to start. So we go to one of the leak databases that collect leaks and allow you to search in it. So we search 1,000 phone numbers, and only 7 of these have appeared in the leaks. So with these 7 numbers, we go back to OSINT Industries, and on the 3rd number that we try, we get some data back that we have seen before. It's a profile image of just a girl sleeping with some edits, like whiskers and bunny ears. She probably have nothing to do with it because it's like a common picture on the internet, like a meme, something. But we had seen this picture on an Instagram profile, and with a username that we knew, My4Cheng. So we were pretty sure that this is his phone number. And taking this phone number, we also get to search in some historical Whois databases before they got shut down by GDPR. And we see that back in 2018, he had registered a domain called 54 Yucheng Top, and it also includes you provide information like technical contact, where you live, and this is where we live back in 2018.
Yes. Yeah, so taking a step back, how impactful was this phishing group? So we have a few numbers here. NRK put some of these together with the data we sent them. I'll preface this by saying these are very conservative estimates. So if you can kind of imagine how the data was collected, you had to make an active API request to each individual server to look at the data. And we didn't make a habit of going out and collecting every piece of data that we could. So we know that there are large gaps in the data that we saw. So this is just what we could concretely see. So there were over 200 impersonated brands. It could have been closer to 300 potentially. As you saw before in that text file, there was over 5,000 licenses that had been issued. Each license could be used multiple times. It was active for a certain time period. Multiple activations were possible. There were over 600 phishing operators, so like counting the Telegram handles in that one comment field. 13 million unique visitors, so those are people who clicked on the link, maybe didn't fill out the form and provide all their personal information, but at least clicked on it and kind of created a log entry when they did that. And we were able to concretely see 884,000 stolen credit cards. And some victims lost as much as $10,000. So like if you read the NRK articles, they have some interviews with people who had like a business credit card, for example. I don't think that was the most common amount that was stolen, but several $100s at least for a lot of these victims.
Yes. Like inspired by the last talk, if you are gullible enough to click a link, only 10% are gullible enough of these are gullible enough to actually provide the credit card details. So it's a good number of people who probably spot the scam after they click the link. But this is the end of the digital story. We did as much as we felt that we should in the digital sphere. We followed the things that led up to information about finding the people behind the software. At the same time, we partnered up with NRK, Martin Gundersen. He's here with us today. And then we worked together to provide all the information that they needed to follow this story into the physical realm. They wrote some really good articles in cooperation with BRD, ARD, Bayerischer Rundfunk, and Le Monde, about to spread the word. We were really curious of who is behind this. The lack of information was what triggered us to look into this, and getting partnership with media to spread this message was really interesting. And they were able to meet the criminals, ask them for comments, also as a GitHub issue. That was hilarious. Yeah. So it was really interesting for us to find out the story behind the links and the messages that we received.
Yeah. And I think also we had talked about it quite a bit in the beginning of the project that we know we're not the first to look into phishing kits. A lot of people are doing this research. We had seen previous blog posts looking into different types of kits. I think we were one of the first to look into this specific one. There were a few other researchers, but I got stuck with this feeling that a lot of it's so technical, right? And then it kind of circulates in our own community, but it doesn't really break out into the people that it affects and the people that need to get that information in order to actually solve the problem. So we thought that working with NRK would be able to kind of bring that to the people who needed to see it to actually make a difference, and not just kind of circulate in the security communities about some API endpoint that was vulnerable to something, because otherwise they're just getting kind of a free pen test.
Some pictures from NRK articles.
Yep.
They were able to find the identity card of Darkla. That's the guy in the middle. The people around him is other members of the Darkla group. We kind of call them influencers of phishing operations. They help you to get started, being go-to guys, providing services and so on. But was via information on Telegram that they self-posted. They were able to, NRK was able to track down the real identities behind them as well.
So yeah, Magic Cat was and is by no means the only kit out there. When NRK reached out to Darkula for comment, he deleted a lot of his infrastructure. Kind of also saying maybe we're looking in the right direction if they reach out to comment and everything suspiciously gets removed at the same time. But there were some other kits that quickly took their place. Here's just one. There were a few others. We have some scanning infrastructure to kind of count which kits are kind of rising and falling in popularity. I've heard this called a million different names. I've heard it called Magic Mouse System, Mouse Kit, and Hausi, or it's basically just if you translate mouse to Chinese, however you say that. This is a screenshot. So this is one we've been looking into a tiny bit. It's quite interesting. There's a lot of theft between these groups. So we saw that Mouse System or Magic Mouse, the developers had actually stolen the front-end phishing pages, so like all the JavaScript and images for all the different brands that they're trying to impersonate, and just lumped it into their own software, which has actually led to some false attribution in the security community, because imagine if you build a fingerprint on some JavaScript in the phishing page that you receive as a victim, it's going to be the same JavaScript because it got stolen. So like it is quite confusing and a bit tricky to kind of track these groups, because depending on what parts of the code you're looking at, they might share some pieces. We saw, I think the data here is maybe a month or so out of date, but we were able to see at the time 1,300 servers within a 1 month time span, so quite large. And keep in mind, every single server can have multiple phishing domains associated with it. And we were able to get some rough estimations about how many cards they were able to steal, and we think that a reasonable estimate is that they're stealing 650,000 credit cards per month. And this is just one group. There's others as well. So still quite a big issue. We have a demo.
Do you want to get phished?
Yes. Somebody reported our test domain as a phishing URL. So when you scan it, you're probably going to get a big red warning. You just have to scroll down and click, yes, I understand what I'm doing. So please don't give us any actual information. You can just fill in complete garbage for all of the fields, except for the credit card. They check that one. They do the Loon algorithm check. But if you just remember 42, 42, 42, 42, that passes. So just whenever you get to the credit card stage, you can type in that number.
If you don't remember it, you can also use your own. We're going to Hackeri after, aren't we?
Yeah. So I'll leave this on screen for a few more seconds, and then I'll drag the tab with the backend portal, so you can kind of see what the scammer would see in real time and all the streaming data. Yeah.
Well, everyone will get to see it.
I appreciate that you trust us, so that's nice.
Yeah. Do you trust everyone in this room?
Yeah, actually.
That's a nice thing to do.
All right. Okay. Boom. It does have sound. Let's see if, I don't know if it'll work.
Is it possible to get sound from the laptop?
No, it's not super important. But basically, every time somebody connects and every time somebody types in card numbers, it talks to you. It says like, "Hey, somebody's here. Come do something." Oh my God, people are really quick. Okay, so you can basically see here, data shows up in real time. You can click on each of these stages. You can see where people are, like how far along they are in the scam. This is just because it's running offline and isolated. But everybody who's waiting here, they're basically sitting at a spinning screen. So you think that like something's loading. I don't know, whatever. Maybe the payment's getting processed. But what you're actually waiting for is the scammer to choose one of these options, where you can say card declined, obviously not declined, but just to get another credit card number. You can say, hey, give me your 2-factor code. You could say like maybe different banks have different flows, so you can put the victim at a different page to make it more realistic.
At the same time, Harrison is entering your credit cards and trying to onboard it into Apple Wallets.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we mentioned it before, but you can kind of imagine you think you're completing a transaction to pay for postage, but in reality, what you're doing is getting a second factor code so that the scammers can onboard that into their Apple Wallet. So yeah, quite interesting. And then with that, oh, I skipped it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great work, guys. Thank you very much. We can take a quick question if anybody has a question. No? All right. Thank you so much again. Are you guys sticking around a little bit?
Yep.
Great. So come talk to them about reversing phishing kits and online OSINT investigations. Great stuff. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Ooh.
Yeah. All right. Hopefully most of you had a chance to visit the lockpicking village. It was packed again this year, even though we doubled the space. So thanks so much to Semaphore. Let them come up and tell you how that went and give some prizes away, hopefully, to some lucky and or skilled lockpickers. Here you go, Thomas.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being invited again this year. And I think you tripled the space. And we still had almost the same queue as last year, which is awesome. This year we ran 2 competitions. So I'm going to announce the winners here. So we wanted one competition to have some entry-level people who hasn't picked that much before, being able to sort of win the prize as well. So with me, I have one of the Covert Instruments Covert Companion versus 2. I don't have one myself. I want one, to say it this way. It's a really good tool. And in order to compete in this competition, you got one lock that you had to open within 3 minutes, and that won you 1 entry into the raffle, which we have asked our AI overlords to pick one number for us, and we got number 2, which is Øyvind. Are you here, Øyvind? Totally silence. I will call Øyvind when that comes. And we had a second competition. This is sponsored by BSides. It's a gift card from Komplett on 2,000 kroners. Elkjøp? Okay, Elkjøp. Awesome. For this competition, we had one lock. We called it the speed picking competition. So you had to open the lock as fast as possible. And during the competition, at the end now, the lock actually broke. So for the last one standing in queue who wanted to compete, I'm really sorry. If we get invited back next year, we will sort that out. So the winner that competed the challenge within 1 minute and 3 seconds, it's Kais. Are you here? Yeah, I see you in the back. Awesome, come on up. There you go. Thank you. Good job, man. Good job. So again, thanks to the BSides team. It's been really cool just standing here and teaching other people how to pick some locks. How many people here visited the lockpicking village during the conference? Yeah, it's a lot of hands. I'm really sorry if there was too big line. We'll buy some more gear and I'll ask them nicely again for more space. If not, this is what we can do with this venue. Again, thank you so much. Thank you for dropping by the lockpicking village.
Thanks, Thomas and Semaphore. Maybe next year we have a Semaphore lockpick conference with the BSides village. We'll see. Great stuff. So much for non-destructive entry, breaking the lock. Yeah, great. So for those of you who are new to BSides, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you had a great time. And for those who've come back, thank you for sticking with us and giving the feedback to help us continue to refine the event. We are a non-profit, dependent on our sponsors and our participants to help us make it happen, especially our gold sponsors. So thanks again to Mnemonic and Defendable, and for Promon. We hope you will continue to not just give us money, but actually participate and bring cool competitions and connect with potential future colleagues in this great community. So let's give it up for the village first. Thanks again. And for the sponsors as well. Thank you so much, Promo, Mnemonic, and Defendable. And yeah, we're 6 people doing this for organizing for several years now, and we've added some new volunteers this year. So why don't we get everybody up on stage, and we can thank everyone who's been a part of making this happen. Yeah. So we haven't changed much. Like I said, we've been slowly refining this, and a few things we've changed are we added a speaker dinner this year. So huge thanks to the speakers as well. Many of you came from abroad on your own dime, or perhaps your employer's dime. Hopefully, thank you to you and your employers. Great mix of new speakers, experienced speakers, technical talks, some more strategic, big picture talks, red team, blue team. Great stuff. So thanks to the speakers as well. Let's give it up for the speakers, guys. And thank you to you, the participants, of course, for coming. But the biggest thanks I got to give to this team for sticking with this event over the years and continuing to give their time selflessly to the community. So thanks to Vetle, Christer, Nisha, Benita, Erlend, Ivans, and where is Nikolai? Do we see Nikolai anywhere? And Zoe? No? Okay, Nikolai and Zoe as well. Hey. All right. Thanks, guys. Great. So we're almost done. I think that was all the thank yous. Does anybody have anything else to say? No. Just want to thank you, the participants, again, and ask you to please fill out the feedback form. And if you're interested in being a part of this event in some way, also check out the call for volunteers. There are many tasks, some you've seen happening today, and some you may not even have thought of, that go on behind the scenes to help make this event happen. So there's information in the form of different roles and tasks. Let us know if you would like to get involved, and maybe we take the event to a bigger venue, for example, add tracks, things like that. So like I said, we've changed it very little over the years, because the feedback we've gotten was basically this fills an important niche in the community, very accessible with one day, very kind of cozy, intimate, when we all have a shared single track. The venue is, well, it's at capacity, but people overall like the venue, they like the food. But if you disagree, or you want us to take a big move and change things up, then let us know, and also let us know if you'd like to be a part of that. So that's it from me. Thanks again for a great BSides Oslo 2025. The bar should be open. Does anybody know? The bar is open downstairs. So if you want to stick around and join us downstairs for some socializing, please do. And for those of you who signed up for the dinner, they will re-rig up here, and then we'll come up here around 6. And that's it. Thanks again. Have a great evening.